Well, and welcome back to, well, not entirely Final Fantasy XIV. As you can see, we're still in the main menu here. So, big day today. We have a new patch, a launch in Final Fantasy XIV. Patch 6.4 is here. The last big Raid Series Savage / difficult content patch this expansion. Obviously, we're still going to get a couple other big patches. Well, one really big one, which is going to be 6.5, but also it's going to be a bunch of really cool stuff in 6.45 and 6.55, so I cannot wait for those as well. But this is the big one where we get the last Savage Raid tier. I'm all looking forward to it. And as I mentioned yesterday, we won't be getting a third ultimate this time around, so, this is essentially the last difficult content, although we are getting more Criterion dungeons, and we don't know whether or not, 6.5 is going to include something else, right? I mean, in the past, we've gotten Delubrum Reginae, we've gotten Baldessian's Arsenal, so there could be a bunch of different things there as well that could be interesting challenge-wise. But before the game actually goes live again, which should be in about 90 minutes, although it might be a bit earlier depending on, how fast they're going to get through maintenance, we're going to be looking at the patch notes. So, that being said, hello. Welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful morning, day, or evening wherever you are. Let's look at the patch notes. Let's look at what we're actually getting in this big update patch. Also, let me move this over because as fun as the prelude is, I wish they would include like a longer version of the prelude or something else in their their menu thingies on PlayStation. It's always a bit of a, bit of a thing that the prelude is cool, but if you're only hearing those up and down notes for like, an hour, it can get a bit tedious. All right, let me just check. Music's still here. That's okay. We got that. That's good. Yeah, everything should be where it is. All right, so let's do this. These are the patch notes, the final patch notes for patch 6.4, which means they do include some, let's say, interesting buffs for jobs. Nothing too scandalous or weird, I would say, but still, the odd thing here and there, and one big thing that I'm not a super big fan of, although I do recognize that at this point we're kind of, well, it's one of those weird things where you don't really know whether or not what they're doing is good or bad. We'll get to that. Right, let's look at the patch notes and figure out what we'll be getting. I have, let me just double check, already made notes for myself here somewhere. There they are. About where to unlock certain things and what I need to do. So that should all be fine. I will have to make additional notes about the best in slot set because we will be getting into the normal raid first, which means that I might want to go for a particular piece, gear piece already. Although I will be playing Black Mage this tier, which means that since Black Mage can pretty much choose whatever they want when it comes to, well, not exactly whatever they want, but they're very free to choose substats, right? Which means that, at least in theory, the crafted pentamelded gear should always outdamage the normal raid gear. Either way, though, for me, that'll mean that maybe with the normal raid gear, I want to go for something else, right? I'll be looking into that. I might also just be rolling randomly. If it turns out that I don't really need anything from that, then might as well roll randomly and just put it on other jobs, right? So let me actually double check just to make sure, because there might already be a couple bits and pieces of information available for the new patch, although it doesn't really look like that would be the case. Yeah. Well, I can figure it out later. Shouldn't be too difficult. Right, let's get into this. So, 6.4 patch notes, they're finally here. Let's take a look at them. As always, a bunch of stuff that is expected. I don't think... Well, usually we get, you know, the odd bit here and there that's somewhat unexpected, I would say. This time around, I feel like for the most part, it's pretty clear-cut. Nothing, you know, nothing out of the ordinary. Obviously, we're getting a new main scenario. I don't know if we'll be able to get to that today. As we talked about yesterday after our raid session, we won't be raiding tonight, although we might be going in and helping, you know, our raid members getting whatever they need or want from the normal raid. But obviously that won't take that long. It's like an hour at most, right? So I don't know how long I'm going to take for the normal raid. And for the raid story to get through, because I also want to obviously look back at the story that we have had up until this point, kind of reread some of the quest entries, some of the texts, and really understand what we're even looking at, right? So, I don't know. If I take too long today to go through other stuff, because it's one of those things where I do like to kind of do the main scenario in one go, if you will, but I also have a bit of a time constraint as we, as a raid group, want to go into the extreme trial on Thursday evening, which means up until that point, I at least need to reach that point in the story, which will most likely be towards the very end. Unless we get some sort of fake out. I'm still not entirely convinced that Golbez is just going to be the big bad that we'll be defeating and everything will be fine. I'm sure there is some big revelation still hidden beneath all that, because, and that is very odd, for the first time in a very long time, they openly showed the fight that we're going to be getting. So even though, for example, the weapon quests and Shadowbringers were side quests, we still never knew exactly what we were going to get, just based on the patch notes and the life letter. So that's going to be really, really interesting to see this time around why they chose to do that. It feels like a fake out, although, funnily enough, they might also be doing some, you know, double agent shenanigans where they want you to think it's a fake out, and it actually isn't. It's just Golbez. That actually might be the more likely scenario, mainly for one point, and that is because we don't actually we still don't really know what Golbez is all about, right? I mean, his motivations have sort of become clear. We kind of have a little bit of a speculation about who he could be, or at least what kind of, you know, power or, well, whatever you want to call it, what his deal is, right? Why he's even doing this. There have been some hints and bits and pieces here and there, but overall, it still feels like we're missing some very, very crucial point as to why this is all happening and what kind of implications it will have for the future, right? Because at the end of the day, I don't think that this is just going to be over. I think there has to be some sort of really, really big thing that will happen. So very much looking forward to seeing that. And I do really, really wonder whether or not we're going to get some big conclusion this time around, or if it's still going to lead us into more questions with a potential, or not potential, but with the main story being upgraded in, or updated in 6.5 and 6.55 moving forward. Either way, sorry. The main scenario starts in Rats at Han, which I think it always has for the 6.x quests. We're getting a bunch of quests here, which I think is very interesting. I feel like the patch quests have slowly been gotten more and more again. Because if you look back at least the amount of quests, although obviously quests can be very long, quests can be very short. So the simple number of quests that we're getting in every single patch doesn't really say much about the amount of content behind it. But still, I feel like we've slowly but surely been getting more quests again this time around. Right. So as always, there's a bunch of quality of life stuff like this here, character portraits. So all the new things that they implemented over time get now, retroactively added to other stuff. We're getting Pandaemonium. This is what we're going to be starting with today in Labyrinthos. It ended on a bit of a weird note, not in the sense that it was bad or anything, just that it felt like we already kind of went through everything story-wise, right? But then we did have the big cliffhanger of Pandaemonium suddenly appearing in the Ethereal Sea in the present, right? Even though previously it had only been, well, it exists or existed in the past, in Elpis, right? So 12,000 years ago or something. But now for some reason it's back again? Or it's, well, not again, it's just been transported through time. I'm gonna get into that once I'll go back to the quest logs and look at those, but no idea what they're gonna go with there. And what we've seen so far from the whatchamacallit, the trailer as well, like the monsters we're gonna be fighting, I really don't know what that's all about. There was some speculation, I think, that it could be that some monsters of Pandaemonium are trying to do something with the Ethereal Sea, or trying to eat the remains of the Mother Crystal. Although, is there really even anything remaining? I mean, we've used the Mother Crystal to venture to Ultima Thule, and then Xenos used apparently the remains of it to follow us. So how is there still anything left, really? Unless it's been building up again, maybe a little bit? I don't know. That being said, all of the ancients and their sort of souls technically are still around in the Ethereal Sea. So maybe whatever Pandaemonium still contains, whatever monsters are still in there, are kind of fusing with old souls or things from the present. Either way, it's going to be really, really interesting to see where it's going, because, yeah, as I mentioned, La Habrea and his backstory has sort of already been revealed. So, I don't know. Definitely very interesting, and definitely something that I think, if I remember back to when I was talking about when I did the last raid series, Abyssos was the second one, right? I always forget the small in between names, whatever. Point being, yeah, we kind of already got a resolution, which was very, very unlike what the raid quests had been up until that point. Because typically, the first two tiers, while potentially being very good fights, very rarely had any really heavy or, super important story beats. Like, they were always more of a setup for the eventual conclusion in the last tier, which I was never that big a fan of, honestly. Because it sometimes fell a bit flat story-wise if you had to wait very long for the actual conclusion of the story. This time around, I feel like they've done that way better, right? With us actually getting a ton of information about La Habrea and about what happened potentially, and the sort of different bits and pieces and problems that have existed throughout this particular raid series. But yeah, it's just going to be very, very interesting where they're going to go with that this time around. We get one very cute addition here, which is apparently there's a new quest to unlock fairy glamours now, because that's one thing they changed. In the past, Scholar still had to, or Scholar in comparison to Summoner still had two different summons for the two different fairies, but they were exactly the same thing. It was just that the fairy would look different, right? And now they've kind of converted all of that to the system Summoner uses, and you can, I'd imagine, after doing the quest, just freely glamour your fairy, which is interesting. Then we get more quests with Tataru's Grand Endeavor. I do still have to finish the, I think it was 6.3 Tataru's Grand Endeavor quest. I haven't done that, but that just means there's more quests available for me to go through, which is nice. And obviously the screenshot, you know, with Gaius being back, I always like me some Gaius. You know what I mean. No, he's just a very interesting character, and I honestly had hoped that he was kind of gonna join our crew, at least to a certain extent. It feels a bit bad that he's kind of been shunted off into side quests. The weapon storyline in Shadowbringers was surprisingly good. Like, the previous side quests, they weren't bad, don't get me wrong. The Four Lords wasn't a bad side quest, but it really felt like a side quest. Whereas the whole Gaius bit with the weapons kind of just felt like, yes, it was a side quest in the sense that it didn't really have much to do with what we were doing in the main scenario at that point. But it was very, very important as a setup for what then happened in Endwalker, right? With the whole Garlemald bit and Garlemald being destroyed and so on, and the civil war that broke out there. A lot of backstory actually for that, and a lot of sort of additional things that influenced the what was happening in Garlemald were hidden, or not really hidden, but they were in those side quests, in the Gaius side quests, but also in the Bostia side quests. A lot of that stuff had something to do with Garlemald, and it felt like an extension of the main story much more than the previous installments of the Trial series had been. And interestingly enough, now for Endwalker, they've actually moved that over to including the Trials again in the main story, which they haven't done since A Realm Reborn, really. And I always felt like, well, up until the weapon quest with the Four Lords and everything, I always felt like Trials were somewhat wasted on side quests, right? I understand why they would be doing that. It just makes it easier for players to unlock and so on and so forth, but it's, yeah, it always felt like a bit of a waste. And now they moved that back to the main scenario, which is definitely good. I think that's a good choice. That being said, though, Gaius quest was really, really good. I hope this section of Tataru's Grand Endeavor is going to bring some cool, you know, scenes and interactions with Gaius again too, because, yeah, Grand Endeavor, Tataru's quest line, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of. I get what they're doing. It's sort of a little bit in line with what the post-Moogle quests have been, also all the way back in Realm Reborn. And I really love the idea of that, right? Being able to have, or having like a side quest line that just goes back to, previous characters that maybe we haven't really talked to in a while, and just sort of checking in, hey, you know, what's up with you? What are you doing? That's really cool. I like that a lot. It's just that with this in particular, I guess I wasn't really the biggest fan of it. Don't get me wrong, I like Tataru. I like this idea of her setting up this network of people that we know, because, like, logically speaking, it makes a whole lot of sense, right? She's the one who has all the connections, and with us moving around so much and the Scions being involved in a lot of really, really important stuff and helping a lot of really important people, it kind of makes sense to have this network of, well, just connections that you can utilize whenever you need, right? So from a sort of logistical standpoint, I think it's pretty cool. I wish there had been like an actual story hook behind that, right? Some sort of character growth from Tataru maybe, or, you know, maybe getting to know, or if we would have gotten to know something more about her life, her backstory maybe, or it's just not entirely been what I had hoped it would be. But that being said, I haven't done the 6.3 quests from that, and I'm also very much looking forward to these ones. So I just hope that they're going to be really, really good. Melody, hi, what's up? Yeah, I guess we just have to wait for that. I hope they're going to be really, really good. I want them to be really good. Also, I expect them to still continue in 6.5, so it's going to be interesting if that's going to be some sort of jumping off point for the next expansion, right? Because wherever we'll be going, I get the feeling that we're not going to be knowing that many people there, so could be very interesting. Are you waiting too? Yeah, everybody's waiting for the servers to come back up, right? I always just like going through the patch notes while I'm waiting. It's really fun. And then, well, Island Sanctuary, big one. I have prepped my my agenda, prepped everything for getting a ton of experience, which I didn't do last time. I feel like it's not really that necessary, or at least it wasn't for the 6.3 update, because it felt like, you know, if you were just doing your normal agenda stuff every week, you reached the new max level easily, and there wasn't really that much else in terms of expansion that you could get. Feels like that's a lot more this time around, although, it remains to be seen how much, really, right? Oh, that's, well, because I have it on in the background. I needed some sort of background noise, I feel like. Well, yeah, I'm playing on PS5. The game, I mean. That's why it's on. Just waiting to see if service will come up, and then I can just go right in. But yeah, with the Island Sanctuary, I think I'm really looking forward to be able to build more stuff. Obviously, it's going to be really cool to finally be able to customize your island a little bit, because that was severely lacking. Like, if every island looks the same, then what's the point, really? I think we definitely need a ton, instead of, well, we definitely still also need expansions of the, you know, of the pasture, of the crop fields, I think, or hope that we're going to get something like that. Just getting like 1 or 2 more plots to build one of the landmarks isn't really going to cut it, I think. But either way, it's going to be fun to decorate it, and then beyond that, I don't know. Doing the agenda every week is all right, but I want to say we still need something that's just really fun to do every week, right? And to actually engage with the island as well, because you very rarely have to ever collect stuff yourself. Sometimes it does happen, but for the most part, the entire island is just sort of automated. It just kind of exists now. So, didn't really care about it. I thought it was really, really cool when it first launched. It was definitely a ton of fun, especially with people discovering, you know, all the locations. It really felt like sort of a community-based Pokemon hunt, if you will, with all the little animals that you could collect. At this point, though, that's my problem. The pasture isn't even big enough to contain all of those unique animals. So what's the point, right? I cannot even collect them all, even if I wanted to. So that's kind of, yeah. And then we're just lacking something that really brings you back to it. It has some, I guess, utility if you're a crafter or a gatherer, because you can, like, it's a somewhat easier source for materia, but that's about it. There really isn't that much more beyond that. I think technically you can sell some stuff that you can earn, but there are more interesting and I feel like easier ways to make money. So that's not really it either. But we'll see. I'm definitely looking forward to getting back into it, and most of all, decorating it. I think that's going to be a ton of fun. As a as a crafter, I'm looking forward to, because I never, with the gardening stuff, for my house, the the storage of the garden has been overflowing for the longest time, which has always annoyed me. There are so many cool garden items that you can never really utilize. It's so annoying to keep them around at the same time because you cannot really ever, like, you have to store them separately. There's not enough storage for the garden items. So I, never really bothered with getting some of the new items, even though there's a bunch of really, really cool decoration stuff going around. So I think, at least in that regard, the island's going to be really cool. That being said, I can also see myself probably, doing that for like a week or two, decorating everything, and then just leaving it as is for, multiple years to come, which I've kind of done with my house. I mean, I haven't redecorated in like 2 years. I've desperately been wanting to do that for a long time, but crafting takes a lot of time, especially if you're getting into, submarines and stuff. And you're doing that yourself. Either way, this one I thought was interesting. Quest icon changed for escort NPCs. I think this mostly refers to quests that contain an escort or something like that. I feel like there's stuff or indicators that we need that are more, relevant or important than this, but sure. I don't know. Maybe somebody complained about it. Right, new items available from gemstone traders. Still haven't done the fates from Endwalker, so, well, fuck me, I guess. I still have to That being said, well, I did talk to a friend recently, they're one of our raid group members, who wants to go for the mount, right? I mean, I'm still missing, I don't know, 300 fates, which isn't even that much, because I've done that in Shadowbringers, and it wasn't too bad, honestly. Because you can do, like, it's not super, brain, it's not some super intensive brain work. You can just do it on the side, and it's kind of chill to complete those fates. The problem is, if you actually want to get all the items, you need to do way more fates, especially if you also want to go for the mount, which technically you can buy, but yeah, no. I don't know. And then treasure hunt, yeah, that's always fun. Gonna be looking forward to seeing what they added there. Grant and free companies. I still think that we need way more customization for those as well. Maybe the graphical update that they're going to do with 7.0 is going to contain something for free companies. I doubt it. But nice to have, I guess. Although I don't think I'll be changing my icon. Subaquatic voyages stuff has been added. Still don't really get what they're only doing. For somebody who has, well, saying somewhat recently, but it's now been since before Endwalker, which has been some time, I got into, crafting airships and submersibles myself. I hate that airships have been neglected completely. Like, they feel like a relic from a Realm Reborn that for some reason has stuck around and is just available for, I don't know, no apparent reason whatsoever. In theory, if you want to get some of the older crafting recipes, the housing exteriors and stuff, you still have to collect those from airships, but seeing what submersibles get all the time, airships really, really feel neglected, and I don't know. I guess it's just my sort of completionist brain being a bit annoyed at the fact that I can own 4 level 50 airships, but my submarines are like level 110 now, apparently. Yeah, no. I wish that would be different. Yeah, they changed a bunch of like messages. It's fun that you can now see where your where the people that have put messages in your message book came from and stuff. Obviously, we got new furnishings. I like the... What are those pipes? Definitely like that. Wooden stuff looks kind of cool. I feel like we need more and different lamps, honestly. The lamp selection, while not being bad, is... The problem is, these things always look so fancy to me, right? I mean, this tree thing, for example, with the lamps on it, that's for sort of a very nature-based house. If you're very creative, you can always get, you can find a way in which you use these things for like different purposes or make them look completely different. You can do that, but it requires a lot of creativity. That being said, I kind of wish sometimes we just get more normal stuff, right? Just normal lamps. I don't know, or more modern looking things. Although maybe they think that that won't really fit. I don't know. These look kind of cool. Crystarium, sort of Crystarium themed, I guess. This like in between wall also looks pretty cool. I wish the top part would look a little bit different though. And we're getting more kitchen stuff. Which I think at this point, kitchens are honestly the part that gets the most attention, I want to say, especially when it comes to detail. There are so many items now for housing, you know, like pots and pans and, you know, all kinds of like knives and just random miscellaneous stuff that you can put in a kitchen, which is cool. The problem is we don't have that many item slots. So if you over decorate your kitchen, you're going to be losing out on other rooms potentially. Bit of a conundrum there. I really, really wish that they would add that detail for other rooms too. Although I guess, at least when it does come to detail, you know, kitchen is a bit more straightforward. With other rooms, detail is a bit harder to do. Although, well, technically for your bedroom, you can get a billion plushies and stuff. Either way, more gardening items. Pretty cool now because we will be able to put these on our island, which I'm looking forward to. Especially something like this, the well, right? That, I feel like, works very, very well for the island. Pun intended. Whereas in a garden, I feel like, sure, you can put it there, but you're going to be struggling to really integrate that into the environment. And especially with housing or the gardens around your house, the problem is always the smaller these things are, the less you can put in there, right? So it's, you kind of want to go for these bigger structures typically just because it's, you know, gives more stuff that you can put into your garden. And then more furnishings. Really, really love the round bookcase thingy, and the ceiling light here also looks. Is that, it's like a, it looks like some sort of ceiling aquarium, right? Like a fish tank on the ceiling. Pretty cool. I don't know, not the biggest fan of the mushrooms though, but the this thing looks cute. The sun parasol thing. New casting rolls, new aquarium fish, some sort of sea turtle. Never seen that thing. I really need to start fishing. Flower pots, we always get those. I don't know. There are probably people that are hugely into this thing. I think you even need some of the seeds for crafting from time to time, but overall, yeah. These flowers are, I don't know. They're weird to me. They're so niche and such a weird thing, and only utilized for like one very particular niche gear thing. I don't know. We get more triple tri cards, which is neat. Means I need to collect even more. I think I'm missing like 10 or so from Endwalker currently. 10 or 12. Problem is, well, the biggest portion that is missing for me personally are those fates that I talked about earlier, right? Because you need to buy a bunch of triple tri cards from that. So, yeah. And then we get into the detail of the island sanctuary. We don't really get exactly what we're getting. So, you know, that's still going to be interesting, but I'm really looking forward to it, honestly. Wonder why they chose 16 as a rank increase. Feels kind of arbitrary, just like the +2 rank on the last patch. I guess +2 somewhat made sense last time because, well, there really wasn't that much. Like, +1 level would have felt even weirder. +2 felt right for the kind of low amount that we got. 16 this time feels weird because what does that mean for the future? Are we going to get 6.5 and then to 18 and that's going to be it? I don't know. Maybe we're going to get 20 towards the end of Endwalker. Gonna be interesting what the new visions are. I think we're gonna get a new plot, but maybe we're gonna get multiple. No idea. I hope that we might be getting at least one additional customization of all the basic buildings. I wish that would be a thing, but I don't really know. And then obviously we're going to get new items. I really hope that we're not going to get, you know, 3 very similar looking Mandragora mounts this time around. New gathering area in the wilds. That's cool, I guess. Obviously new points together stuff. And then new construction plots, new facilities. We'll see. We'll see. Definitely looking forward to what we're getting. I really, really hope it's not just going to be decorate your island and that's it, beyond, you know, getting to the next new rank. And I just hope that we're going to get a paster expansion so that I have a reason to collect the new animals, but I don't know. The problem with the cropland and paster expansion is that we're already getting way more materials than we will ever need for crafting, right? Which means that, well, if you extend that even more, it really only becomes about collecting those animals and less about the materials that are needed. So they would either have to increase the amount of materials you need for certain crafts, or the new crafts would need more, or I don't know. It seems like a bit of a logistical nightmare, all things considered. So don't know if they're going to be doing it, but I do wish that the pasture, even if they're not doing it now, that they're definitely considering increasing its size, because, you know, being stuck on 20, yeah, I don't know, not the best idea, I think, at least for making the island really future-proof, which I think they definitely still have to invest a bit more into that, honestly, if they want to really, really make it a permanent feature that a lot of people like to go back to. I think it's still definitely lacking in that regard. Let's see, anything else? This, I think, is pretty cool, like a pretty cool quality of life change. Warning that displays when a material deficit will be incurred for handicrafts has been added. And I think you can even choose like when exactly that happens. So for example, you can pretty much choose or say that you only want to get the warning for the current week, not for the next one, stuff like that, I think. So that's nice. Funnily enough, we get more minions, although that might be because we're getting an additional like plot of land, right, or an expansion there. So it might just be a new area, and therefore they decided to increase it by 10. Either way, that's pretty nice. I definitely like that feature, although I do wish that the minions would be a bit more interactable. They're just kind of running around and that's it. I know that that would be insane to do, considering the ridiculous amount of minions this game now has, but I don't know, maybe they could do some sort of AI thing where they just, you know, introduce a couple. It doesn't even need to be AI. Maybe they could just sort minions into like, I don't know, 6, 7 different categories, and they would be, so for example, like small animals like cats, dogs, and so on and so forth, they would be kind of moving, you know, into your buildings and just moving around a bit. I don't know. I feel like it just needs a bit more to actually. It's kind of cute that the minions can run around, but beyond that, it's just sort of, I don't know. Maybe there could be, for example, what if you had to like feed your minions, right? Those are things I think that we still need, right? Some more, let's call them slice of life interactions, right? Make it a bit more Sims-like, I don't know. To really just feel like you're actually there on your island with your minions, right? Because I want to say that that's kind of what I originally expected from it. It's now become more of a, well, just go there, do your agenda type of deal, right? Which is, I think it kind of goes past what it was originally meant to be, sort of a resort, a place for your warrior of light to chill, calm down, and just, enjoy life. Obviously, with a bunch of annoying tasks that wouldn't really fit either. I get that. But yeah, I don't know. Definitely need more there. Then glamour, they explained that in the live letter. So essentially you're getting prisms, and the stuff that you're putting down on your island isn't actually, you know, physical, but it's some sort of glamour. It doesn't really make a difference. The only difference that it does make is that you only need one furnishing item to make a glamour out of, and then you can put down multiple of them, which for me as a crafter kind of sucks, because that means that you cannot sell that much, right? Once a person has bought one of those things, they won't need another one. That being said, there's always going to be new people that want to decorate their island, so I do feel like overall this is definitely going to increase the prices of gardening items by quite a bit, which, you know, in the past, I want to say most gardening stuff, except for the really, really cool things everybody wants to have, has not really been that lucrative in terms of crafting and selling it, simply because you don't have that many slots, right? So yeah, we get a new menu option, and that's pretty much it. And then they kind of explain how it works. It's not really that complicated. If you know housing, you can do it. Get a new, you know, bunch of new hairstyles and some such. I think that looks cute on the right here, but it is what it is. I'm not a Rothgar or a Viera, so I don't really care. Although it's always interesting what other people come up with, right? I do like just walking around town, seeing the different characters and what they look like, so that's really, really, really cool. The usual adjustments to Wondrous Tales. Need to remember to do these again. Kind of neglected them about, across the last couple of weeks. Then we got a new mount for Unreal. I honestly want to say, as cool as this bed looks, we already have a bed as a mount. This looks much better. It's, you know, it has all the details, the plushies and so on. So it's nice, but honestly, I feel like we've been getting a bit too many reskins across Endwalker when it comes to mounts. I've noticed that, well, once in the Full Hollows, a couple of those mounts have just been, or most of them actually have just been reskins. Some do look really, really cool, and as I said, I think this bed mount is a lot better than the other one. But it also kind of makes the other one pretty pointless, right? And with the, for example, the last PvP series having the Elegant Note, which we already had, I think, 2 different versions of, it just feels a bit cheap, to be quite honest. Because up until this point, and you've definitely also seen that through people, you know, when the big sort of migration over to Final Fantasy XIV happened, you know, when everybody was getting into the game, I think one of the biggest things that people were, that people thought was pretty awesome are just sort of the uniqueness of the mounts. And we're kind of diluting that a little bit. We're definitely getting some mounts that I think they could have put a bit more work in. I'm not actually even against reskins. I think, for example, the Ixion, like the Fire Horse thing that you can get, I think, from the treasure maps currently, that looks really cool. That's a very, very distinct, different visual version of the same mount. I think that's cool. The Elegant Note, not really. And again, with this bed, it would have been cool if the other bed was like a completely different bed, right? Different size, different shape, I don't know. But this just feels like somebody repainted the other mount and then just put a bunch of plushies on it, which again, kind of cool. It just kind of, like, why does the other mount then exist now, right? Because that doesn't have any of the cool stuff that this one has. I don't know. Not the biggest fan of. Also, it doesn't exactly motivate you to go back to Unreal. I've been neglecting Unreal for a long time. I tried to get back into it with Sophia. And I did for a little bit. Finally got, I think, how many mounts do we now have? I think it's like 6 or even 7. I have 2 of them, I think. But yeah, I hate... Also, I just hate that it's weekly. Got a new emote. Don't even know what that is, honestly. Isn't that like the pay respects emote? Almost? Almost the same anyways. Right. Now we get into the more controversial stuff. These are the adjustments to jobs. One thing that they did say they were going to do is buff the other tanks in relation to Dark Knight, because Dark Knight definitely was the best one. And apparently, you know, at least what I just read about, they still are the best one, you know, calculations pending. But yeah, I mean, it's nice. I really wish they would have nerfed Dark Knight instead of buffing the other tanks, but it is what it is. Right. One thing that we can see across all of this is that every single action, right? So all of the tank mitigation, the buffs like Brotherhood, but also later if we look down to the healers, let's see, where are they? White Mage, yeah. All of the radiuses of effects and buffs and everything else has basically been increased to a size where the size actually doesn't really matter anymore. Not entirely. I mean, Asylum is still 15 yards, so you do need to be, you know, aware to stand, you know, don't stand on the edge of the arena, I guess. But for the most part, this has now become completely brain dead to use that stuff, right? You don't need to be careful anymore to stand close to your party in order to use it, which it's one of those weird things. And sadly, that's been something that essentially has been, or has now been a big thing that they've been doing ever since Shadowbringers launched, I want to say, although it might have already started a bit in Stormblood as well. They've been taking a bunch of stuff, right, that people aren't necessarily super fond about, and I get why, because it's annoying if like one person misses your buff or something, right? But I would argue that that's also part of the skill, right? Knowing your relation or your position in relation to the party, knowing that you cannot, you know, be in Nirvana to still receive healing and get all the buffs and things. That is a skill, or had been a skill up until this point, is now pretty much completely irrelevant for most of the things. So I think this adjustment in and of itself would be fine, because I think, you know, the skill of knowing, oh hey, I need to be close to the party when all the buffs go out, it's not exactly, you know, a profound skill. It's not something that is, you know, marks you as particularly skilled at the game, right? It's a thing you needed to know, and a thing, you know, experienced players just knew and did anyways, right? Whenever there's healing going out, whenever there's buffs going out, you stand close to the party so that it works, right? And more inexperienced players don't know that, so they're missing out on that. Problem is, the game doesn't really tell you about it, so that's, you know, when it comes to newer players getting into this, they can very, very easily just not realize what they're doing wrong. It's also not exactly easy to see. Like, obviously you can look at your buff bar and realize, oh shit, I haven't gotten the buff. I probably should have been closer to the target, or they should have been closer, whatever. But yeah, the problem that I have with this isn't that they're changing it, right? I get that the skill required to just simply stand together whenever the buffs go out, or whenever there's healing or mitigation or whatever, it's not exactly a fun skill. Let's put it that way. It's not exactly fun to have to do that, right? So increasing the range here, I think, isn't too bad. I would still consider that some form of quality of life change. The problem is, or the problem that I personally have with this, is just that we've been getting these quality of life changes for a long time now, but they've slowly but surely been taken away a lot of different skills, right? that you needed to have. Again, not necessarily skills that were fun to have or fun to execute, right? It's more a bunch of stuff that you simply needed to know, right? Or you knew as an experienced player. And all of it combined definitely increased the sort of skill ceiling by quite a bit, right? When you really, if we suddenly would reintroduce all the things that were quality of life changed ever since, you know, the beginning of Shadowbringers, for example, that's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that just got changed and made easier, if you will, through those quality of life updates. So a lot less skill now is required to play the game. Is it more fun? Maybe. Right? That's sort of the kind of the issue or the argument here is, well, all of those quality of life changes definitely led to removing things that weren't necessarily fun from the game. But at the same time, they also removed a bunch of skill that was required from the game. Now, those quality of life changes, I think personally, are fine to do if, and that's a very, very big if you actually introduce something else in their stead that requires sort of the same amount of skill, but in a fun way, right? And we haven't been getting any. So now you're kind of looking at, I don't know, 15, 20 different things that were changed and or removed that all required a certain level of skill to do, and that skill requirement is now completely gone. Is the game more fun? I would argue no, because the problem is that the amount of fun that you're gaining by removing these annoying bits and pieces from the game is sadly counteracted by the fact that they have vastly lowered the skill required to play the game, right? So, yeah, we kind of ended up where we were starting, right? So, I don't know. We just really need to reintroduce a bunch more stuff that actually requires skill in order to play the game, I think. If they're going to do that, no idea. I don't really think so, unfortunately, but we'll see. We'll see. Either way, aside from that, not that much here. Interestingly enough, Samurai got a bit of a buff. Just looking at these potencies, it's difficult to say how much really. I mean, Shoha, how often do you do that? It's like, I don't know, 3 times per 2 minutes or something. And these are the like once per minute things, I think. Haven't really played Samurai for a while. It's definitely a bit of a buff. I don't think it's too much. I don't really want to say how much in terms of percentage because I don't really know. It's interesting to me that they did get a buff though, because I felt like melee DPS were kind of fine. At least I see a lot of people playing Samurai, so no idea. Dragoon got a bunch of quality of life stuff. This I think is fine. You know, the jumps being this awkward thing that always locks you in place. Yeah, that's kind of a relic of the past, honestly. And they've been changing it slowly but surely over time. So the jumps were insanely fast already. To the point where you can even double weave them. So yeah, this just makes sense as a continuation of those changes, I think. Other than that, not that much. Again, most of this stuff is simply just increasing the radius of effects that are going out from a particular player. Interestingly, Black Mage got a bit of a buff. So Enochian was changed to 23% magic buff. I find it funny that they're now using this apparently to balance Black Mage. Don't really like it because it makes for these weird numbers, right? Why isn't this just 20% or 25% and then they just adjust some potencies? I don't know. Xenogloss has been changed. All right, so that's what, 80 potency more per half minute, right? Yeah. I don't know what buff this really is. As I said, I'm going to be playing Black Mage for this tier, so guess I like that out of the 3 jobs technically that were buffed. No, well, not 3. 5. 3 tanks. Tanks I don't really count. It's more of an adjustment within the tank role. Only 2 other jobs really were buffed. And I guess White Mage too, a little bit. But yeah. Cool. So yeah, all the buffs, range increased. White Mage, small buff. Don't really know. I guess not that many people were playing White Mage. And then... yeah, everything else is just range. And a very small buff here as well, Sage. Cool. Apparently, they also have a bunch of new unique effects added to some of those buffs. Don't know what that's about, really. As I said, Glamours for the Scholar Fairy, we went over that earlier. This is a big deal. Limit breaks have been adjusted to reduce variance in their damage dealt. That was a big problem, actually, in Ultimate Proc. Because apparently, and I didn't really know that limit breaks had the same sort of damage variance as normal skills, which is sort of insane now that I'm really thinking about it, because limit breaks do, especially melee LB3, does a ridiculous amount of damage, right, in comparison to normal attacks. That's kind of the point, but we already have a massive problem with crits in-game, right, and crit variance, because so many jobs now have these high-hitting skills and high-hitting skills under buff windows, which, you know, makes crit variance, sadly, a very big and annoying thing to deal with. And on top of that, they then thought it was a cool idea to introduce a last phase in an ultimate, which, I mean, the idea is pretty cool, where every single person needs to do their LB, right, in order to get through the phase. Now, that's pretty cool. It also coincides with that whole Dynamis theme that we've been that was a big thing throughout the Endwalker storyline, and also involves limit breaks. But what that meant was that if you could get either really lucky or really bad luck on the last phase in the Omega Protocol Ultimate, because of damage variance from limit breaks. And it's a good thing they adjusted that now. A bit late, in my opinion, because I would say that would be something that they should have looked at. I definitely think that, well, I was watching Sphere, I think, going over his proc footage from the Ultimate, right, after they cleared. And apparently they had like a poll where they killed it somewhere around, I want to say 14 seconds faster or something. Only, or, mostly due to limit break damage variance. Yeah, no, that should not be a thing. So hopefully it's really not anymore. Although I feel like there's still going to be some variance there. It's definitely a weird thing. Pets that are moving will now stop immediately to execute actions when commanded. Don't know why that was necessary, but nice thing, I guess. They already prepare some things here for the Blue Mage update that we're going to be getting in 6.45, which I think is neat, right? A bunch of sort of sorting options and just to make things clearer and easier to get through. I like that. Just some enemies, that's fine. This is the new dungeon. It's going to be interesting to see when that pops up and why. It looks really cool. Going to be interesting to see where that is. Right. Sadly, we also introduce item level sync for the previous dungeons, which is going to make running that in extreme, in the expert roulette a bit more annoying, but it is what it is. It's always the case, so we're all used to it. Then we get the new trial, Really looking forward to be seeing what this is all about. Like, why are we fighting him? How are we fighting him? I mean, I guess we kind of know why, but, you know, how does that happen? Are we going to go to the 13th again? Because it kind of looks like that. And what's going to happen afterward? And then the new Unreal. I want to say that I've done Zervan on Sync at some point, but I don't really remember. I do very slightly remember some of the mechanics from it, but not much. So if I were to go into this, I would definitely have to look at a guide again. Yeah, I also need to I need to start mount farming. I haven't got a single mount this time around, but yeah, so much other stuff to do and to play that, you know, 14 has been a little bit on the back burner for me for a certain amount of time now. Also, it's just, that's kind of the problem, right? When you're constantly like progging ultimate and things like that, you don't really always have the motivation to do like a billion different other things in the same game too. Like from time to time, sure, but there is just so much stuff that I still want to do, and while I'm still doing ultimate, I just hope that we'll be clearing, you know, not that long after Savage, although with our current progression, it might still take us a while. So I don't know how much time exactly we will have left before 7.0 to potentially do some other things. I don't know. Then, I think this is the first raid boss. We'll be getting into that shortly. Very much looking forward to both the story and the fights. I just hope that the Savage fights are going to be really cool, because the last four really weren't. The first tier this time around was much better than the second one, so I hope that the third one is going to get back on track. And especially, I do hope that at least the third fight will be challenging this time around, because the third fight, the second tier, was kind of a joke, honestly. So yeah, the reward structure of Savage, I think, has been slightly adjusted. This guy I'm really looking forward to, by the way, in that for some reason we only get one coffer now, but with the same amount of rewards. Funny change, but sure. And you can now get the body piece easier. They changed a bunch of other stuff. I don't really know why, but you know, now that I've done that many ultimates, I really don't care that much anymore. I mean, Savage is what it is. It's still fun. It heavily depends on how well the fights are designed, if it's really going to be fun, but it's not that challenging, right? So who cares if you get gear more easily? So yeah, as always, they're just going into all of the gear, and things and stuff is being moved around in the duty finder and so on and so forth. This is the same every single time, so nothing new there. And we also lose the weekly restriction on Omega Totems, which, since I still haven't cleared, not really relevant for me, I guess. Getting the new elegant tomestones. I like how they're always going into that, but of course there are new players who don't really know about how these systems work. So, you know, one is always being removed. One will be able, you can exchange that one for the new thing, or not the new thing, but the previous highest tombstone, right? And those are going to move back, and we get like a new one that's going to be the weekly restricted one. That's always how it works. And then obviously, you know, expert roulette has been adjusted. Other dungeons have been moved around. And this is all just things that are added, things that are changed. Obviously, all the elegant tombstone rewards have been changed. I like how they always list this as always the exact same thing. I feel like this doesn't really need to be here, but sure. Because they're not adjusting any values. They're just, you know, it's the new tombstones, I guess. Right. Let me just see that I don't accidentally skip over anything here. Oh yeah, we're gonna get a bunch more Trust NPCs supported dungeons, so that's nice. Towards the end of Endwalker, every single expansion will have those. So that's pretty cool for those people that just want to experience the story of 14 without really taking part in the MMO section of the game, which I highly suggest you do, right? If you haven't played 14, and you're a big fan of sort of these, you know, Final Fantasy type storylines, this is a really, really good one. So get going. They're also prepping some stuff for the variant dungeons, you know, so that you can actually see what other people have equipped with their actions, which is nice. I think this time around we're going to get a bunch more actions in comparison to last time, so that's probably why they've done this. The one thing I'm not the biggest fan of here is that buff bars are kind of getting, well, it's mostly a problem in Ultimate, but they're kind of getting a bit ridiculous from time to time. So I don't really like the idea that this gets stuck onto the buff bar as well, but I also don't really know where else to put it. So hopefully it's going to be fine in Criterion because, well, it's only 4 people. So the amount of buffs there is not going to be that high, hopefully, although it heavily depends on enemy mechanics. Tactics Turkey, hi. Oh, welcome back. Right. Okay, that's just a text change. This is interesting. That's just for Savage. There is the effect where everything enrages, right? So technically your, well, the enrage timer, if you will, that previously apparently wasn't displayed, and now it is. I like that change. It's just, you know, if the timer exists, why not add it? At least that way you'll know if you're in a run that is kind of, you know, unwinnable. Probably a good change. This I was super confused about. So apparently they're changing some actions in Eureka, of all places. So technically this is mostly about changing the effects, I think, to like percentage values or something. Maximum HP by 50. Yeah, this has just I wonder what this is about. Because it's not a buff or a nerf to anything. It's just a sort of, it now works the other way around, right? So instead of increasing your defense, it reduces damage taken. So either they did in fact change for some reason some values somewhere that needed to be adjusted. I don't know if it's about the limit break change or whatever it is, but clearly some values were adjusted that maybe prompted this to, well, to be, or maybe this needed to be done as well at the same time for those actions to still work. Or it could be some sort of prep for something they're going to be doing in the future. I don't really know. Either way, it's a very interesting change. It's just something on the sort of back calculation side of things that probably is interesting. I would like to know why. Like, what exactly is the change that they did that meant that they had to change these things too? I don't know. It feels very weird. Fun, or it's cool though that they remembered that. I don't know. Haven't really engaged in Eureka in a long time. Maybe this was also part of a complaint that people had. I don't know. Maybe these actions still didn't really work correctly, and that's why they were changed. I don't know. We get a bunch of updates to PvP as always. I do like that they're very frequently updating these things, but yeah. As somebody who's not really into the whole meta side of PvP, I mean, I do play PvP, but I don't really care about the meta or anything. I just want to have some fun, some quick fun playing. So, yeah, I don't know. Probably cool. Apparently Reaper is being changed a bit. And then we'll get a new mount. Yeah, not really the biggest fan of this one either. I feel like PvP is such a weird thing now where, I mean, I think I mentioned that yesterday too. I just don't like that you're kind of forced into playing PvP every single series. I don't like that the previous rewards for seasons, or series as they're called, are not available somewhere, somehow, right? I wouldn't mind paying some sort of additional fee for them, because like if you're playing through the current PvP series, right, you're just, after a certain rank, you just get your reward, right? So I imagine this mount is probably either going to be rank 15 or rank 25. Once you reach that rank, you'll just get the mount without any strings attached, if you will, right? But I wish that it would still be available after the series ends, just for a certain amount of, trophy crystals, for example, because yeah, that's still a currency that is heavily underutilized. There's not that much that you can buy for it. I have way too many of them, and I don't know what to do with them. And I would like to purchase previous rewards from PvP series, but there's just no way to do it. And I don't really get why that's not a thing. And I hate, just like I hate having to do Unreal every single week, I just don't like that. Right? It's completely different when you're mount farming in extremes, for example, right? You can just, for example, at the end of the expansion, you can just say, all right, now I'm taking, 2 or 3 weeks, just go through every single extreme, get all of your kills, all of your totems, and just collect the mount. That's totally fun and fine to do. But with Unreal, you can't, because you can only do it twice per week, right? There's this arbitrary restriction there for some reason that I don't really get. Same with PvP. You have to play every single series if you want to have all the rewards, and you can never go back. If you haven't done it, they're just lost to you, which, that's such a weird thing. It kind of goes against their design decisions in a lot of other areas of the game, so I don't know what's up with that, honestly. Crystalline Conflict, some minor changes, I think. Improved visibility in the Clockwork Castle town. The height and size of certain objects in the field have been adjusted. Okay. Apparently people had problems seeing stuff. That's actually why I like the map, because it's not that easy to see what's going on. You can actually kind of hide behind objects and, use the environment much more to your advantage if you know what you're doing. So I don't know. We'll have to see what the actual changes. I think it'll be very minor, but who knows, right? Oh yeah, we're getting upgraded weapons now in PvP apparently. Which, if you rank highly, I think you can get a glow for the PvP weapons. But those PvP weapons have now also been the same for I don't know how many years, so and the glow that they showed off, I mean, I'm sure not that many people will have those weapons, but at the same time, they also don't really look interesting enough to warrant putting the time into getting them. I don't know. This change I do like, because you never know if you still need to talk to this guy, so it's cool that he now has an exclamation mark above his head if you have to. Some music change. I didn't even realize they changed the music to Crystalline Conflict, honestly. That's how involved I am in PvP. Right. Some frontline changes. I don't really play frontline, so I don't really care that much about it. Apparently they updated, or massively updated, some of the older game modes, which, yeah. I wish they would have just completely removed them. I like this new game mode much more, with the just things that you have to, your team has to conquer these points that are spawning, right? And they have different values according to their size. I think that's much more fun than the weird previous game modes. But they've adjusted those now, but I don't know. I wish that they kind of honestly would have left them behind. I still hate that Rival Wings isn't getting more spotlight, but it is what it is. It was honestly sad to see, right? Because I was trying to still increase my PvP series rank on Sunday, and also getting some Moogle stones at the same time. And even with the addition of the Moogle stones being available from Rival Wings, not that many people are playing that. So it's really, really sad to see, because it's a very cool and fun game mode and a really cool PvP game mode, but somehow the developers just don't think so. I don't really know what they're thinking about that. It desperately needs more rewards and more, reason to actually do it, but I really, really wish Rival Wings would have a daily roulette, and I don't know why it doesn't. Well, we get the new gear sets. Screenshots most of the time don't really do them justice, so I'm going to be looking at them in-game once the servers are up, which they might already be. I don't really know. Well, I can just look in a bit. I need to take a very quick break either way. So, yeah, servers will be up. I'm sure they're already up, but who cares? We'll be getting into it shortly either way. Obviously, new recipes, a bunch of stuff. They changed some graphics on some gear. You can now glamour. I mean, this is some minor stuff. I just want to go through and see if I missed something. The old Tombstone gear is now available. This I found interesting. Apparently, there's new items available for achievement certificates now. That's a thing that they haven't done in a very, very long time. Those achievement certificates, so you get these weird certificates for achievements, right? Achievements give you points, and those can technically be converted, I guess, into those certificates. And then you can get stuff for those certificates. And the things you can get, I think, in the very distant past at some point were like rewards for being subscribed for a very long time, right? And then they kind of changed that to be something that is available in game for these achievement certificates. The weird thing is, though, as a kind of long-time player, you have a ridiculous amount of these certificates with nothing to spend them on, because they've actually never added anything to the achievement certificate store in the last, I don't know, 4 years, I think. I think the last major thing they added was the cool, like, claw hand, like the Magitech claw hand that picks you up the mount, which is pretty cool, but I want to say that has to be like 4 years ago or something. 3.5, 4 years ago that they added that. So since then, I don't think they added anything to that. I don't know. Hopefully it's going to be something cool, because otherwise I'm going to be a little bit disappointed, honestly. Right, all of the rest is kind of normal stuff. Nothing new and interesting here. I haven't really engaged that much with expert recipes to know what this even means. That sounds like a cool quality of life change. But yeah, most of the stuff isn't really super important, I don't think. This is a weird name, because I don't think we're actually getting aquarium breeding. I don't know why they're calling it breeding, because when you look at what it is, I'm pretty sure that it just means you can sort of filter for fish they're actually able to go into your aquarium, or something like that. I find this wording to be very weird, because this certainly isn't a complete like breeding system for fish that they're just, introducing like one minor point in the patch notes. This is just some filter UI option that has a very weird name for some reason. We are getting a new ocean fishing route. I mean, I have done ocean fishing when it originally released, but haven't really engaged with it since. Definitely still planning on, going into fishing big time at a certain point, but just haven't really had the time to do that. New mounts, no idea where that comes from. No, Joe, that's probably the Golbez Bard. Yeah, that's definitely Golbez Barding. Some new minions. I don't know why the ruby weapon is there, but okay. And then fashion accessories apparently now get a different sort of hotbar or something. Some change there. What is really cool, and I think, hopefully they're going to be massively expanding on these fashion accessories in the future, but it's cool that glasses and wings now stay on when you're engaging, things in the overworld. It's going to be interesting to see if they're ever going to allow that to happen in duties too, like in instances. I don't know. I think the whole fashion accessory system in general would be cool to really massively be expanded, in the sense that it's actually like a, let's say, sort of an additional glamour slot for your character that is going to be displayed no matter where you are. That would be awesome. But that probably also requires a bunch of adjustments on their side, because, well, I think the problem that they're running into now, or, well, when they originally introduced the whole fashion accessory thing, it was clear, and it kind of still is very clear, that it's just sort of a weird, sort of brute forced way to, they're essentially mounts, right? But they're able to be used in cities, and you're not mounted and you're not faster while having them equipped, but the system behind it is very much the mount system just copied over, right? And it feels like that wasn't necessarily the best choice, because now they're kind of stuck with that system, and it feels like they're slowly but surely sort of changing and adding things onto it to actually make it a proper, system in and of its own that can handle different fashion accessories and can handle the sort of idea that comes with that. I don't know. It feels like maybe they really should have just gone for a completely different system here. But then again, we also still haven't gotten a proper sort of redesign of the glamour system. The glamour dresser, as cool as its introduction was, and now at least we do have 20 glamour plates, and the dresser itself is quite large, so at least on that side we're not exactly fine, but it's okay. But technically, below the surface, the glamour dresser is still using the old glamour system. It's just sort of an automated version, if you will, right? And you see that pop up whenever you change your gear. There's like a billion messages getting displayed in your message log saying, this was glamoured over that, this was glamoured over that, right? And so the game, every single time you're changing your gear set, the server has to do that back and forth for every single gear piece you're wearing, and glamoring over whatever glamour plate is attached to that. Even though technically, if you don't change the glamour plate, for example, the glamour stays the same whenever you switch back, but it still glamours over it every single time, because it's sort of a brute force method to introduce the glamour dresser on top of the old glamour system. And the old glamour system still exists, right? So this kind of feels sort of the same, where they've designed themselves into a bit of a corner here and have a very old system that doesn't really, sadly work the way it should, I guess. But we'll see. Maybe at some point we will actually get complete overhauls of those systems, although I kind of doubt it at this point, honestly. Right, bunch of system changes. I think, yeah, just some quality of life changes, UI changes to character creation, which is nice. There's always the tank achievement stuff. Some spoiler prevention that got introduced, which is also nice. Multiple field instances. This is a nice change. So now you can select an option where you're seeing the fee included in the price on the market board, which previously I don't think was a thing. Nice to have. I don't think it's gonna, because technically the game has a funny little feature where you're paying less taxes if your retainers are registered in a city that currently has the least retainers registered, which in and of itself is a pretty cool idea, right? Because I think the reason why it works like that probably was that at some point somebody said, well, how do we make sure that players kind of populate all of the cities? And I think an idea they had was to say, well, if you register your retainer in a certain city, maybe that's going to get you back to that city, although technically you can summon your retainer from anywhere, so I don't really know. But yeah, there's kind of a tax system there that nobody really cares about. But I guess now you can, actually influence that a little bit more. I wonder if people are actually gonna engage with that. This I do like, so bunch of quality of life and UI changes. One thing that I've been desperately wanting for a very long time is to be able to search your damn retainer ventures for specific items. There have been so many instances where I wanted my retainer to collect a certain item and I had no clue what level that item was, right? So I'm looking for, I don't know, a specific piece of wood or lumber that my, my retainer is supposed to be gathering, and I have no idea, well, is that level 73 lumber? Or is it 76, 78? Is it 83? Right? And you're like going through every single entry in your retainer ventures list. And since there's quite a few items there, I very frequently just overlooked the thing I was looking for. So finally, we have a search function. Thank God. Right. We now also get more gear sets. I mean, that's fine. This change I really like a lot because that was super annoying. I mean, I don't really have to do it anymore because I already leveled everything. Although, if I ever do level my alt again, maybe this is going to come in handy. But now you can actually finally copy over your hotbars from your class to your job once you change, which is still insane to me that all the classes get separate hotbars that are saved separately. It's kind of insane considering that, those classes are completely irrelevant for everybody above level 30. So yeah, but the menu's nice. Really, really cool quality of life change for new players, because that is definitely a very, very weird and confusing thing when you suddenly just lose all your hotbars and you have to manually move them around, because most new players don't know that a copy over function for hotbars exists. It's just, you have to type it in manually. It's not like a nice UI window. Now it is. So that's good. Group post has been adjusted. Duty recorder. Is anybody actually using that? No idea. New portrait accents, that's going to be interesting to see. I still need to collect a bunch. And now finally, the game is also telling us why the hell a portrait isn't being displayed correctly. So now you see what specific gear piece is the issue. Previously, we only had the weird exclamation mark and nobody knew what it meant or what they needed to change in order for it to work. But now we finally will get a message, and hopefully this kind of alleviates some of the issues that players have had with this. It just kind of sucks to see quite a few people running around without their portraits being adjusted. And I think largely that's just due to the fact that it's such a hassle to deal with all of this. So hopefully that's going to bring some people back into the system, because before, when it was still in beta and we didn't have these weird display issues, you had a lot more people actually utilizing them. So yeah, I hope that it has the intended effect. Right, some adjustments to play accommodation, that's fine. This I also like a lot. I'm gonna definitely be turning this on right away. So you can now change font color for party members depending on the role they're playing, and you can also have job icons be displayed next to players' names in the overworld, which I really, really like, and I'm gonna be turning that on pretty much right away. There's like a whole involved menu for it and a bunch of adjustments that you can make, so we'll be taking a look at that as soon as I'm in game. Also, this really, really cool change. When you join a party now in Party Finder, previously the problem was that, especially if you were the last person that joins the party recruitment will end, right? So if you want to double check if the party you joined, like for example, there are a bunch of different tactics that are going to be used for Savage, let's say, right? And maybe you just want to double check, wait, okay, which one was it, right? Which tactic is this particular party going to use? Well, previously you had no way of doing that if the party recruitment ended. Now you actually get a chat message that displays the party description that was added to Party Finder. So now you can double check, hey, by the way, those were the tactics that we're going to be using, which is really, really cool. I also like this. I'm not going to be using it personally, but you can now align the party list to the bottom of the party list section of the HUD. That's just a cool change. Right. Default positioning and size of alliance lists have been adjusted. Don't really know why, but sure. This is also cool. Target to attack 6, 7, and 8 have been added. Obviously, sadly, though, with auto marker being a thing and a lot of people using that, it's now going to make it even easier to mark people, but I don't know. Maybe they're planning on introducing an auto marker feature themselves in the future. I don't know. In that case, it would make more sense. Kind of wish they would have also expanded on the chain and, crossed out markers. I don't know why that's not a thing. If there's 8 of the other ones, then why aren't we getting 8 of these ones too? It's just like, why? Might as well, right? Right, and then a bunch of smaller stuff. I don't really know what this even means. An option to store newly obtained items in the last open inventory slot. I want to say this means that if your inventory is full, it'll just like exchange it for the last item you got or something. It really doesn't say what it's about, because technically, doesn't that always happen? Like, obviously, if you obtain a new item, it's going to get in the like next available open inventory slot. I don't know. Weird description. Right. Anything else that's really interesting? I mean, a lot of this is just very, very minor quality of life changes. This I do like. Additional icons have been added for user macros. I want to say we definitely needed more there. This I also like. As somebody who plays on PlayStation, I now get an additional free Aetheryte destination for some reason. Apparently Sony said, hey, we want to get our Final Fantasy XIV players a bunch of extra stuff. They do seem to be constantly improving their integration of the native sort of PlayStation Network functions into 14 as well. Like, I guess that's nice, but not really, super important. Character configuration menu. Oh yeah, this just lists all the changes and new menu items. Hand to heart, that's the new emote. And then I think that's it, really. Yeah. Bunch of resolved issues. Don't know if I know any of those. Instance Battle Paladin job. Okay. Dune Scythe. When the battle does not progress. Okay. Yeah, those are some very, very minor issues, I think. Yeah. Don't think anything too important. Let's see if there's anything here, though, that we might have to know. Main scenario quest, price of freedom, wearing quest markers still not display. That should be fine. And when the attack indicator for the enemy attack disappears. Okay. And executing the general action jump? What a weird thing, but okay. Some description issues. Yeah, I think that's about it, I want to say. An issue when attempting to teleport to a PS Plus free destination with an invalid subscription. The error message is incorrect. Weird things, but alright. I want to say that's mostly it. So, let's see if the servers are up, shall we? And then I'm going to take a bit of a break, just a small one, because I do need to do a very minor thing, and then we can finally get into the game. So, let's see here. Let me switch over my own screen. Although, let me do this first. Oh, sorry. Bumped you around. Yeah, that's a bit annoying with the camera being in the way. This still adjusted correctly. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. So let's go over here. Oh, right, that's this funny little symbol over here. PlayStation Plus exclusive ticket something something. You know what? Let me just very quickly go back here, because I don't know if it's going to open up some sort of payment things. Yeah. Can I? Let's see. Can I do this? I can. All right. Neat. So this is bought. And let's go into the game. Oh, damn it. I forgot about one thing, though. I'm gonna do that now. All right, this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be very, very interesting. There we go. I'll be right back. Because I need to do it like this. It's always a bit annoying with the whole typing in, passwords and stuff. But the server's up, so that's good. There we go. Now I can close this and put you back. But let's see. Right. There we go. Hi, I'm back. All right, let's do this. Or not, because now I'm going to be taking a really quick break. When we're back, we're finally going to get into this, and we're going to be, well, looking at all the new stuff, all the new tools we get to play with, but also mainly going to be looking at the new raid story, which I'm really, really looking forward to. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back. We're back in the game. Let's finally go in and experience patch 6.4. I do hope that the majority of people already tried to log in, so yeah, no queue. That's one thing that I really, really like actually about the whole change with Savage, is that there just isn't that much of a queue anymore ever since they changed that. So yeah, kind of a cool change. It still kind of sucks for crafting, but it is what it is. Also, let me very quickly answer a message here. There we go. All right, let me switch my screens around. Although, you know what? Just stay this way. There we go. That. And just need to double check another message. You know, obviously with things going on and so on and so forth. Right. I'll have to see about that. Just a bunch of people asking for stuff, as always. Or not, well, not asking for stuff, but asking to do the new content. Should have put it that way. Right, but now we're finally in the game, and we can finally enjoy patch 6.4. I always like it when the next main scenario quest thingy is back, because it's such a rare thing to look at these days. Let me just think. I probably want to bring up another thing here with all the stuff that I wanted to check out. I mean, there isn't really that much. Aside from maybe the island. Yeah, we should probably start, you know, chill and... Let's see. Ooh, I know what location I'll be registering as my new free PlayStation Plus teleport. The island. Or rather, the... whatever it's called in Limsa. That... in La Noscia, where you have to teleport to access your island. I want to say that makes sense to be a free teleport destination. Righty. Okay, I think I just keep this up for now. Yeah. And what? Yeah, might as well. Let's double check my retainers. I checked them yesterday. I did send them on some other missions though, because I thought that I might be needing the materials from it. So let me think. I potentially... Do I already want to look at all the crafting stuff? I mean, as always, I think I'm going to be going through the through most of the stuff on my summoner. So not much to check out in terms of that. For my Black Mage. Oh, people are already buying things. It's augmented deep shadow griefs of healing. Oh, do I want to keep these? Do I have them? No. Yeah, I also don't want to keep them. Righty. Those are my retainers. Might as well, you know, get some gil here. Anything else? That's always sort of the first thing is, you know, looking at all of these things. So let's see. Where the hell do we find? I guess it would be UI settings, right? Part of this general. I know I just looked at the patch notes, but I kind of want to, you know, get it into my brain where I can find this stuff. So doing it myself again just makes more sense. Why is it not? Oh, display name. Yeah, I forgot that this has a completely separate menu. There we go. Display class or job icons with nameplate. Display will change in accordance. All right, so this, and I think I want to go for this type. Enable display of traveler title and instanced duties. Yes. Display name size? Since when has that been a thing? What if I put this on small? What does that do? Oh. Since when has that been a thing? Do I want to keep it on small? It probably almost doesn't show up on stream, but for myself, I actually like that. I don't know if it's good in rating, though. I'm going to have to test that out. I'm going to keep it on small just to test. And if it's more difficult to see players in rates, then I'm going to turn it back to standard. Apply colors according to role. Let's just try it. You know what? Let's just try it, and if I don't like it, I can change it back. Right. So those were the new settings. Now on to other things. Anything that I want to do here still? You know what? Let's change the market board real quick. Also, I'm gonna turn up my own sound a bit, because it's always nicer to have it. I typically keep it down because it's not, you know, super cool to have the same music blasting in your ears for God knows how many hours of prog. but for the main scenario and for any new sort of content and story, obviously I want to have it there and want to have it as loud as possible without it being annoying. Right, so now we have a price and the total display price with fees included. All right, it's just a toggle. I kind of wish those would be two separate things so that you could see the actual price and then with fees included. Interesting. 20, 25, 30. I want to see if there's like a stack that is the exact same but with different taxes. Do we have that? Oh yeah, here. The difference is, or not. No, actually, well, kinda, almost. Yeah, either way. Fun little thing, might as well try it out, right? Okie dokie. Then let's go to Gridania first, because I want to see those whatever weird things they did with the achievement certificates. Okay, let's see, achievement certificates. Yeah, there we go. The Scholar Fairy I can do later. Definitely don't need to do that now. I mean, the cool thing is changing the nameplate size also changes everything else, like the NPCs and whatnot. I just don't know, because I'm playing on 4K resolution, right? That means that all the other, like the font size is already a bit small. So I don't know. Maybe it just takes some getting used to. At least this way, you know, character names won't be cluttering the screen that much anymore, but it wasn't really an issue either way, so meh. Oh yeah, also I should definitely check on my weeklies and might as well prep those. There you go. I think that should be fine. Yeah. I don't want to do like too much with you know, prep and so on and so forth, because I want to get into the story, but a bunch of things I can definitely do, like sending out my squadron. Oh, nice. That was from last week still. So we have a bunch of, I think I still have more than enough rationing manuals. Don't need the battle ones. Well, technically don't need either of those. Let's just go with more rationing manuals. Might as well. There we go. Right. Now to the achievement certificate guy. Although I can still turn in some gear, so might as well do that too. Oh, that's a culinarian. Yeah, I definitely like the little icon in front of names. It's a cute little change. This I definitely want to keep. I need to be, because this was previously you weren't able to turn this in, but now with the patch you are. So, but these I do want to turn in. Great. It's been a long time since I walked to him. Almost feels like I neglected him. So, in case you don't know, right, for people who maybe haven't played this game for that long, the way it previously worked is that whenever you got something for an achievement, right, let's say a mount, not titles, I don't think, but all the actual items, right, mounts, gear, whatever, that you got through achievements, you actually had to go and collect them. Right? It wasn't an automatic thing. It still isn't automatic, but nowadays you can go into your achievement menu, right? If we go here to achievements and then it loads in, for example, apparently I got one. Wait. Triumph in 200 matches in the Feast of Crystalline Conflict. I didn't even realize I got this. Bloodborne 4. What is this? I didn't even know there was a mount. Well, that's a nice surprise, I guess. Wait, which one's new? Oh, there we go. Gloria class airship. That's a very old mount, I think. Taking inspiration from the half-remembered dream of his grandfather, Tatanora, Tataramu used his encyclopedic knowledge to design a small-scale version of a rotary-winged airship. Its name derives from an airship that appears in an obscure novel of unknown origins. Right. I need to test that out, actually. I have no idea what it looks like. I don't think I've ever seen that. But yeah, I think back when it was still... What was it called? Wolf something? The old, PvP mode that they removed when they introduced Crystalline Conflict. I think that was already... Because it... Wait, it is... Let me double check here. Yeah, triumph in 200 matches in the Feast or Crystalline Conflict. So the Feast was what was there before, and I think this has been a thing for forever, basically, right? But since I never played the Feast, I didn't get it, and now with Crystalline Conflict, I apparently have. Jonathas, I haven't really seen you in a while. So yeah, as I mentioned, something like that mount, I would have had to come here to this guy, talk to him, go through a menu and select the unclaimed items. Now, thankfully, a couple, I don't know, was it before? And I want to say it was in Shadowbringers at some point. They changed it so that you don't have to go to this guy anymore. You can just go into your achievement menu and claim things from there, which is obviously a very nice change. The one thing he still has, though, are the things for achievement certificates. Right, and as I mentioned while we were reading through the patch notes, I have 258 of these achievement certificates and absolutely nothing to spend them on, because everything that is in here I already own. Well, at least I think so, yeah. So, well, this definitely isn't new. Show recently added. So they added 2 orchestrion roles for some reason. My Soul to Keep and Meteor. No idea what kind of songs those are. Alright, everything else I'm pretty sure I already own. But see, that's kind of what I was afraid of. So they added 2 new orchestrion roles and absolutely nothing else, which means that I still have 254 achievement certificates that I cannot do anything with. Which is kind of ridiculous, honestly. Apparently quite a few people read that you can get new stuff, though. Didn't even expect that many people to be here, honestly. Alright, let me just check that so that I don't forget that. Right. Okay, time to take a look at the island. Yeah, there we go. Again, we'll be getting into the raid and everything shortly here, but as always, just want to check on some new stuff. It's always very, very exciting when a new patch releases, so might as well do that. Also, just like I said, register PS Plus free destination. Yes. Neat. I actually need to double check. So this is a PS Plus registered one. You get a couple favorites, right? I think I should definitely double check. So I have Return set to Gridania, which is why I haven't set this as a favorite. I haven't set anything in Ul'dah as a favorite. I don't know if I should do that, honestly. This is a favorite, although I feel like Idle Shrine would actually make more sense. I don't know. I very rarely return here. Very rarely return here either. Well, that makes sense. That's the other free destination. I think you get that one for registering yourself in the companion app, which I did once and then uninstalled the app and have never used it again because it's shit. Right. So that's a free one. For some reason, the Crystarium is still a favorite destination. I should probably change that at some point. Charlian is too. That being said, even as a favorite destination, most of the time, since I set it so that I always use Aetheryte tickets for every teleport that costs me 300 gil or more, which is most of the teleports. So that means even though they're set as a favorite destination, I'll just use the teleport tickets instead. But oh well. I could probably optimize my teleport destination somewhat, but it's kind of pointless, all things considered, especially since I've been using teleport tickets for 4 years now, I think. Right. My island. Let's take a look here. So we got a quest. Most of the stuff I won't really be doing right away. I just very, very quickly wanted to check on what's going on here. So I think what exactly is new? Because the new gathering location should be just available, right? Pretty sure. I mean, there's nothing on the map that like immediately gets my attention, except for obviously over here. So it looks like this is the part where we'll be expanding, right? So there is like this walkway up here to my lighthouse. And then apparently this now exists. Interesting. God damn it. Fucking PS5 controller is acting up again. Well, yeah, that's definitely going to be interesting. Landmark. Yeah, most of the stuff I should probably look at this evening. I don't even know if I want to talk to the workshop mammoth just yet. Because, I mean, I can still set everything tonight. I don't really need to do it right away. Let's just very quickly see what's the new stuff. Island Sanctuary furnishings. Alright, so they explain the furnishing placements. Maybe placed on your island sanctuary is glamorous, allowing you to further personalize your tropical hideaway. And I'm definitely going to be doing that. Glamorous of furnishings. Yeah, it's pretty much what appeared in the quest logs, right? Limited number of furnishings. Don't need prison place furnishing glamours. Registering glamours. Okay. Cool. That's this way, right? Place, color, preview. Okay, so I'm pretty certain though that this is the only area where you can actually place them, right? Which, honestly, it's not that big. For 90 items, you can go pretty ham here, I think. Which I like a lot. It's pretty cool. Wait. What does it look like if I go up here and select that option? Okay, it still just shows that. Yeah, so, obviously, it would be nice, maybe in the future, if they ever do that, to expand the furnishing placement onto the other plots of land as well. It doesn't exactly need to be within the pasture, although I wouldn't necessarily mind that either, right? It would be cool to place like a stable, or, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff. You could place like fountains and whatnot. Well, I guess they would need to make sure that the animals wouldn't be clipping into it, so that could be a bit annoying. But then again, aren't the minions going to do that as well? I wonder what that's going to look like if they can clip into furnishings, because if that's the thing, that would be kind of weird. Guess we'll see. It is furball. Alright, for now though, since I'm not really planning on doing much here, let's just get a quick overview. So, I don't think I'm going to be able to buy too much stuff, because they're definitely going to be locked behind the progression as well. But maybe there's going to be some new things. Exclusive wares, show recently added. Yeah, there's a bunch of... Island Garlic Jester. Oh no. Didn't I just say I didn't want to get more Mandragora things? Seriously? We got 3 more? I mean, this minion is pretty cool, but honestly, I'm sorry, but these mounts are not great, like at all. That means we have 6 of these damn things now. I mean, might as well buy them, but it's honestly kind of ridiculous. Not gonna lie. Okay. Island Tomato King, Island Garlic Jester, and the Island Mandragora Queen. Yeah, I really don't like that those are mounts. Make them minions or whatever, but not mounts, please. Oops. Alright, yeah. Tomato King. I mean, look at this. They're all... Yeah, they're Mandragoras, but why though? Did these have to be mounts? Couldn't this have been like one mount that can like change its appearance or something? Yeah, not a fan. Minion, very, very cool though. Well, not this one. There we go. The Posher Otter. He looks absolutely ridiculous. Such a cool otter, right? Like, that's an otter in style. Believed to hail from the Far East, this otter was fishing out in the open sea when its boat capsized. Though it managed to find its way to a desert island, it was used as a test subject by automata and made to wear steam-powered wings and dapper attire? Oh boy, that sounds like he's maybe not the biggest fan of what he's wearing there. Speaking of steam, I think I feel some coming out of my ears. Who the hell is Regid? I mean, he looks cute though. Hopefully he knows that he looks cute. Right. Well, that's a minion. Let's see. What else did we get? Well, the barding I don't really need to look at, but this... I think I need to go here. I think this is pretty much the one that we previously had as well, just a reskin of it. I mean, it looks cool. Not exactly my favorite. It kind of looks a bit too ridiculous for my taste. It's a funny one, though. Though, I mean, this has the cute little ears, which I think I actually like better. Once again, both of them are very similar to each other, though. Let's hope that the actual rewards... I mean, last time we did get, what, like a motorbike? When we reached max rank. So hopefully that's going to be better, but... Ugh. Okay, actually nothing new here, although... Oh, we have something new here, though. Island Garden Fence. Parasol Table. Oh, you get that from here. Nice. Island Wooden Chair. Garden Creek. Mushroom Medley Lamp. And Seal the Lace Planter. Okay. It's kind of cool. And... Oh, this is just permits. Yeah, that's for the... Alright. Well, feels like that's everything that I can get for now. Okay. I want to say that's already most of what I'm able to look at. Done that. Yeah. I mean, obviously, as I said, I do want to come back here, but that's after I've done everything else. So honestly, unless I do want to do the Scholar Fairy Glamour first, I feel like we are kind of prepared to go into normal mode. Feels very, very exciting. Well, previously though, or not previously, we have to look at what happened previously. That's what I wanted to say. Where can we do that? Well, I was already in Gridania. Let's go to Ratzatan real quick, mostly because I want to check out the gear. I think... Let's see. The problem here is going to be that... Where is it? There we go. That's not new. That's not new either. Alright, looks like no BIS lists or any of that stuff are available just yet. Oh, by the way, with the new smaller names, I don't know, in crowded places, it's kind of nice. It is very small, though. I feel like I still have to get used to that. Well, normal raid gear. I really don't know. So, since I want to go for a spell speed build with my Black Mage, in theory, I could go for the normal raid gear that has more spell speed on it. But, technically, that's not optimal damage, right? Instead, it would make more sense to pentameld the crafted gear for as much spell speed as I can get. I don't know if going through the normal raid story, I should just hold off on rolling. Let's see what we're getting. Casting, Abyss's Helm of Casting. Wait, is that the new stuff? Wait a second. Am I looking at the wrong thing? I am, I think. Oh, I'm an idiot. I was. Right. I was thinking for a second, wait, why is that 630? That's because the new Savage stuff isn't in here. Oopsie. Right. I was really confused by that for a second. Right, 640. There we are. Yeah, I mean, I could technically look for any sort of spell speed based stuff here. Like this one technically would be great for my Black Mage build. But pentamelding's just gonna work better, honestly. It means that I will have to craft a full set though. But I think I'm just gonna go for it. What does this look like, by the way? Why does it look so bad? Oh, the sparkle's cute though. I really like that they're expanding on those effects. And actually, I like this a lot more than the ridiculous glowing rings that the previous raid gear had. This is a lot more subtle, but really cool. I mean, it obviously doesn't fit me at all, but it looks nice. Okay, so we get sparkly bits now. I mean, it's the usual casting ropes and stuff, though. Really not a fan of this stuff. I want to say we have like 4 of these hat thingies that look like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that it doesn't really make sense for me to go for any of the normal raid gear. The thing is, you can get quite a bit of normal raid gear, because we have this week and next week before we actually start raiding. I kind of just want to roll on that stuff though, and just buy it for my other jobs that are kind of behind on item level, I think. And I'm just gonna pentameld. Let's take a look at the other stuff though. Now I'm interested. I didn't realize that we're gonna get ooh, fancy. Not really a fan of the shoulders being like showing skin. That feels like a ridiculous weak point that doesn't need to be there, but sure. Effect is awesome. I wish they would move a bit or change or something. Alright, and then you get different colors depending on the set that you are using. I mean, those are some interesting effects. I almost want to say they're a bit too much. I mean, or not too much. That's like a weird way of putting it, but I think... So the fire rings were so ridiculous that it kind of made sense again, right? It's a bit of a weird way of putting it, but these things look a bit more subtle, but also still quite, you know, they're still really, really visible. I mean, I'm pretty sure people are gonna come up with really cool sets with these, but... So everybody else gets these cool, like, crystal things, and casters get a little sparkly action, and nothing else. Alright. Not that cool, but sure. Okay, so we have the new tombstone gear, right? Oh yeah, what does... Let me double check. Comedy tombstones. Okay, so they're... For some reason, I pictured the tombstones to be looking like Mughal stones or something. I don't know. Such a weird name. Although it fits with the naming scheme they've been going with, but... Right. So, what's the new stuff we're getting? So we probably will need a bunch of this stuff for crafting. Gonna go into that later. We get the new weapons, which apparently these are from the weapons design contest, right? I'm pretty sure. That looks awesome. That looks really cool. Finally, some decent tombstone weapons. Really, really cool designs. What the hell? Oh, that's a very subtle but very cool effect. I like it. Okay. Bit huge, but sure. Let me double check the caster stuff. I mean, that's kind of fun. Not necessarily something that I would be using, but cool nonetheless. It's definitely very different, which I had hoped they would finally do for some of the books, but as always, the books just kind of look lame. Like, look at this! This is like a curved sword all of a sudden for a Red Mage. Those are super, super different for both Black Mage and Red Mage. But no, of course, Summoner, just, you know, you get your book. Look how cool this looks. It's a little bunny sleeping on a moon. Where's the Scholar book? Well, that's not that fancy either, although the inside looks pretty awesome. Like a color palette? You're an artist all of a sudden. Oh, it even has... Aw, that looks cool. Well, at least that's something unique. What's Sage get? Oh, yeah, those things. Well, people are gonna love these. I can definitely already say that. What's the gear look like? Casting. Okay, very subtle. Ooh. Getting some fancy night robes this time. Well, at least that's a bit different than what we usually get. Some night stuff. All the rest of it isn't that interesting. That looks cool. Alright. Alright. Like that. Very quick peek at the other stuff. Alright, that's kind of... Looks a bit more appropriate for the other jobs, right? I want to say that we had... a somewhat similar set at some point in the past. Well, alright. Cool. It feels like I'm forgetting something and I don't really know what. Yeah, so... Oh, right. The crafting stuff. Let's look at the crafting log. Who would have my gear? Probably Weaver? Let's see, master recipes 10. What would that... They would be 640, right? This stuff? Yeah, armlets of casting, jacket, coat of casting. Oops. Wait. Okay! Wait, that's the casting gear? Are you kidding me? How does that... Wait. Enable die preview... Fancy. That looks kind of cool. Not exactly a big fan of the, pouch thingy. Why do we suddenly get casual clothes as crafting gear? I mean, I'm not against it. It's just very unexpected, I think. Huh. Alright. I can get behind that. But yeah, that means that I'm probably gonna try and just pentamelt this stuff with as much spell speed that I can get. There might be a specific threshold that I want to hit. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on that. I'm still not sure whether or not I should hold off on rolling on normal raid gear. I mean, I have just time to run it again, right? I'm very certain that I wouldn't really be needing, or that I wouldn't really be wanting anything from the normal raid. What's that outfit? Not you. One behind you. It's funny. Raw materials list. Magamite, Hanish cotton. So cotton is from tombstones, I think. This I probably need to collect. This I need to collect. This might be tombstones too. Loving bloom sounds like a new thing. Oh god, we need immutable solutions again. I probably should have known. Earthbreak ether sand. Well, I mean, that just means that I need to, well, definitely desynth stuff again. But I should have known that. I don't know why I didn't think about that being a thing. And a bunch of other things that I still need to be collecting. I need to look into that later. Yeah, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, especially with potentially just needing a bunch of materials for the crafted gear, it probably makes more sense to hold off on rolling on the normal mode gear until I'm absolutely certain that I won't be needing anything from it. Yeah, it seems like the better choice, honestly. Right. Okay, so there was still one other thing that I wanted to look at. And I think maybe? Question mark? What was it though? Not really, I don't think. Yeah. I'm pretty certain that I want to look at that stuff later. Just want to make sure that I just want to be absolutely certain not to suddenly accidentally not get something that I need, and you know, that would be bad. So, unless anything's missing now. Oh, right. Gonna be keeping my portraits for now, but let's see. Can we look at anything new here? I mean, if there is something new, it'll probably have to be unlocked, right? Blue Mage Divine Circle. Obtained from Kujin Framers Kits. The Ruby Sea. Oh! Ooh, so now a bunch of the other tribes that didn't have Framers Kits before now have some, it seems. Ananta? Oh, these look cool. And Namazu! Ah, well, I definitely have to get those. Wait, let me write that down. In case I forget. New tribe framers. There we go. Just so that I don't forget. Anything else? Asterix. Endwalker tribal quest progression. Oh yeah, that's from... Where is that from? Isn't that Omicron's? I thought I already did those. Adventurous Angling Framers Kits. On a Boat 5 achievement. Ooh. So you get a frame for ocean fishing now. Big fish. Go big or go... Oh, is that for if you've done the big fish achievement? Like getting all the fishes? Oh, holy shit. Mahjong Mastery, Eureka Orthos, Endwalker side quest progression, okay. So then Subterranean, yeah, I still haven't done that. Obviously, UCOB I still need to do. Top I still need to do. Aramitama. So these are the new kits from the new PvP series, I'd imagine. Okay. Well, doesn't actually necessarily look like that much new. All things considered. Right. Serious Momstones. We get a new emote. Oh, right. That's the hand to heart emote. I should have known that. Those are the Framers kits. This time around, the mount is at 25. Oh, that's where you get the ruby weapon minion. Well, that's not exactly a great reward. Traveling supporter identification. Oh, yeah, that's the weird Loperate machination that we saw a picture of in the patch notes. Okay. Still feel like I'm potentially forgetting something that I wanted to do, but I think it might be a good time to just jump into raiding. Yeah, that's the new stuff, right? Red perception. The whole crafting gathering site I'll have to go into eventually. And aside from that, let's just quickly look. Alchemist. The Great 8 Tincture of Intelligence. It's almost the same stuff, I think. Just different sand this time around. Alchemist? The hell is that? Though to the layman's eye, alchemist appears to be little more than fancy purified water, the alchemically inclined folk of Daphne insist that naught else will do. That sounds like it really is just some fancy water though, right? Okay. Well, at least these don't seem to be too difficult to craft. That's just the tombstone item, I'm pretty sure, right? And then obviously you need to get the new sand. And Culinarian, let's just quickly double check. What's the new raid food? Well, I will need to check if I potentially need spell speed, right? That's tenacity. So here we have crit and spell speed, caviar canapes, caviar sandwich. Wow, really getting fancy. Spell speed and direct hit. That's probably what I want to go for, I'd imagine. Caviar sandwich. Tandoori raptor. Spell speed and piety. Piety determination. Determination crit hit. Baked eggplant. That's probably what most people are gonna go for, right? I'd imagine. Crit skill speed. Skill speed. Direct hit determination. Honey dragon fruit. Yeah, see, that's something that I will have to look up. Whether or not it's better to use honey dragon fruit or if I can... Because these obviously will give me even more spell speed. Direct hit. Whereas these ones are just direct hit and determination. Right. And that's the previous stuff. I still need to craft these two, actually. The crafting food and the gathering food. I think I definitely need this for gathering, because otherwise I might... Although, wait, this only gives you gathering, though, not perception. Ooh. I feel like I'm gonna have trouble hitting that perception threshold with my gathering gear, because it's not pentamelded. Well, I'll have to look into that later. Let's finally get into this! Let's go to Labyrinthos and get into the raid story. No, wait, fuck. Before we do that, well, I will go to Labyrinthos, but before we do that, I'm gonna quickly double check my journal. Where the heck is Labyrinthos again? Was it? Should be close to Aporia, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, so... I will check my journey, because... Journey? Journal. Because I want to... I want to see... what we did previously. Surprisingly, not that many people here. I guess everybody who wanted to unlock it already unlocked it, huh? Oh. Hey, buddies. What are you doing here? It's the second time I've seen them here. Little alpha buddy. Always ready for the next raid here. Alright, let's chill here for a sec. Just to remind ourselves of what we actually did last time around. So, let's find them first of all. Chronicles of a New Era. Pandaemonium. Right. So, let's see if I can still get together, I think... Oh! Look at Alpha in the background! I don't think I ever saw that. So he eventually just moves over? Because last time I saw him here, I think he was only looking at the, like the crystal thingy. I never realized he was actually looking at all the, like, equipment, and... That's so cute. Look at him in the background, just checking out everything. Now he's walking back. I think he sticks around, right? They might have done it so that if you still have to do the raid quest or something, that then Alpha just sticks around here. Yeah. Well, either way, so the way the raid story started off is that we met Elidibus in Elpis in the past, and something was stirring in Pandaemonium, like something wasn't quite right. And Pandaemonium, obviously, as you recall, is... well, kind of a prison for their creations that are deemed too dangerous to just keep around Elpis, right? The whole Elpis facility is essentially like testing grounds for their creations to check whether or not what they created makes sense, right? Whether it could survive, whether or not... So what kind of influence it would potentially have over the ecosystem and environment of the planet, right? If it were to be released out in the wild. So they kind of check on that and test that in Elpis. But obviously there would be a bunch of creations that are just super, super dangerous, or where they're still sort of checking if whether or not it's worth it to keep them. So those are going to be put into Pandaemonium, right? And that's why we have all those cages and whatnot and everything going around. And La Habrea is the caretaker of that facility, right? That's what we knew. Right. As soon as we entered Pandaemonium, it became clear that something very wrong was happening. And essentially the people that were in charge of the facility kind of fused themselves with their creations as a means to become stronger. Like the Warders, I think they were called. Let's see if we can find a good jumping off point, because all the previous stuff here isn't super interesting. Right, so Erictonius is the red-headed guy that we meet, that we fight first. It was the first encounter in the first raid tier, because he wasn't quite clear thinking, right? He didn't know what he was doing. And it got revealed, as it says here, that La Habrea is actually his father, and that they had like a very troubled relationship. His father wasn't really convinced that he was, well, up to the task, if you will. Let's see, Fires of Creation. So this is the third cycle. You managed to brave the Phoenix's flames for long enough to allow Themis and Erectonius to inter it. The identity of whoever arranged this conflict goes unspoken, yet must be confronted ere you venture further into Asphodelos. The hand at work in Asphodelos reveals himself at last, as Hesperus descends from the skies to berate Erectonius for his foolishness and claim himself a Prometheus, a powerful fusion of man and creation, right? So that was his sort of plan, like Hesperus' plan was to somehow become that sort of fusion and become stronger through it. Although it wasn't entirely clear why that was an important thing at first. Declaring that he shall win the adulation of La Habrea with this form, he then attempts to bind you in arcane chains, though Themis acts quickly enough to dispel the magic and spirit the three of you away. Well, Hesperus has not followed you, blah blah blah, and then we fight him, right? Right, and then we get Erectonius reveals his fraught past with La Habrea's father. Although the jailer learned the art of shackles from said men, there is little else connecting father and son, and when Erectonius' mother, previous chief warden of Pandaemonium, passed away, La Habrea assumed her position with characteristic stoicism. Although there's surely more to the story, Erectonius changes the subject to Hesperos in the battle ahead. After some discussion, you decide that he should be tracked down with the utmost haste and sealed away with internment magics, that he might be questioned and his motives made clear. Although Hesperos' mastery of creation magics means that you must face him in an unfavorable battle, hope ever remains in your heart. Right, so there was that whole thing with Erectonius. He was really fond of his mother, but I think his mother passed away. We're gonna get into that here. Like, it's gonna be revealed later when we go through the second story part. But there were some family issues, let's put it that way. And the thing that he was supposed to be mastering are those sort of chains for the creatures, right? That apparently he had trouble with conjuring. Your hopes to detain Hesperus for questioning are thwarted when he brings an end to his own life, his essence and secrets returning to the star. While this leaves many questions unanswered, Erectonius is eager to begin rescuing his colleagues and the subjects he's charged with safekeeping. So this is, again, the end to the first Raid Wing. Themis takes control of Asphodelos, but as he does, he senses a presence from deeper within the facility, and no sooner does he inform you of this discovery then a ward appears to block your way forward. Stymied, Themis suggests withdrawing for now, that he might better gauge this new threat. With room to think, Themis concludes that Hesperos was not the one behind the chaos in Pandaemonium, which is kind of clear, right? And suggests that the true mastermind is hiding deeper underground. To progress further, however, you must find a way to surpass the obstruction blocking the entrance to Abyssos, a feat which may take some time. Themis and Erectonius encourage you to rest until you are needed once more, and perhaps in the meantime return to Aporia to appraise Professor Claudian of re-exploits. So Professor Claudian is sort of our present site of events, right? The NPC we actually report to in the end. Claudian listens to your report on the events in Elpis with both interest and growing concern. He seems convinced that your success in the past is crucial to maintaining the present, and assures you that his team will devote their every effort to aid you. You return the crystal to him so that they can continue their research into its origins. And as your allies in the past have also done, he suggests that you catch some well-earned rest until further developments occur. So that was the end to part 1, which was kind of a, well, I wouldn't necessarily say a letdown, but it certainly, well, it didn't really have that much in terms of story. A cool setup, nonetheless, and I think, well, the big sort of revelation of that was that Erectonius supposedly was La Habrea's son. And then we actually went into the next one. So I'm gonna go through all of these because I really want to catch myself up with the story as well. It's just, that's the only issue that I always have when they tell these stories, because it's 8 months between all of the raid tiers, right? So you kind of, especially with some details, you really want to go back into them and like reread what was even happening. Because I do remember the larger picture, but some of the details might definitely be lost on me. Right. So, this is the beginning of the second raid here, or was, rather. Professor Claudian can scarcely contain his excitement as he informs you that the crystal has guided him to signs of another such memory repository that yet exists in the present day. He hastily departs to search for it, but not before asking you to make sure no further danger has visited Pandaemonium. A somewhat miffed Nimgigi, these names, however, suggest first scouring the archives of Elpis for information on the failed creations interred within, that you might gain the upper hand in any future encounters. There was also that kind of crucial piece of information where apparently somehow something that might have happened in Pandaemonium sort of influenced the present as well. And we kind of need to keep that up in order to not mess with the flow of time, I guess. So, and that hasn't really cropped up again. And since now Pandaemonium seems to be sort of shifted into the present through the ethereal sea, it's going to be interesting how much time or those time shenanigans might play a role, right? You arrive at Peripateia Crystalline to see Themis speaking with one of the archivists, seemingly for the same purpose as you. He offers to share his findings, but first asks that you accompany him to the beacon in Leith, where he intends to meet an acquaintance that might shed further light upon the facility's mysteries. Themis' acquaintance is in fact a member of the Words of La Habrea, and the conversation reveals that while at first Pandaemonium's researchers received creations from Elpis, over the years their focus shifted towards creations too flawed even to be considered for submission. Furthermore, the researcher informs you that a recent report from a keyword indicated that nothing is amiss in the facility. Knowing this to be a lie, Themis hurries to Asphodelos, where Arictonius keeps a lone vigil. Right, so that was also quite interesting to me, is that apparently the sort of focus of the facility shifted over time. And, well, you really get the sense that the people in charge of it were really kind of looking for different goals and not exactly doing what they were supposed to be doing or what the original sort of intent behind the facility even was, right? As you reach the gates of Pandaemonium, you are met with the sight of Arictonius being held aloft by some unknown force. Themis dispels the bindings, and you observe their marker to be a familiar who makes vaguely threatening utterances before vanishing, though thankfully without Arictonius in tow. Only the troubled but determined Arictonius knows what transpired between him and La Habrea moments ago. Fortunately, he seems more than happy to share the conclusion to which it has led him, should you but ask. Right, and then it goes into the whole deal with his father. Arictonius is adamant that the person behind the troubles in Pandaemonium is none other than La Habrea. Themis acknowledges the possibility, but remains doubtful that La Habrea would put so many at risk for his own ambition. You all agree that the only way to find out for sure is to venture into Abyssos and meet the villain for yourselves. As you make toward the threshold to Pandaemonium's next circle, you steel yourself for what lies ahead, and then we go into the next fight. So, what became really, really interesting at that point, and what was already interesting in the whole setup to the raid series, is that it always kind of felt like the La Habrea that we knew was a very different person to the La Habrea that we meet in this questline, right? People have speculated that the La Habrea we know is actually Arictonius, but no matter how you spin it, it definitely also leaves the question of, well, did the La Habrea, because the La Habrea that we know from the Realm Reborn and Heavensward stories, I don't think he knew us, right? Nor did he realize that we were some, like, reborn ancient. So, at least I don't think he did. Maybe we're getting some huge revelation about that. Maybe he did know, and for some reason still continued on with his plans. I mean, Emetzel was kind of the same in that he sort of recognized us as being very capable, but ultimately still just simply not enough for what he wanted, people to be like. So, I don't know if La Habrea sort of... That's gonna be interesting. I'm really, really interested to find out who is La Habrea, or was La Habrea in our current time? Who did we actually kill? Well, not we, exactly. Thornton did, kind of. And, well, how does that all come together? Either way, we fought Proto Carbuncle. Your search ends quickly as your foe reveals himself, claiming to be La Habrea and offering Arictonius the chance to meet Athena once more. So Athena is his mother. He makes a convincing performance, but Themis sees through his act, declaring him an imposter. The proceedings are interrupted by the appearance of another man, the true La Habrea, who calls Themis by the name Elidibus, which obviously we knew that he was. Right, so somehow there was an imposter La Habrea. I don't really know anymore why that was a thing, though. With no reason left to hide the truth, the imitator introduces himself as Hephaestus before vanishing abruptly. Right, that was what was going on. Somebody claimed to be La Habrea. As your companions depart for the relative safety of the facility gates, Themis takes you aside to confirm that he is indeed the Convocation's emissary and apologize for misleading you. Well, we kind of knew, buddy. Away from Abyssus's horrors for the moment, Themis explains his purpose in deceiving you, but also his reasons for trusting you. With several truths revealed and many more questions waiting in the wings, your curiosity points you toward Arictonius. Right, so apparently the thing was that La Habrea kind of didn't do this, but like an imposter or something. At his son's prompting, a surprisingly cooperative La Habrea, right, that was sort of the surprise, that he suddenly just talked to us, explains that Hephaestus was an experiment born of his own negative emotions, meant to remain sealed away forevermore. Right. Now I'm beginning to remember. So he tried to sever his negative emotions from his own body, and by doing that created like a weird mirror La Habrea that was only evil, if you will, right? Although there's definitely a bunch more to it. It's not just that, right? And that's who we saw. But the actual sort of good La Habrea, although, you know, again, take it with a grain of salt, he was cooperative and talking to us. While he does not know how his so-called other half came to roam the facility unfettered, he concludes that the best means to keep him from wreaking further havoc is to destroy Pandaemonium before the barriers surrounding it are undone. Following Arictonius' stringent objection to this course, Themis invokes his position as emissary to advocate for continued investigation of the facility, that the waters might yet be saved. Right, so that was the struggle at that point. If we got rid of the whole facility, obviously everybody involved would die, even though it wasn't maybe necessarily their fault. La Habrea begrudgingly accepts this decision, but states that he will not hesitate to move forward with Pandaemonium's erasure if you are unequal to the task. Angered by his father's callousness, Arictonius stalks off. You approach Arictonius at a remove from the entrance to Abyssos. He appears to have calmed down somewhat, and even admits that La Habrea's knowledge will prove useful as you venture into Abyssos. He asks that you speak to La Habrea in his stead, as it seems the chief keyword has a special interest in you. Although La Habrea can no longer directly control Abyssos, he can yet sense the ether within. He informs you that while no creations have been set loose, the keyword Hegemon awaits your arrival. Traces of her original self remain, but corruption indicates the likelihood that she has already been transformed into a Hemitheus. You brace yourself for the battle ahead and hope that the keyword is not yet too far gone to be saved. Right, so then we went into the other battles trying to save these guys, but ultimately weren't really successful. You find her either unable or unwilling to listen to reason, though that appears to be the least of her problems. After a skin-crawling struggle with her and the parasite stitched into her flesh, your phantom party attains victory, sealing the keyword away in the hopes that the harm done to her can be reversed in the future. With your goal attained, Arictonius is convinced that La Habrea can no longer deny your strength and resolve, yet the Stygian depths of Pandaemonium await, halls echoing with the cries of Hephaestus is damned. La Habrea is impressed with your victory over Hegemon and gives you leave to proceed deeper into Pandaemonium. However, he insists that Arictonius stay behind, fearing him to be a liability during such a dangerous endeavor. So you can see the whole sort of family business and father and son not really being on equal footing here. It was kind of a frequent theme throughout all of these quests, which is cool. The water lashes out at his father, but is abruptly overcome by dark forces and spirited away to depths unknown. Time will be of the essence in determining your next course of action. Actually didn't fully remember that. Does that mean that those negative emotions he suddenly harbored towards his father meant that he was more susceptible to being taken away, I wonder? With Erictonius now at the mercy of Hephaestus' experiments, the only option is to press forward as quickly as possible to Tartarus, the deepest part of Pandaemonium. Actistis, the final keyword, stands in your way, and although she's hidden away in the facility's liminal spaces, your ether allows you to be conveyed directly to her lair. Make ready to test your mettle against Pandaemonium's most gifted keyword. So she was the tree. Hephaestus' attempts to create an immortal Hemitheus have left little of Actistis' once brilliant mind behind, which is perhaps your saving grace in overcoming her primal fury. Having emerged victorious, you stand alone in the howling void. Ere you can begin to panic about your means of return to the gates, Themis and La Habrea appear, seemingly ushered to your location as if by an outside force. As you ponder this mystery, the essence of Actistis materializes before you, and you recognize her voice as the one vaguely heard throughout your investigation. So she kind of tried to help us through the last strength she still had within her. With the last of her waning strength, she reveals a truth that La Habrea long concealed for her son's peace of mind, namely that Athena intended to use Erictonius as a test subject for her experiments. Pieces of the puzzle are beginning to fall into place, with the promise of more to be found as you make ready to confront Hephaestus at last. Right, so that's kind of the fucked up sort of family part about all of this, is that Erictonius, well, he was very fond of his mother, but his mother only acted sort of super friendly, and like she specifically tried to, well, be over caring, I guess, towards him, because she wanted him to be a test subject for her, right? And obviously, the more he loved her as a mother, the more she was able to do that and just convince him of anything she wanted him to do. And he just sadly didn't really realize that he was being manipulated by his mother so much. And I think La Habrea, well, I think we're going to get into that, but he kind of didn't really know how to deal with that, and also didn't really know that it was happening in the first place. Yeah, while La Habrea grumbles about Actistis' gall in putting his past on display, he also surmises that she was glad to face such a strong foe at the last. As close to an admission of sorrow as you are likely to hear from him. With the path into Tartarus clear, there's nowhere left to go but down. One final wish. With Pandaemonium free of Hephaestus' control, the way forward is clear of obstacles. La Habrea senses that his other half is cloistered away within the depths of Tartarus, where Athena carried out her most clandestine research. Themis makes ready to send you and the chief keyword to confront Hephaestus, that you might rid the world of his wickedness once and for all. Which, at that point, I was really, really surprised by, that it seemed like we were already fighting what you could kind of surmise was the last boss of all of this, which, you know, makes me very excited for what we're about to be doing. In the heart of Tartarus, you find yourself embroiled in a frenetic battle that sees Hephaestus taking form after form, stretching the very boundaries of creation magics. In the end, however, even the purloined power of Pandaemonium's prisoners is no match for your own, and the would-be god falls to you and your phantom band. At your heels, La Habrea stands ready to at last set right the mistake of his past. As La Habrea is about to deal the killing blow, Hephaestus shields himself with the insensate Erictonius, prompting La Habrea to at last reveal the truth of Athena's intentions before his son. A few well-placed words stir Erictonius from his stupor, and gathering what strength he can, the keyword breaks free from the magic binding him. He inters Hephaestus in an ethereal casket around which La Habrea works his own magics until all that remains is a fiery red crystal. So, that weird creation isn't entirely dead. It still exists within that crystal, which is kind of, you know, a bit concerning to think about, honestly. And it's also really, really cool that sort of realizing that the whole business with his father and mother wasn't quite what he thought it was. Arictonius sort of finally overcomes his struggles and actually is able to use his magic, which I think is a pretty cool way of including that. You take a moment to check in with La Habrea, who is impressed that his son was able to work the magic of interment so adeptly, and even verbalizes the sentiment. With the immediate threat vanquished, there are questions that demand answers and truths that demand to be told. Truth imperfect. And then we kind of get the whole family backstory here. As Arictonius regains his senses, La Habrea finally shares the story of he and Athena. Conjuring phantom visions, he tells of his discovery of her experiments and journey into Pandaemonium to stop them. Right, so he realized that she was doing those experiments and tried to stop her. It is a story of betrayal and forlorn love, which resulted in La Habrea and Athena bonding souls, and the former becoming corrupted by the latter's unquenchable thirst for knowledge. Right. So it wasn't necessarily that Athena was evil, and I think that's what I really, really liked about the story, is this idea of her simply... It's not even that she wanted to become stronger. She just wanted to know, right? She was so focused and so determined to really unravel, you know, the very depths of life and creation magics itself, that she didn't really care what she was doing, right? All that she wanted was knowledge, and she was determined to do anything she could to gain it, right? And to receive that knowledge. To the point where they even like had this bonding thing going on, where they kind of stuck their souls together, and that's why he had to sever his soul as well, because part of it was still bonded with her, right? To save himself, La Habrea was forced to cut away a part of his soul and seal it within a crystal. Yet even this was a part of Athena's scheme, as the crystal was used to imbue a vessel with life, creating Hephaestus, right? So she had kind of wanted to do that, so she more or less tricked him into loving her, and then she could use that part of him to sort of strip it away from his soul and create someone else entirely out of it, really. Which is pretty fucked up when you think about it. With the truth of the matter laid bare at last, all that remains is to return to the surface. While there is yet more Arictonius would say on the revelations which just transpired, he bids the group return to Pandaemonium's entrance, where the scars of the past do not linger. Arictonius thanks you and Themis for your efforts in aiding Pandaemonium, and in helping him understand his father. While questions remain as to the details of Hephaestus' experiments and Arictonius' role in them, La Habrea assures you that they are better left unanswered. When the topic of conversation turns to crystals, Themis remarks that the ether contained in the crystal you first showed him bore no resemblance to Hephaestus', and wonders who might have sent it, a mystery of great interest to all present. As the others await such time as you are able to return with the crystal, they will set free the other warders and inquire if any among them sent its message floating upon the ethereal sea. So, we have those crystals that somehow do something, and nobody really knows who sent them or why they exist, I guess? You return to Claudian's laboratory to find a flustered Rusino, who informs you that Claudian has gone missing and an unusual confluence of energy has been detected in the ethereal sea. Together you rush to the Itioscope and are met with the sight of Pandaemonium floating in the once empty void, which is really fucking crazy. Moments after, Fauchenal Levelier arrives as well, evidently drawn by the marked fluctuation in energy. Upon hearing your story, he deftly maps out a tentative course of action. Ishgard will be asked to aid in a search for Claudian, and the brightest minds in ethereal research will be gathered to keep track of changes in the ethereal sea. For the time being, he asks you to stand by to assist him when the next step is decided. He departs to make his own report to the forum, leaving you and Rusino behind to process what just occurred. Before turning his wandering attention to his own report, Rusino surmises that the hand behind Professor Claudian's disappearance may also have summoned Pandaemonium to the present. Like your allies in an age-long past, he asks that you rest, warning that whatever may come, it is bound to demand your full strength. That's where we were. That's where we left off. Really crazy. I feel like we didn't really get that much information on those crystals about what they potentially mean, or how they were created, why they all exist. And then, yeah, everybody was kind of up in arms, obviously, about the whole Pandaemonium business suddenly appearing in the Ethereal Sea, so... yeah, whatever that's about. Let's find out. Eater of Souls. Wow. Well, we're starting off quite dramatically, I guess. What's going on? Ah, I had a feeling it would arrive soon. Urgent tidings always seem to carry you in their wake after all. And Master Fortuno recently sent word regarding his investigation. It might be due to that weird exclamation mark above your head. I don't know. It seems he's uncovered information regarding Professor Claudian's whereabouts and the sudden appearance of Pandaemonium in the Ethereal Sea. We would do well to meet with him at once. We definitely would. If you have no objections, I ask that you proceed to the Itoscope forthwith. I shall make the necessary arrangements and join you shortly. Alright. Let's go down there. Ha! I have been made aware of your coming. Please use the lift here. Yeah, I really don't know what to make of this. This is still such a cool... Coming here for the first time in Endwalker, you know, during the main story, was pretty cool. Not gonna lie. I really don't know where the story is going to be going. And I'm really, really excited for that, because I want to say that has never really happened with the raid story so far. There she is, the Ragnarok. Still such a cool ship. And it's really awesome that the music is still like this. Wait, what's the whole... I think it's over there. We're also for some reason getting the new quest marker, it seems. Huh. Which makes me wonder what exactly that's going to entail. Because it was quite weird how it was worded in the patch notes, all things considered. Like, apparently it's something about escort quests, but then at the same time, why do we need a quest, like a special quest mark of that? I'd honestly forgotten how big the space is. Alrighty. So this is where we entered the dungeon in the Endwalker main quest. Passage to the Itoscope. I mean, look at that. It literally just is Pandaemonium, but in the Ethereal Sea for some reason. How does it even work? Like, why would the structure itself... I would get, like, souls or something moving over, but the structure itself? I mean, sure, it's creation magics and whatnot, but... that seems like a rather weird thing to happen, honestly. I love, though, that we're allowed to walk around here. It's such an awesome place. It still kind of blows my mind what this is supposed to represent, right? Because, like, the Ethereal Sea is this weird, almost like a plasma right? Where matter, but specifically matter that can create life, comes together in this sort of floating space that we're not quite sure what kind of physical sort of form it can even take. Then that matter can also crystallize and it's sort of energy, but can also store and have information about like past people and their, you know, memories and so on. Yet at the same time, the Sharlians were able to build actual structures in here to look at this area, right? I mean, I don't know, something about this is just so crazy to me, because it feels like you're literally building, I don't know, it's as if you're building a, like a facility within an atomic reactor or something, like within a fusion reactor. That's what this feels like to me. So, yeah. Bit crazy, all things considered. Although that does also bring up the question, why would Pandaemonium be here? Like, does it just appear to be here for us? Or, like, does physical space even really exist within here? I mean, clearly something has drawn it over here, right? Oh, that's just the, I was gonna say, that looks kind of... At first I thought that there were some weird creatures moving about there, but those are just the statues that were on the entrance to Pandaemonium. Why are you glowing? What does that indicate? Fortuno is here too. Well, I mean, it does look like a, you know, very urgent task, so I thank you for wait. What was his voice again? Not that I could ever do that, but I thank you for answering my summons with haste. Let us forgo formalities and jump straight to the heart of the matter. Namely, the whereabouts of Professor Claudian, who has not been seen since his ill-advised journey to Azizla. A subsequent expedition discovered an airship in the vicinity of the Etherochemical Research Facility. Although the vessel clearly belonged to the professor, he was nowhere to be found. I don't remember exactly what, like... Why did they want to go to the Etherochemical Research Facility? There were signs that someone, perhaps the man himself, had forced their way into the facility, so his trail was duly followed. However, the trail led nowhere, in the most literal sense. It was almost as if an entire sector of the facility had been wrested from existence. From Azizla? Wait, what? Further investigation confirmed the expedition party's suspicions. Nigh on an entire sector of Azizla has been teleported elsewhere? Are you kidding me? Teleported? To where? We believe that its destination was none other than the Ethereal Sea. Here were its elegant facilities reconstituted as the halls of Pandaemonium, to great success, as you can see. Hold on a second, so they... what? I feel like I'm missing something there. So they teleported a part of Azizla. I mean, that's also like a giant research facility, if you will. You could kind of, since, for example, they interred the Warring Triad there, there's definitely a similarity in that the Allagans kind of created their own version of Pandaemonium, if you will. But, I mean, their technology and the way they were doing things is still very, very different to creation magics from the ancients, right? I mean, we are in the ethereal sea, so it does make sense that potentially those things could just be kind of freely transformed, since it's just free-flowing ether at that point, right? And made into something else, but then why Azizla specifically? So that means Professor Claudian is in there? In that monstrous fortress? That is our leading theory. We are certain enough, at least, to risk sending you into its depths in search of the missing man. Okay. Yet before we do, there is another pressing matter. While Pandaemonium may appear firmly sealed, an unknown entity was recently spied crawling forth from its gates. So, while it was firmly sealed, does that mean that it still had the seal on that potentially, you know, Erictonius / La Habrea put on it? Last time we were there in Elpis? We observed its behavior with the Itioscope, and to our horror, witnessed it gorging upon the surrounding ether like a ravenous beast. Yeah, that's not good. What? It must be stopped. The ethereal sea harbors the souls of the departed. 'Tis the wellspring from which all creatures are born. If its flow were disturbed, life itself might cease to be. Also, I'm kind of, you know, I feel like a creature that can absorb, like, literally everybody's, like, or from all the dead people, all of their ether, can potentially grow very, very strong. It's certainly not something you want to happen, right? Precisely. Its safety must be our first priority. Rid us of this menace. Then we will be at liberty to investigate what wicked machinations are afoot. Alright. I can do that. Thankfully enough, I feel like there's going to be like a party of 7 that's just going to randomly appear. Although maybe we're going to employ Azem's crystal now that we're in the present again. This memory crystal was recovered from Claudian's airship. Take it with you. It may yet provide some insight into the enigma of Pandaemonium. Memory crystal. Alright. What's up with those crystals? It's so... like, they seem to be majorly important, but sometimes are getting kind of glossed over. Without Themis, there will be no army of phantom warriors. I realize you are more than capable in combat, but are you certain you'll be alright? Hey, don't worry about it. Themis isn't the only one who can summon our illusory allies. As long as I'm free to focus on my foe, there's no one to worry about. Yeah. Let's maybe not go into depths about how we're like conjuring up people constantly. That's the spirit. I would lend you my arms, such as they are, but I believe I'll be more useful in the provision of information and non-martial support. Yeah, that's fine. I shall gather researchers from the confluence to construct a means to convey you to your destination. The rest is in your hands. Alright, let's do this. Right into the first battle. I always like that. I think they've definitely found their stride in terms of how they're telling these raid stories. Sure, there's maybe a different world where they're much more involved and much more lengthy, but I feel like, you know, you always have to consider that some people just want to raid. And so I feel like it's a sort of a good point in between. At this depth, the ethereal sea itself poses little real danger, but we know not what else awaits you. I shall monitor your health from a distance that we might leap to your aid should a crisis be at hand. Right, we have to remember that, I mean, that was a concern when we went in here on our quest to look for Heidelin in the main story of Endwalker, is that apparently if you go further down, right, the, I guess, surrounding energy of this place can mean that your own ether, like your very being, your very essence, can just dissolve. And, well, that would be bad, right? So that's why it's so difficult to study this, and why the Sharlians had to build all of these, well, almost literal telescopes to kind of look from afar at the ethereal sea. Which I think is a pretty cool concept, honestly. In truth, my days are stuffed to the brim, what with all the record-taking and document fetching, but worry not, the knowledge that the realm's survival hinges on my efforts sustains me. Alright. Well, guess it's time then. Anabasius? Is that how you pronounce that? Did they have to pick names that are so similar? Asphodelis, Abyssos, and Anabasios. Anabasios? Picture's really cool. Like a blotch of dark ink on a serene canvas, Pandaemonium now floats foreboding upon the ethereal sea. From its gates has emerged a beast with an insatiable appetite for souls, and his feast threatens to sever the flow of life itself. Although Pandaemonium's mysteries beckon to you from the darkness, you must first quell this immediate threat to the star. One thing that I kind of forgot about, and that I sadly will have to do really, really quickly, is I'm just going to buy a bunch of stuff for my tombstones, because I just realized that otherwise, because they're capped currently, and even though it's not that many, it would be kind of waste, right? So let's see. Spend some causality stones. So alchemist I will definitely need for my potions. And cotton and the grinding fluid, I already saw that I require that for my gear. Let's just grab, I don't know, 20 of these. I feel like that's fine for now. Get over here. And then very quickly return to Labyrinthos. There you go. Banned forever. What kind of name is that? But yeah, just makes more sense to do that because, I mean, with all four normal rates, it's gonna be about 80 tomestones. So I mean, that's like what, 12 potions or something. It's kind of want to have that, right? Let's just fly over there again. No second RP walk, because technically we didn't really do this. Oh, wait, I never realized that's a thing? Wait a second, since when? I never realized they could do that. So you cannot fly in here, but you can fly on the outside? Apparently that is something they can do now. How did I never realize that? I guess I always went on foot? Wait a second, so when did they do that? I guess this was always this way ever since Endwalker released? Huh. Also, wasn't this symbol like... I think the symbol just means that you're going to be transported to a different area, doesn't it? Why was the description of that so weird in the patch notes? Or maybe it's not about that? Because it's still here? No idea, it's like really weird. What is that supposed to tell me, that little arrow on the quest marker? Does it just tell me that I'm going to be transported somewhere else again? But this is an instance. Or that it's going to lead to an instance? I don't get it. Very weird. Right. Let's do this. God, I'm really excited. So hopefully we're going to be finding a party really quickly. Usually you don't have to wait long, even as a DPS on launch day. I don't really know what to make of this. The weird thing is, right? So apparently now there is this ether eating thing that emerged from Pandaemonium. And because because Pandaemonium is currently located in the Ethereal Sea, there's a big threat that this thing will just, I guess, eat all the souls. Would it be possible to eat the entire Ethereal Sea? How would that even work? I mean, I guess we don't really want to find out, but... I don't know, somehow it seems like a kind of a strange thing to me. Because, like... what exactly does that mean? It's just, I think the one thing I'm just struggling with here is that it's sort of the first fight. You go into it really quickly, so it's clearly not like a super big threat or anything super special or, you know, in some form or other overly important, but it's also not unimportant. It's a bit of a weird thing that they would point us, you know, in this direction this way, because it's... I don't know, something about it just feels off a bit. But then again, that is definitely a little bit of the struggle of these, you know, raid scenarios, is that you... that looks really cool, by the way, is that they... well, they still need to come up with encounters, right? And I do wish that they sometimes would, like, looking at the past raids and stuff that we've gotten, well, pretty much ever since I started playing the game, which was towards the end of Heavensward. But even in Heavensward itself, so, and even in UCOP for that matter, if you really look at all the raids that have existed, then I would say, even though they definitely find a way to, well, to introduce multiple enemies and to make sense of it being a raid, right? To have sort of this idea of, hey, we're going to be fighting, you know, a couple things more or less back to back, and there needs to be a reason for why that is happening, right? So, I feel like sometimes I wish there would be, I don't know, enemies that were just better characterized. Because usually it kind of ends up being this weird thing where, oh, well, this thing's in the way, this thing's in the way, this thing's in the way, and then we're fighting the big baddie, right? The one that we've heard about all this time and the one that needs to be fought against. I mean, there are some things, I think, where it worked better. So, for example, in AlphaScape, in the Omega Raid series, towards the end, we basically fought Omega twice. Once in his beetle form, in once Omega MNF, and then obviously Final Omega in Savage, which I felt like made a lot of sense. Also, Midgard Sommer was a pretty cool encounter for lore reasons, not so much the encounter itself, though, although it wasn't bad. But everything else in Stormblood before that was essentially just, oh, hey, let me test your strength. And that was it. And, well, at least in Eden, in Shadowbringers, they tried it a little bit differently. I mean, there are a couple of encounters I feel like... So, for example, the second encounter... Well, the first encounter is cool because you're kind of fighting Eden right away. I thought that was neat. To sort of take over the structure itself, right? then you're fighting this weird thing that is holding Gaia in his hands. So that's also kind of cool because it introduces you to her, even though it takes some time to be finally able to speak to her. That only happens in the second tier. But I guess it's kind of neat that the enemy sort of only really exists to introduce you to her, right? And then what else do we get? So what was the third encounter? Oh yeah, well then we're going into the whole, oh yeah, we're reimagining the primals to be able to draw out specific ethereal energies from that big crystal. And the idea of that was great. The execution, I mean, the fights were cool, don't get me wrong, but it was, I think the biggest issue was that it kind of, as soon as they went with that, you know, pretty much 5 to 6 fights were already predetermined. You already knew, all right, we're going to be fighting the same primals that we fought in A Realm Reborn. And yeah, I wasn't really the biggest fan of that. What else was there? What was the first encounter in the second Eden Raid here? Trying to remember. Wait a second, which one was that? Because you fight Garuda Ifrit. That's like a combined fight. That's the second one. Before you fight Leviathan and Titan. So that's 4, and Shiva comes last, right? What was the first one? Why do I... Which one's missing there? Oh, Ramu! Yeah, that was a pretty cool fight. But yeah, I mean, it was... They've definitely had, I would say, storytelling-wise, sometimes they struggled with... You know, really coming up with enemies that make sense. And there's the music. I think we got a sneak peek of the music in the live letter, but it sounds pretty awesome. So he's doing what exactly? He's collecting souls? Ether? Of different elements? And yeah, we're gonna go in with Zem's crystal. No need for the weird ghost party anymore.
My feast must not end. My feast must not be interrupted.
Okay. Mythic creation. Cocytus. I wonder if we're gonna find out more about him, or if he really just is some sort of, you know, oh hey, by the way, we need to deal with you. Well, we got kind of a sneak peek in the life letter for this guy, right? Oh yeah, I think having the colors on the... Okay, calm down, buddy. Having the colors on the different party members is actually really, really cool. Gluttony's Augur, that's probably a rate, right? Okay, I like this music. Ravening. It's not a tank buster, it looks like. Okay, so he ate something? Oh, that's an insanely big asylum. I just realized that's from the White Mage, right? Fire 3. Alright. Okay. Oh. Okay, so those are just fire AoEs. That voice acting, man. Okay, so those just seem like expanding fire AoEs. And ice is getting smaller. Okay. Ah, and now he's doing both at the same time. Ah, okay, so you essentially, you need to be standing inside While the eyes... Okay, still... That was a lot of room still, though. Global spell. Oh, boy. Of course, a healer DCs. With bleed. Okay, that's in a rate weight with bleed, apparently. Now he's eating something else. So the Ravening cast seems to be indicating what he will be doing next.
And I'm only happy to oblige.
Oh, wait. Are those the different essences he's sucking up? Archaic Rockbreaker. Yeah, it is. So he is also turning into, like, different... Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Ah, that's cool. That's like the Ruby weapon mechanic. Oh, boy. Okay, that was the second one that I didn't realize was gonna happen. Oh, well, bye-bye. You can just do the other stack without me. Gluttony Zolgar. Okay, so his voice changed too, though. That's what I wanted to say the entire time. So his voice changed with... I kind of thought that, you know, it's like he's really drawing in different essences from different people, huh? Rhea combination? Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty straightforward. Huh. Kind of was expecting him to be doing different things with all of his, you know, ether and stuff. Seems like he has just a bunch of sort of standard AoE things as well, if you will. Okay, now he's... That's Wind Essence. Isn't that just a personal AoE, or what is that doing? Oh, okay. Alright, that's gonna be really, really interesting, I feel like, in Savage. So you need to place the AoEs in a way where the knockback is gonna, well, essentially knock you towards the correct distance, right? Oh, I like his sound design, though. Okay, so tanks need to be further away. And then he's doing something from the middle of the run. Alright. Such cool sound design. What the hell? Like that rumbling sound? Really cool. Yeah, okay, that's what I was... Because I thought that I heard that, like, that was sort of Titan themed. So what he's doing here is he's essentially drawing in, like, I don't know where the stack marker went, honestly. He's drawing in essences from all kinds of creations and beings that we fought over time, and just recreating their abilities, because obviously that was the Behemoth thing, right? The Ecliptic Meteor. Okay, so now he's eating some ice essence. Okay, so the normal mode already looks pretty cool, I have to say. Like, there's a lot of stuff you could do with this. I just hope they're actually gonna do it. Ice Flame Summoning, alright. So, okay, that works kind of like E11. So it shows you one thing, and that's going to be expanding. What's that voice acting, though? Okay, and now he's going to do both things back to back, I'd imagine? Oh no, it's just that again. Oh, so, clever. So this time the fire actually did not expand, but the ice did, because he was showing the ice. Oh, I should have added this one. Oh well. I really, really like his design. He honestly reminds me of Chaos from '09, which was probably one of my favorite, or not, well, probably the favorite first fight that we ever got of mine. Oh, I stood in the... Yeah, now I see. I stood in the blue knockback circle last time. I didn't even see that it was there. Oh boy. I like that so much. Okay, where the hell is he looking there? Okay, so the front combination bits, those can be either in or out in combination with front or back. That's probably the lamest thing that he's doing, honestly. Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to doing these fights multiple times. At least this week, right? Because it'll tell us about what we might expect from Savage. That was a really awesome normal mode, I have to say. I really, really hope that they'll be doing a lot with this in Savage. I mean, you can kind of already gauge what we're gonna see. So we get like 4 distinct phases, and then he's gonna have different variants on, you know, for example, the ice, where he can either do flames or ice. There's probably gonna be something else there in Savage too. All right, so let's just pass on it for now, just to make sure to not accidentally roll on something here. Yeah, might as well comment the tank. As always, do your portraits. I'm not gonna comment you if you haven't got a portrait. Right, I think we can just leave. Although, let's maybe take a little bit of a look at the environment here. Although, I mean, there isn't really that much special about it. It looks really good, though. But it's essentially the ethereal sea, right? And different crystals that he, like, gorged on. So, it was very interesting. He definitely sucked up, like, a bunch of different energies, and he essentially was using, you know, different... Oh, hello. That music I haven't heard in a while. Wait, aren't you Athena? Is that her? Did she, like, leave behind some sort of image of herself in, like, the past that she could influence the present to... What? Impressive work. Their memories of your tenacity were not embellished in the slightest. What is happening? Alright, pretty much felt like she actually sort of set up a test right here for us. I still can't really get over the fact that what we just fought was essentially an amalgamation of a lot of different enemies over the course of our journey. And their mechanics as well. Bunch of really cool stuff there. Well, I just really hope they're going to be doing some interesting bits and pieces with it in Savage. Why are you here? Do not be alarmed. A proper introduction will set your mind at ease. Why do I feel like the introduction will alarm me? I am Athena, chief keyword of Pandaemonium, wife to La Habrea, and mother to Erictonius. Yeah, thanks for the recap. And it is I who made Pandaemonium anew in the underworld. It's so interesting. Well, I guess the name Ethereal Sea has really been a name that was given to it by the Sharlians, right? I don't think that anybody else really called it that before. So they called it the underworld. Although, I mean, how much of it, or how much did they know about it? I guess a lot, right? Now that I'm really thinking about it, I don't think we've really gotten any sort of deeper lore into how the ancients were engaging with the ethereal sea, really. I mean, sure, they could use creation magics and essentially conjure up, or using that ether to conjure up things and even living beings at will, and also move it back to the ethereal sea, right? So in a sense, they engaged with it in a very, very direct way. But isn't that kind of weird, since their dead, like, relatives would also be in there? But then again, they also view dying as like a privilege, right? So they would definitely have a little bit of a different look at it altogether. And I mean, I'd imagine that's why Vina was able to do what she was doing in the first place, because she was, well, essentially creating the mother crystal within the ethereal sea, right? And then Zodiark himself also is kind of a product of what they were able to do with it, right? Because, I mean, that's really, you kind of tend to forget about that because they're like, oh yeah, half of our people were sacrificed to Zodiac. Yeah, all of that happened, but that kind of glosses over the sort of physical reality of what they were doing, in that they kind of really ripped sort of half of the planet's life force away, literally, to enshroud the whole planet in sort of a cloud of ether so that Meteon couldn't reach it anymore with her dynamis power. So that was a very real sort of physical, I guess, manipulation that they did, right? It's really interesting to think about it like that. Okay, how are you still alive, though? Her eyes are kind of, I mean, they're very beautiful, but they're very piercing. Cool design. In a manner of speaking, I am the source of all your recent troubles. I must say I did not imagine I would meet you in this age. A slight miscalculation, but perhaps a fortunate one. For your deeds in the past have left quite an impression on me. Yeah, how are you... Oh wait, I mean, we are still in the ethereal sea, so maybe she's not alive at all? I understand you have reason to be wary, but I assure you there is no need. I know not what La Habrea has taught you of me, but all that I have done out of sincere scientific curiosity. Yeah, but that's kind of the problem here. I mean, scientific curiosity is one thing, but, you know, like, doing some fucked up shit to real people is another? That appetite yet remains, even after my rebirth. Conflict is the furthest thing from my mind, and I ask that you at least hear me out before brandishing your weapon. I mean, might as well. Although... maybe there's a reason as to why she's not in a hurry to fight. Like, maybe she still needs to materialize something, and that takes time. Either way, so... what exactly happened? Does that mean that she has done some sort of experiment that would allow her to... Because, I mean, the reason for why living beings cannot just... I mean, we can sort of resurrect them, right? If their death was but recent and maybe not of natural causes, their ether and their soul still remains in here, right? Now, one thing that the ancients were able to do, and I guess we've known that for a very long time, is that, and that's why the Asians, as we called them back then, were able to sort of jump from body to body, is because their ether would remain intact, right? Whereas our ether, if we die, sort of disperses slowly over time. Their ether, I guess, stays together. Doesn't that imply that they all kind of still float around in here? Couldn't they all be reborn? Like, what did she do specifically to be able to appear here again? Give Claudia back! So you have no intention of halting your research. Let's go with that. It sounds more sophisticated than the other two options, honestly. I have not endured this long journey to let my dream of godhood go unrealized. The souls of the ethereal sea and the man you call Claudian are indispensable to my work. Why Claudian, though? What? It seems so random to pick a person from our age to be that guy, right? I guess he's very capable in ethereal research. What's this whole godhood thing, though? I mean, you're really capable. Like, what more do you want other than, like, you can already create life at will. What more do you want? Seriously. Worry not. Retreat all my tools with care, especially those with which I will grasp godhood. Right. You calling him a tool is really gonna convince me of your sincerity. I mean, honestly, she's probably sincere. It's just that what she wants to do is still pretty fucked up, so... You are as stubborn as La Habrea, I see. Although I speak in earnest, you refuse to hear the meaning of my words. Perhaps you would be better served by a different teacher. I really, really like her character, though. That's so cool. That is something that is not really explored that much. I think I even used those different words, those very same words, not different words, very same words when I was playing through the previous chapter in this raid story, is that her flaw is this curiosity for knowledge, right? So she's not evil at all. Not really, anyways. She's just a sociopath, actually. Right? She doesn't really see life as being something to be preserved or meaningful. It's just a tool for her research. Which, funnily enough, and that's the most interesting part about all of this to me, since they can manipulate ether that much, right? It kind of, I don't know, it sort of puts a different spin on it, right? I mean, in our world, if you're a sociopath, then yeah, like life is definitely something special. Life is something that we cannot really manipulate as much as we want, right? And we don't even know if we should really, even if we could. But for them, it's something entirely different, right? I don't know, it's such a weird, well, it's still, from our perspective, it's really, really fucked up, and it's really difficult to sort of see it any other way. But let's say you're really sort of fond of a pet that you have, right? Imagine if you were really just, if you had it in you to just at will sort of, you know, snap your finger like Emmett Selk and create a cat or a dog, but at will, the way you want them to be and look like and act, right? I wonder how many people would, you know, maybe as soon as they realized, oh, maybe I don't really like that particular trait of my cat, so let's just get rid of it, you know, and create a new one that I like more. How many people would maybe sort of just change pets every, I don't know, month because they thought it was cuter to do it that way? Really just becomes a whole different perspective, right? When you're capable of such power. And suddenly the word sociopath doesn't really hold that much meaning anymore if you can literally work life as if it was a tool. Luckily, you already possess the tools I require to make one for you. What? So that's the memory crystal we had, right? Yes, that crystal teems with memories. Memories of two souls you know quite well. La Habrea and Erictonius. Oh, wait a second. So I didn't even really realize that was happening. So those two were the ones that like called out to us? Somebody's writing me, sorry about that. I shall stitch them into the fabric of two errant souls, that with their help you may come to see clearly. Yeah, she's pretty much like fucking with life again. Okay, that sounds pretty wrong. Wait, so yeah, it was sort of their remaining ether memory that called us? So they created that memory crystal in the hopes that somebody would find it and be able to stop Athena because they realized... Yeah, that must have been it, right? So, because in the past, they realized they couldn't stop her, so they created the memory crystal to make sure that we would find it to be able to stop her now. You... How? Where are we? Surely these two have much to tell you of me, and I would have you listen. Perhaps then you shall better understand me. My desire for godhood. Yeah, you're not really painting a better picture of yourself there, lady. I mean, didn't they already kind of explain that to us? There is another, but their soul has proven difficult to work with. However, with these memories, I may very well manage to weave together something presentable. You have a place in my plans. I do hope that in time, you come to realize that cooperation is the best path forward. Wait, we have... What does she know about the... What? The... That was an actual big threat, I want to say. So... I'm not fully grasping yet. Did she just... somehow... make it so that she or her essence would survive, but then... I mean, we are like part of a Zem, right? Maybe that's what she was talking about. That was a very curious reference either way. I have little understanding of where we are, yet somehow I am unsurprised to find you here. At present, I have more questions than answers. Perhaps you can help me address this inequity. Is there somewhere we can speak without fear of interruption? I mean, can you even leave this place? I don't... It's just over there? Can we? I guess she just sort of added more ether to their memories, and that's how they can now exist. I love how they're just casually, oh yeah, you know, by the way, these two are here, those two are there. What a weird thing, right? I mean, it was crazy enough when we went into Elpis, right? This is a whole nother level. The thing that I'm struggling to grasp here is just that suddenly we're able to sort of just recreate people out of memories. I mean, I guess they're not the actual La Habrea and Erictonius, but rather like an imitation of them. The Ethereal Sea is really something else, isn't it? Alright, give me a second here, because I'm starting to kind of freeze. Very quick break. I'm going to close my windows and also just move a bit, and I'll be right back. Hello, welcome back. Let's do this. Let's do the raid. Let me swap this over. There we go. Back to dialogue. Are these two guys, like, do they mind that the other two are here, I wonder? One with an aura of overwhelming authority, and another that seems uncomfortable in his own skin. Believe I understand just well enough to be thoroughly intimidated. How unexpected. I do hope we can consider them allies. I mean, I don't even know of the real deal yet, so maybe we should kind of hold off on that judgment for a while. Some hints I can glean from the surroundings, but I would prefer you simply cut through this knot of questions. I don't know how long it's been, but it's good. It's as good as ever to see your face. Would that it were under more conventional circumstances. Just where are we, and what events have led to this unexpected reunion? How does that work? How can you just be alive out of a memory all of a sudden? I feel like there's a big part that we're glancing over here. Yes, I remember you telling us about this memory crystal. To think that it contained our memories. Yeah, we didn't know that up until this point, right? I mean, it kind of makes sense now that I'm really thinking about it, but... That also means they created... Well, or rather, whoever created this memory crystal must have done so for this specific purpose, right? So that we would be able to call them back? Huh. That is very weird indeed. This is a lot to take in, not least of all the fact that you hail from the future. I searched for you after a time, but could find no trace. Now I know why. So at least Erictonius here definitely still knew about us then. But La Habrea didn't? What's up with you? How did you... What's up with the La Habrea that we knew? Is that somehow... Because now I'm getting the feeling that he might have been some sort of resurrected version of us. Or not us, but the... some resurrected version of Hephaestus in our time. But that doesn't make sense either, because Emmett Selk and Elidibus would have known that, right? Huh. How does that work? Our age had its share of surprises, if my memories are to be believed. The supposedly world-ending final days came upon us. Yet here we are, and a future where you at least exist. Yeah, how does that work? Do we overcome the despair that befalls us? Do we find a way to live on? Because, I mean, it seems like the memory crystal was taken just from a specific point in time, right? So there's still memories in a way. Questions without simple answers, it seems. Let us take heart that life endured in some form. As but memories, we may never have the luxury of the larger picture. Yeah. Also, shouldn't you be, like, taller? I just realized that. How come he's not as tall as the ancients? Regardless, now that it has come to pass, this future must be protected from Athena's scheming. Let this conviction guide our every action. Alright, we just glanced over that fast. Right. I mean, they are memories, fair enough, but I guess that also means that they don't really need all the answers. Agreed, but as memories given fleeting form, we are bereft of any physical or magical talents. We cannot aid you in battle. Okay, well that makes a whole lot more sense now, because otherwise this would have been weird. Nay, Athena meant us to speak, and nothing more. But though we may be tools, we need not be slaves to her whims. We will tear ourselves from her grasp and shatter her ambitions. I must wonder how she knew of our history with him. I mean, she had to have been watching over Pandaemonium this entire time, right? Well, likely she possessed some means by which to observe events within Pandaemonium, either while they were occurring or after the fact. Regardless, her knowledge far exceeds our own. A shortcoming we must remedy at once. Yeah, I mean, so... Wait a second, what? So the thing that we dealt with in the last raid tier was his weird sort of memory side, not Athena. She was supposedly dead at that point, right? I guess she wasn't then. Or clearly she wasn't. I wonder if in her quest for godhood or immortality, although they were already immortal, right? That's the weird part about it. Like, the ancients, at least from our perspective, were already as close to a god as you can pretty much be. I guess she just wanted to be stronger or something? Because what exactly did she do? Did she somehow fuse herself with the whole facility? I guess I could see that happen. So they assumed she was dead because she wasn't around anymore, but she in fact just switched her ether into, or transferred her ether into something, and that's how she's still around, and that's how she was able to pretty much see what was going on as well. We would do well to learn more of the Pandaemonium now dominating the landscape of souls. Your colleagues will doubtless prove to be of value in that respect. As soon as they can overcome their fear of approaching you, yeah, sure. I'm sure that works. Ooh, I think I need to go for determination, if I'm not entirely mistaken. Are those two over there researchers from this era? We must share what we know at once, that we might piece together this vexing puzzle. How does this even still work? Aren't we like completely fucking timelines here? Or I guess, because I mean in Endwalker, or in the main story, it kind of turned out that everything was sort of a loop, and it only worked because, well, most people's memories were erased. Then again, I mean, Heidelin's were not, but she also, well, she knew that and worked in a way where it wouldn't influence past or future, or where nothing would be broken, I guess. And how exactly does that work? Because isn't that like, what if Athena now wants us to do something that would potentially influence the past in a way where our future doesn't even exist anymore? Wouldn't that be possible? Pandaemonium awakens. Well, that doesn't sound ominous at all. I also like the background there. La Habrea is eyeing the frightened researchers with a mix of curiosity and derision. Why do your companions hesitate to approach? We may be unusual visitors, but time is of the essence. Bring them here. Can we, like, talk to you about... I guess he wouldn't know about that, would he? If he is, in fact, like a memory taken from a specific point in time, this La Habrea would know nothing about what he potentially did in our time, right? Or later in his life, if you will. Although you may be but a confluence of memory, it is an honor to meet the personages I have only read of in his reports. As a researcher, this is beyond exciting, but I admit to no small measure of fear as well. I know what you mean. I can scarcely stop my legs from shaking. I mean, yeah, I can understand. Imagine if you were researching, I don't know, Aristoteles, right? And then somehow, like some weird piece of crystal or something that he owned would sort of conjure up a living, or well, almost living, but definitely breathing and speaking memory of the person you've been researching potentially your entire life. Imagine what kind of crazy thing that would be. Even in this world, that's insane to think about, honestly. We're powerless to do aught but speak. I see no reason why you should be afraid. Well, it's not fear of you guys, it's fear of the situation, I suppose. Yeah. It isn't my life I fear for. I only fear that I might not have the chance to ask you all the questions now burning a hole in my mind. We stand before two of the ancients who hold priceless knowledge beyond the ken of any of our peers. But what purpose does fear serve if not to be confronted and conquered? To that end, we shall share with you our records, and perhaps together we can find the thread which will lead us safely out of this conundrum. Information shall be our most precious resource, for that is the only weapon we can wield in these forms. Our memories are at your complete disposal. Okay, now I'm questioning, though, what's Athena's goal? Because on the surface, she's now just given us a possibility to, like, speak to them and possibly come up with a plan to stop her, which she must be aware of, right? So why would she think this was a good idea? Or what exactly does she want these two to convey to us that convinces her that it would convince us to stand on her side? Huh. Well, I guess at the end of the day, okay, we do know her goal. It's attaining godhood, but I mean, there must be something beyond that, because why? What does she want to do with that power, I guess? We can start with Athena, whose thirst for discovery would see all life consumed. Her desires haven't changed. Still, she seeks to transcend her mortal existence so that she might unravel the mysteries of life. She would become a god, but she isn't even mortal. Right? I mean, aren't they all immortal? I guess they eventually do die, but out of their own... I guess that's what she's also fighting? I mean, they kind of still age, right? I feel like there's like a piece of the puzzle here that I'm not quite understanding that well. A nebulous concept, but Athena had her own ideas on what divinity entailed. In her mind, a god can create souls at will. I guess it is different from creation magics then, right? Because the way they employed creation magics is probably... Yeah, It's more or less that they're taking sort of the ether and the energy, and yes, they can form life and they can form that the way they want it to be. But I guess at the end of the day, it's still always just a... they're just taking something that had already existed in the ethereal sea. It's just that they're manipulating its sort of properties, right? But all of those, like all of the soul pieces, I guess you could call them, still remain? Is that what is happening? Because... Well, what does that mean then? She wants to create souls, but for what? Is it really... I guess it's just she wants to do it because she knows that would yield more knowledge? She should definitely talk to the Aya. I think they would have an interesting discussion that would kind of blow her mind, because if they were capable of, or if they had gleamed sort of the end to all life, wasn't that the entire point of the Aya, that they essentially, well, they claimed to know everything, and they kind of did. It's just that we can't, well, at the end of the day, we just said, well, yeah, we know everything's going to be dead eventually, but that doesn't mean that we need to stop living right now, right? Also, that doesn't necessarily mean that we truly just have to die because the universe decides that it is so. Like, maybe there would be a way to manipulate or change that as well. I just feel like that would be an insanely interesting discussion between Athena and the Aya. Thus, she chose the underworld, or the ethereal sea as it is known in this age, as the staging ground for her final experiments. Here lies a practically bottomless well of ether. Even if it means stemming the flow of life itself, she intends to continue her work. She thinks of nothing else. Oh, wait, was that what the weird creature that we just fought was about? Like a test for if she could... I guess she doesn't want to stop the flow of life, but she wants it to go her way, right? So instead of what's currently occurring, where sort of the ether and the souls are just flowing back and forth between people that are dying and people that are being newly born, and other living things as well. I guess she wants to stop that, because then she can, like, form it and shape it the way she wants, right? The sort of natural part of the process is going to be eliminated and going to be replaced with whatever she's come up with. We caught a glimpse of Athena as we came into this world. Her smile, her voice, they were just as I remember. Without even realizing it, I found myself feeling an affection for her. I mean, she is your mother. It's not really something to be ashamed of, I don't think. Don't look at me like I've gone mad. I'm not asking you to join her side. I know the truth, the true Erictonius would never want that. But these emotions remain. In memory, if nowhere else. We shall remain here to compile what information we can. You must infiltrate Pandaemonium and seek out Athena. Again, I don't really understand what you wanted them to do. I would ask that you leave the memory crystal with us. It may hold secrets, which may have yet to be unveiled. Because, I mean, she must have known that that's what those two are going to put us on, like, as a task, right? All that's left is to cross that menacing threshold. Shall we take a closer look? I mean, she must have known that kind of that's what both of them would be doing, right? We all would be trying to stop her, so And she must have anticipated that. I have one question of you. Does the word Orsight mean aught to you? Why are you asking that, La Habrea? Do you want to capture her soul? Orsight? Why, yes, there are a few records of its existence. It mainly makes appearances in the legends of Ivalice and in tales concerning the Asian Laha. Well, in tales concerning an entity known as an Asian, this personage is associated with black Orsight known as the Heart of Sabik, a source of considerable power. Big fat tacos, big fat tacos. That's what I'm thinking. Oh god, are we gonna bring this back to all of that? The problem is... Okay, so in Ivalice, there's like the original thing that was created out of the Heart of Sabik, and then later on the Heart of Sabik was used for the Ultima weapon. And that was La Habrea's plan. Is it going to turn out that this Heart of Sabik is some sort of part of La Habrea's soul from back when? Holy shit. Honestly, I didn't fully remember that the Heart of Sabik was black Orsight. I know that we use white Orsight to capture Asians, or to kill them rather, but... God, this ominous music as well. What? Where the hell are we going with this? I feel like we're gonna get some sort of world-shattering revelation in this, which is insane to think about, but... that's what it seems to be leading towards. I see. So time has not buried it. What is going on? I mean, I've always wondered about that, right? Because we found out quite a bit about that black Orsight and the Heart of Sabik. It's just... everything that we found, I felt like always just prompted more questions than answers. And it's equally crazy to think about that this connects, like, imagine to how many places this connects back to. Ivalice, right? Ultima weapon. Obviously everything that La Habrea did in like A Realm Reborn and Heavensward. Right, so... I feel like my mind is overflowing again. I've read that the ancients were much larger than the people of our era. Perhaps Athena endeavored to make them less imposing. Yeah, I mean, it's her recreation, right? We have to remember that. Also, doesn't that in a sense mean that she could have somehow influenced this memory picture of them without us really knowing about it? Because, I mean, she would do that, wouldn't she? Huh. La Habrea asked me about Orsight and has yet to say a word since he heard the answer. Did I say something wrong? He's quite intimidating in his silence. Yeah, he's always intimidating. Don't worry about it. I must think. Leave me be while you attend to your task. Man, I so wish this was the actual La Habrea, though, and not a memory of him. I kind of feel like now, after everything that we've heard, we would actually be able to reconcile with him. From the outside, Pandaemonium looks no different than it does in the past. However, there is no guarantee that the inside will be familiar. You would do well to secure the area near the entrance first. Once it has been cleared of threats, La Habrea and I can approach, and we shall begin our exploration of the interior. The portal should convey you to Pandaemonium's gates. I hardly need to tell you to keep your weapon at the ready. Huh. I wish... Kind of missing Elidibus now. Okay. I guess not anymore? I knew you would come. How? I never lost faith that we would meet again. I told you as much, did I not? I understand you may be confused. I was too, at first. You see, I'm not the true Themis. I was made by Athena, molded from one of the many souls at her disposal. I'm only an illusion built from memory, no more real than La Habrea or Erictonius. Yeah, but why would she do that? Even so, I believe I have a grasp on the situation. This is the distant future. It's just, okay, so the reason why this is so insanely crazy to think about is because he's standing here now, if you will, right? In the ethereal sea, while his actual self, like the actual Elidibus, I guess he isn't exactly close, or was. He's in the Crystal Tower on the first, or rather was, until he expanded his last energy to bring us to Elpis. But I mean, it's the same time frame, right? Like, imagine if this had happened, I mean, I guess it couldn't, but if this had happened at the same time that we were in that sort of whole 5.3 scenario, this is honestly just crazy. A future where Athena lives once more, although the means of her rebirth are yet beyond me. You are here to stop her. Have I the right of it so far? Very good. I would be disappointed if you did not rise to her challenge. Although I am sorry to say that I cannot aid you, my creator has tampered with my essence, and I'm oddly inclined to act in her interests. See? That's exactly what I said. So we don't even know if Erictonius and La Habrea are even, you know, if they, like, maybe their intentions and emotions and other things are complete. I don't know if she would be capable of manipulating the memories that far. I kind of think she is, though. Or rather that even if she wasn't, she still considered that in her sort of calculations, right? And what kind of weird plan this is that she has done here. I can do naught but offer you words of warning. We will fight, and it cannot be avoided. Wait, we're fighting you? Well, that's kind of a cool callback. I don't know. Last time we fought, it was under very different circumstances, though. There is no need for the pained expression. Remember, I am but an illusion. Nothing worth shedding tears over. I guess. Can free you just as we freed Ecdistis. Yeah, but that was actually her, not a memory. I would feel terrible if I had to trounce Elidibus again. That pained expression. I know not what is in your mind, but I must stress once again that I cannot defy the urge to stand against you. Athena's hold over me is unyielding. Still, I would ask that you listen carefully to the advice I offer you now. Athena has prepared a new vessel to replace Erictonius, so that she may become a god. By gathering the souls readily available in the Sea of Ether, she tempers her own essence. To replace... I don't really see the connection to Arctonius. Wait, that was... Or was that her original plan? She wanted to utilize her son to... I don't know, maybe be infused with her? I mean, that would be even more fucked up, right? But through that, maybe she would, you know, want to, Well, what exactly? I don't really know. Yet the souls are faint, diffuse. She doubts whether they are sufficient for her goals, so she has turned her gaze to you. Despite your thin ether, you managed to lay Hephaestus low, and Athena would know the secret of your strength. I see. So she didn't really plan on all of the souls being sundered. She didn't know about that. So now, well, the only sort of constant that she does know is that we are very strong, I guess. To that end, she has prepared an experiment for her observation. Fight for your life against Athena's creation, and in doing so, give her the knowledge she desires. So yeah, I mean, we're kind of giving her what she wants. Although at the end of the day, I mean, do we really have another option, right? Ew. Well, that's some Bloodborne looking shit. Well, that is something I did not expect. What the? So we're fighting Pandaemonium itself? That's what that thing is? Well, definitely didn't expect that. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, that's me. What's happening? I mean, I saw that thing in the trailer. I still had no freaking idea that it was like the structure itself that we're gonna be fighting. Athena has made her move. We must find a way to reach her, or all is lost. We can do little but hope for success. Are we in there? Where the hell is the story going? I mean, eventually we are going to be fighting her, I guess, but... It looks so insane. Pandaemonium. Once a mass of lifeless stone, now imbued with a soul. Athena has grown much since her death at La Habrea's hand. Although the souls she creates are imperfect, they act with absolute obedience. So she isn't really going with perfection, like on the outside, I guess. More so with... she wants to control them? But wait, so La Habrea did kill her, right? I guess we're gonna find out about why she still lives. I know you shall cut your way through this monster, as you have so many others. Then you shall come before me. Do not hesitate to do what you must, for that is the only way to stop Athena. Is it though? I don't really know if that's the case, if the person that's telling us this is somebody created by her. Okay, that's insane. That's a cool enemy. The first one I wasn't quite sure about. This one? I mean, the first one, the fight was cool, but it was kind of a, oh hey, go fight this thing, right? What's with the weird platform? Why is there a lamp? Why is there a normal lamp just looking down onto whatever sludge this is? I love how these weird oddballs in the distance, right? Those black balls, they're just like, I guess, images of Pandaemonium as well. It's just all sort of twisted and warped. There's a big one in the distance too. What a freaky design. The 10th circle. You steel yourself to brave Pandaemonium once again, but your advance is blocked by a familiar face, Themis, who has been molded by Athena from memories of the past and souls of the present. Although his voice is friendly, he says that the strings of his creator force him to face you as foe. Before he departs, the massive stones and impregnable gates of Pandaemonium arrange into a twisted form. This verboten being serves a singular purpose: to crush any who would oppose its mother's plans. Oh, well, that was quick. I'm still kind of blown away by this whole quest line so far. I really don't know where this is gonna go. Back with the funky music. The 10th circle. Where'd the face come from, though? Like, how's that a thing? Did she actually have some sort of blueprint for it?
Pandaemonium.
Yeah, I can see that.
From countless failures have I wrought miracles. Into soulless vessels I breathe life.
That voice sounds really familiar. Demoniac Dungeon. What's with the AE thing? I mean, that's the Pandaemonium thing, right? Thing of nightmares. Somebody wrote in chat. Yeah. Also, what's up with this weird arena design?
You will go no further. Like a spider,
Silk
I spin my web.
So he's gonna have some spider things. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. They need to be connected to something? Well, this I do know. It's like in the Alliance raid.
No escape.
How? Seriously, guys? How do you not know what that does? Oh. Well, I shouldn't have stood in there. I thought I was in between the two. Huh, well, that dispel didn't really do much. What did I think? Okay, so you essentially... Oh. Well, neat. Ha! How the hell was I supposed to know that? Okay, so they switch between being donuts and being point-blank AoEs. Alright. I guess a lot of other people here have already done that. Or done this whole part. Okay, that's a tank buster. Let's get the red mage up.
Like unto chains.
Nice hello ground. Okay.
A tangled morsel, awaiting death.
I don't... What's up with this weird arena, man? Yeah, those things sort of attach to different things, right? And I think you need to attach them to the weird thingamadoos here in the corner. For some reason. I don't really know why.
All paths lead back to me.
Okay, well, that was easy to see. It's gonna do that to the other side as well.
I offer a glimpse of Lady Athena's power.
Alright. Sort of a merry-go-round.
Stay where you are.
Okay, let's add all that. I don't know. A lot of what he's doing, I don't fully get. Like, he's doing stuff, and it's doing AoEs, but I feel like there's more to it than meets the eye, but it's also not really giving us a failsafe. Oh, okay, so the small ones spawn beneath the players, and then... Oh, wait, so these weird structures here to the side...
All paths lead back to me.
Oh, so maybe you're not supposed to connect them to it. Ah, I think that's what I was confused about, because I thought that... Oh. Ah, okay. Oh, that's cool. So you do need to connect them to the front ones, I guess, to create the bridge to be able to move over. But, oh, probably erase one. But the, Oh, are we missing someone here? So how do we know if we stand in them or... No, okay. Huh? Yeah, I don't... Because I thought it, because it was creating, like, things around it, I thought for a second that it was the donut, but I guess it wasn't. Well, that's some damage. It just keeps doing that. Okay. I can't get over that we're sort of halfway through his HP and I still don't fully understand what the weird web mechanic is. Or I think I do, I just fail to see how it's supposed to work. I mean, this is fairly easy to dodge.
I'll give you special cells.
So those are for tanks, right? Yeah. Cool marker. Like immediately tells you what's going on. Okay, so that's also time delayed slightly. Very interesting as well.
Your soul.
These pillars are... How do you know? There has to be a tell that tells you whether or not they're donuts or not. Okay, so now... The webs? Yeah, that created the bridge over there again? Oh.
These bars are unbreakable.
Oh, never mind. I thought for a second that that one person wasn't allowed to run through, maybe.
Stay where you are.
Okay, there's a bunch of really, really interesting stuff in here that
Like unto change.
is gonna be very, very interesting, I want to say, in Savage. So the... Oh. Oops.
All
Somehow I thought that I couldn't fall off in normal mode. I don't know. Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, whatever. Okay. Yeah, so those are AoEs, those weird spider AoEs. They're AoEs that are not allowed to touch, essentially, right? Ultron. They're really going ham on the bleeds again this tier, it seems like. I like that. Always a big fan of bleeding Great Whites. I mean, there's gonna be enough time to understand what this is doing. Okay, so that's the donuts. Right, at least I know that tell now. So when they're creating chains around them, that's the point blank, and when they are doing those lasers, it's the donuts. Okay, easy enough. Okay, now he created a bridge again. Right. Is there any reason why you need to go back to mid? Oh, I guess because of the towers, huh? Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to stand in them?
Like unto chains.
So there's 5 of these. And what you want to do is you want to... you basically want to touch them to nothing. Except for possibly the front ones. Okay, that was very interesting. They brought back some of the... what's that raid tier called? It's from the Alliance raid in Heavensward. That's what had these spiderweb mechanics. Isn't that the second raid, I want to say? Has everybody already done this a billion times at this point? What's going on with you guys? You have nothing else to do? Like, seriously? Yeah. Oh, now we can just walk over. And that thing's gone, I guess. I find it funny that it's also just standing on a platform, and then with these weird lights all over the place. It's like it's actually an experimental setup, right? What the hell was this? I mean, I like that they're doing something with the arena. Yeah, it sucks a bit that the middle portion is just a square again, though. I don't know. Okay, so at least in this version, right? 5 people are targeted with those AoEs. So you want to spread out in a way where you don't touch each other's AoE, because that will mean that you're going to be tangled to each other and you cannot move and cannot attack, which will be bad, obviously. But you also don't want to tangle yourself to these things. So essentially these weird pillars here kind of count as players for that particular attack. Although, if you do tangle to one in the front, it creates a spider bridge to the side. And the boss was actually targeting those things as well. Which leads me to believe that maybe like one person in the Savage version has to be the one sort of dedicated to attaching themselves to one of these pillars, right? So 4 people just need to move out of the way, and then 2 or 1 person is going to be dedicated to attach themselves to one of them to create the bridge that you need in order to move off the middle platform. Most of the other abilities, I mean, the pillars with the point blank donut were interesting. Had a couple other interesting stuff, but nothing really out of the ordinary, I want to say. But mostly just sort of a like knockback, you know, party wide AoE stack. Tank Buster, the Tank Buster towers were interesting, I thought. Weird. I don't know what to make of this, really. Something about this is just kind of odd. And I don't really know why it is to me. Like, something about this just feels off. I think I might have just made it more complicated for myself than it really needed to be, but... Certainly an interesting fight. Sort of in the same vein as what we got, like the second fight in the first raid here that we got also kind of played around with the arena, but at the end of the day, wasn't really anything too special. I mean, there's definitely something that they can do in the Savage version with this, but I don't really know if they're going to. Now, what the hell is this? What is even happening? That was a beautiful display as always. I stand enchanted by your grace in battle. Is that... another memory, yes, of somebody we know very, very well. Pandaemonium's final gate has been cast wide. I shall await your arrival beyond. What's it even mean? Why is there a gate? Where does it lead us? Aren't we still in the Ethereal Sea? What is even going on? Apologies for not coming sooner. The space is enveloped by some fell energy, and we couldn't risk venturing through it before taking due precautions. Were my eyes mistaken? Was that Themis? It was indeed. Well, the memory of him, either way. Tell us what you know. We must consider our next course of action carefully. Well, I mean, do we really have a choice? We're just gonna follow Elidibus, right? What else are we supposed to do? All of this seems rather strange. Can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it's just because it's very, very hard to grasp what the hell is going on here. It must have been Themis, but how? Well, I mean, same way as you are here, right? I ought to have anticipated this. If she bore witness to past events within Pandaemonium, Athena would have found Elidibus impossible to overlook. Few possess such a talent for magics, to say naught of the emissary's discerning judgment. And so she found her soul upon the tides of the ethereal sea and used his memories to craft a puppet that would serve her whims. I thought his memories were gone, honestly. But is what Themis said true? She imbued Pandaemonium itself with a soul. To breathe life into that which should never live. Athena's research is fast approaching its culmination. But what's the point? Why would you imbue like a weird castle structure with a soul? Just to have minions at your disposal, but for what? Fortunately, with the information shared with us by your friends, we've made some strides towards figuring out how to stop her. A crystal called the Heart of Sabik may be the key. Is it really now? Because I feel like that's exactly what she wants. The researchers related a quick but thorough history of events leading to the present. The sundering of the star, the emergence of the Ascians, and the calamities that they brought to bear upon the realm. Tales that under other circumstances we would have considered childish fantasy, if not for a name that rang true to La Habrea's memories. La Habrea? The Heart of Sabik. To you, the secret of the Ultima weapon's might, not least the spell known as Ultima, and a source of enduring mystery. Yeah, I was actually taken aback a little bit by that, because that weird Pandaemonium creature we just fought cast Ultima at some point, right? So, does Athena want to recreate that spell for some reason? But why? We are told that a general from the Garlean Empire was gifted this Orsight by an Ascian, that the Ultima weapon might be perfected. Indeed it was. The identity of this shadowy benefactor, however, remains a curious unknown. Well, I mean... Huh. Seem to be a veritable trove of uncommon knowledge, if there is aught you are withholding.
It was you.
Weird view, but alright. Very well. At present, the Heart of Sabik itself is of greater moment. It is a creation of Athena's, made during her time with the words of La Habrea. Oh, well, that's kind of a big lore dump, isn't it? The fuck? But then... wouldn't the real La Habrea oppose that? Like... that kind of does point in the direction of the La Habrea that we knew, being some sort of weird, twisted version of hers. Or what she wanted him to be like. Oh god, man, I wish I had a couple more memories about the what's it called? About the Ivalice raid series. Because in Ivalice, like, Ultima is the last boss of the Ivalice raid series, and while the whole story of the raid series itself revolves around entirely different topics, yeah, Ultima is a thing, right? The sort of, from our perspective, the source of the Heart of Sabik. I want to say that somehow Baldessian's Arsenal also played a role in that, but I can't quite recall all of that. Actually, you know what? I might be doing something after this quest, because this really bothers me. Like, how exactly did the Heart of Sabik endure? Why did it stick around? How did it stick around? How was it uncovered again? So that's hers. But what exactly is it then? This predates even Pandaemonium's construction. She brought before us a crystal she claimed to have chanced upon, saying it contained immense power. Wait, so did she create it, or did she just take something that already existed and just claimed it was hers? She dubbed it Orsight, studying it with a fervor unusual even for her. The eventual fruit of her efforts was a Stygian crystal unlike aught we had ever seen. The Heart of Sabik. This is kind of blowing my mind right now, so... I mean, because we're talking about the ancients here, right? The people that for the longest time we thought to be pretty much the pinnacle of the past, right? The godlike creatures, as the Ascians themselves like to present themselves as. And now the Heart of Sabik is something that predates even them? And Orsite, I mean, well, I guess Orsite could be considered something natural that already existed, but what the fuck? What does it even mean? Right, so she found Orsite and then turned it into the Heart of Sabik. So the Heart of Sabik is her creation, but the thing it was based on was something she found. Alright, well, that also... Well, that actually explains a lot better how Orsite was capable of actually dealing with the Ascians, because it seems to be some sort of, well, not necessarily technology, but definitely something magical that even they didn't fully understand. What the fuck? Yeah, what is Orsite? Did Athena encounter Ultima, the High Seraph, perchance? So that last option I want to say you only get if you've done Ivalice, huh? Yeah, see, that's the thing. In Ivalice, wasn't the question of what Orsite actually is... Well, was it answered, or did it just... Because I want to say that it was... If it was answered, it was only answered from our current sort of present-day perspective. Fuck, I don't fully remember. I certainly did not expect this to connect back to Ivalice in such a particular way. Yeah, that's her. That's the last boss from Ivalice. Yeah, but I mean, Ivalice and everything is... That doesn't even... Because Ivalice is just... Well, it was built upon something else, but... It didn't even exist prior to the 6th Astral Era, I'm pretty sure, right? So it's relatively new. I guess not Ultima? An unexpectedly specific question. And gather that the Heart of Sabik is not the only Orsite in this era. Well, I mean, from our perspective, we kind of thought that the Heart of Sabik just came from Ultima. I think. Fuck, what the hell is going on here? This is like... creating twists and turns in my head. Regardless, I know naught of this High Seraph. Athena was never forthcoming as to how she found the crystal, though we came to suspect that it was not of our star. Yeah, wasn't that... I want to say that was something that came up in Ivalice at some point. But I really wouldn't be able to recall. Much later, we discovered that Orsite magnifies the desires of those who come into contact with it. This would do much to explain Athena's actions following her recovery of the crystal. Orsite magnifies the desires of those who come into contact with it. So she was being corrupted by this alien influence? What the hell is even happening? What? Alas, this realization came too late. By the time I moved to seal the Orsite and its insidious influence away, Athena's plot had already been laid. So it wasn't her after all. It was the influence of the Orsite. But... So what became of the Heart of Sabik? I took it from Athena's laboratory after I ended her life. The density of the ether within was unlike anything I had observed. I knew its capacity for destruction, but further analysis proved impossible. I elected to safeguard it myself. Alright, this kind of brings up the question I wanted to ask a couple minutes ago, actually. Like, we still don't really know why it was La Habrea, Emet-Selch, and Elidibus specifically that somehow survived the Sundering. And now I'm beginning to wonder if this had anything to do with it. Maybe his, at least for La Habrea, the proximity to this somehow... Maybe it acted like sort of a mini black hole or something, right? That meant that anything around it wouldn't be... sundered? Because, I mean, it also sounds as if the Heart of Sabik that we know, or that we observed from Ultima, from the Ultima weapon, very much is still the very same thing that she came in contact with, right? It is possible that Athena herself obscured the crystal's contents. Even were her memory stored within, I would have remained in ignorance. If she included some mechanism by which to give these memories form, as she did with our own, she would be reborn. Right. I mean, well... in a very twisted way, that is sort of the opposite of what we've been using white arsite for, right? So... we've been using white arsite to... at a spot of weakness, or whenever the Asians, or rather, for example, Emet-Selch was very weak after we defeated him, we would basically infuse them with it to completely disperse their ether so that they cannot be reborn again. But if she was using this black arsite to seal herself in it, she could always sort of recreate herself out of it, right? Did she expect La Habrea to take it? Because if... okay, so if the reason for her doing this research in the first place was that she was being somehow influenced by this aurosite to do its bidding, although I still like can't really fathom how that all of a sudden is a thing, because that means that something else, some other form, was apparently capable to influence one of the ancients to do their bidding. Potentially some alien race. This is kind of crazy. I didn't really expect this raid series to go here for some reason, but we're here, so... ironic that I should have protected those very memories in the name of safeguarding the star. Fate is loath to see mistakes go unpunished. Yeah, see, I want to say that that was her plan, right? Maybe she knew that La Habrea would think that the Heart of Sabik is something very dangerous, so he would safeguard it to keep it away from everybody else. But by doing that, he inadvertently safeguarded her essence, if you will, so that she could be reborn. She's very manipulative, right? Like, she knows what she's doing. Holy shit, this is blowing my mind. Well, that was kind of an insane cutscene. Alright. I'm gonna take one more break here, because I want to look for something very, very specific. So I'll be right back, hopefully with what I was looking for. Alright. I got what I was looking for. So, we have Encyclopedia Eorzea right here. Second book 2. And I was just looking for some information on the Heart of Sabik, because I feel like I'm for some reason missing some sort of really, really important bit or piece here. So this that what I've currently opened here is about the Ultima weapon. The destruction wrought by Ultima was, according to eyewitness accounts, akin to a volcanic eruption. So that's about what we witness in Praetorium, right? Or rather now, afterwards in the duty. To this day, the precise nature and origins of the Heart of Sabik, the mysterious artifact La Habrea used to invoke the ancient magic, remain unknown. And to the Ultima weapon, a relic of the Third Astral Era. See, that's a detail that I had kind of forgotten about as well. So the Allegans had built it. It was not a creation by the by Garlemald. It's just that they kind of reused the concept, I guess. Which makes sense, obviously, because Emet-Selch kind of built both nations, right? But again, how does that, like, how much did Emet-Selch know about the Heart of Sabik? Did he know that La Habrea was using that for some reason? The Ultima weapon was a feat of Allegan technology, the same technology which saw the reach of the Allegan Empire extend to the four corners of Hydaelyn. After being employed to great effect on the southern continent of Mericidia, the mechanical juggernaut had been buried and lain undisturbed for 5,000 years. Upon its rediscovery, the 14th Legion of the Imperial Garlean army had refitted it to serve as a countermeasure against the ever-growing primal threat. Right, so under the pretense of that threat, Emet-Selch rediscovered the Ultima weapon that he had already sort of been part of its design, or been part of its creation during the time of the Allegan Empire. However, it later came to light in a report delivered to the Eorzean Alliance by the Science of the Seventh Dawn that despite the best efforts of Nero Tolskaeva, the Empire had failed to reactivate the Ultima weapon on its own. It was only after Ascian intervention that they had managed to awaken the monstrosity by harnessing the power of the Heart of Sabik, an ancient relic infused with vast quantities of ether. So first of all, how did it get so much ether? Is it something that Athena was working on, or is it something that the Orsite already had when she found it? And yeah, what I find strange here is how did... because it never really felt as if the Ascians truly worked together. Like, they didn't work against each other, but they sure as hell did not always knew what the other one was doing at any given time, right? So Emet-Selch kind of created the Garleans, or Garlemald, as a nation. But La Habrea then used the Heart of Sabik? There within the Praetorium, the Ascian La Habrea revealed his true intent to enemy and ally both, to harness the life force of the primals and quicken this core, that he might unleash Ultima, a spell of unimaginable destructive power contained therein. Because, well, at that point his goal was kind of just to usher in a new rejoining, right? I wonder if he at that point, is he even the real La Habrea? I don't know. I wonder if at that point he realized what he was using, and that it was a creation of his wife. That he killed, by the way. In an instant, the Praetorium was not more than a smoking crater, yet by the grace of Mother Hydaelyn's blessing, the adventurer was spared death. As the fires raged all about, he laid low both Gaius van Belza and his Ultima weapon. Thus did the conquest of the Black Wolf end in smoke and ashes. And we're not going to get that much more in the first book, because that doesn't contain Stormblood. The second one does, though. And apparently, if we kind of look towards its end, there's a bunch of stuff about Ivalice, right? Let's see. The Lucavi. Following countless failed attempts by revolutionaries to reclaim the kingdom, the Garlean Empire abandoned its attempt to assimilate Dalmasca into a functioning territory and ordered the capital city of Rabanastre reduced to ruin. Yet from beneath the smoldering rubble did rise the inhuman cries of demons long imprisoned in the darkness of their own making. The Lucavi were captive no more. Yeah, so how does that exactly fit into all of this? Tale of the Zodiac Braves, 12 heroes who delivered the mythic realm of Ivalice from the clutches of evil. It is said that when times were at their bleakest, these bastions of light would rise up to defend the people and restore balance to the world. At least 8 times did the heroes descend upon the land, each time led by a charismatic leader who saw his noble men and women to victory. Mühlenkamp the stars here. Okay, their names are listed here. But I mean, all of this, aren't those just legends that existed? Oh, by the way, I'm not gonna get locked out, right? I don't think they reactivated that, but you know, might as well make sure. But yeah, I mean, put that down there. All of this is kind of weird, right? When all of Ivalice was at war with itself, deleted even and 11 of his most trusted companions that are bringing there's been much debate with a legend. Whether the legend is based on actual historical events or merely fiction, but most scholars agree that there is simply too little evidence to substantiate claims of Ivalice's existence. Well, we know that it existed, so. There's one prominent name, however, who refuses to bend to popular consensus. Genomycin Lexentail, principal of the Majestic Imperial Theatre Company, renowned playwright and self-proclaimed authority of the realm of legend. Yeah, that's the NPC that we get the quest from in Stormblood, basically. Well, this has a section about Oricide, right? And it reads, the Zodiac Brave story tells us that Delita... So, okay, maybe to summarize a little bit. So there is the story, or this legend that existed within, well, Golemalt, really? But it can... Like, Ivalice was some sort of weird city that nobody really knew about. But the thing is... Do we know if it... Like, we know that it actually existed because we've been there. Do we know anything about what time period it would have been existing in? Let's see. Legends Return. I'm looking for if Encyclopedia Eorzea 2 contains some sort of timeline. I'm not exactly sure if... The first one does, but it's mainly a history of what happened before A Realm Reborn, essentially. Yeah, this one doesn't. The thing is, though... Anything that we would have learned about in Stormblood, for example, like Ivalice, probably isn't part of this timeline, right? I mean, how would it be? Chronologically, out of the 6th astral... Yeah, it's only the 6th astral era. So I don't really think it contains anything... It's a long chronology. I mean, there is the other astral and umbral eras are described here. But I don't think it really tells you... I don't think it tells you anything about Ivalice potentially existing. I mean, the 5th astral era was about the Maquis and Amdapor, but that's not really where Ivalice is, right? Floating city of Nîmes, Amdapor, Dark city of Mark, precursor to war, Golden Age, 4th and 5th, and then we go back to the Allegans. Yeah, I really don't know if we have any sources about when Ivalice could have potentially existed. And I don't remember if that was part of the quest at some point. Either way, let's go back to Orside. Zodiac Brave story tells us that the leader, acting at the behest of the Church of Glabados, set out with a company of knights to recover 12. Scribes note some iterations of the legend may have the number of Orside stones at as few as 6, while others claim it to be upwards of 1,000. 6, huh? Like the crystals that we collected at the start of the game? Lost Zodiac Stones. Holy relics created by the gods of Evilise. Genomus Lexentale puts forth the hypothesis that these relics were, in fact, a substance called Orside, and goes as far as claiming he's come into possession of such a stone. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff here. The Zodiac weapons are also a relic quest line, so I wonder if there would potentially be more information in there about all of this. Because it honestly feels like every single bit and detail and whatnot could be important here. While fanciful, the notion that it might be of divine origin. Lexentale suggests that Orside is much more than merely elementally aspected ether. As if by some high design, the crystalline shards appear to possess the power to make manifest one's deepest desires, be they fair or foul, which in this particular case it also did for Athena. It just blows my mind that apparently it predates the ancients. That's what's so crazy about this, right? This is borne out by the fact that the stones are credited in the Zodiac Brave story both with destroying Molond, city of the gods, and granting Delita the power to bring order to chaos in his kingdom. Again, when did that happen? When its wielder's will is weak and his intentions ill, the Orside will take hold of his body and mind and corrupt them both, rendering the twain unrecognizable. Recent visitors to the fallen city of Rabanastre have returned with tales of beasts unlike any heretofore recorded. Lexentale insists that these are none other than the Lucavi. As to the validity of these claims, a pronounced lack of evidence beyond the Majestic's principal good word has left scholars across Eorzea in substantial doubt. One Charlian student of ethereal phenomenon, however, has pointed to similarities betwixt primal summoning and Lucavi transformation, as reason to suggest that such unholy manifestations may in fact be possible, though she does not go as far as to comment on their plausibility. Well, it's like creation magics but encased in a stone, for some reason. What's also really interesting, so the second to last boss from the Rabanastre raid has a picture in here. And it reads, recent unauthorized expeditions into the ruins of Rabanastre, so us, at the Ridurana lighthouse by the aforementioned Lexentale family have confirmed the existence of countless abominations warped and twisted in a manner that suggests they might be Lucavi themselves. So are they... Did they somehow get reborn through some remnants of Pandaemonium? However, a more rational conclusion might be that the creatures were merely innocent bystanders drawn by the inexorable call of the Orside. And then it also describes or goes into descriptions of the other bosses, but I don't know if it really has... I mean, it's more a recounting of the, like the Zodiac story's tale, if you will. I mean, it's difficult to say what this all means, considering that Rabanastre technically... I mean, it's still here, right? So it must have existed after the Sundering, I think. Although that definitely also brings up the question how the Heart of Sabik itself might have survived the Sundering. Sadly, there isn't really that much more in here. There are probably bits and pieces and hints about both Orside, because like Orside has been part of the story now for a while, but essentially all the way since we dealt with Nabrialis, right? Which was what, 2.4? I don't know. I'm super interested to see what else we're going to be discovering here about that, because, well, I failed to see what what other things and feats and stuff we might find out. The monster unleashed Ultima. I can only guess that it was Athena's hand that placed such magic within the heart of Sabik. Yeah. If so, it's only natural she would gift her own creations with such terrible power. The Emissary's Judgment. I find that so crazy, though. How is it all going back to that? And how can it be that it's... Well, I mean, I guess one thing that we've definitely learned over the course of both Shadowbringers and Endwalker is that the Ancients weren't necessarily those super perfect beings that we envisioned them to be for a very long time, right? Or that we were told about, I guess. They were kind of just like us, but with more powerful magics available to them. But obviously that also means that, you know, especially alien influences, they didn't really know that much about. Even though they did a lot of research, but... I've told you all I know of Athena and the many secrets she kept hidden from the world. If she indeed stored her memories within the heart of Sabik, we must ask ourselves how they were awakened in this age. When was the crystal last slated? Yeah, so now we're gonna go into the fact that La Habrea possibly activated this inadvertently. I mean, the funny thing is, though, the High Seraph Ultima that we encountered in Ivalice, wouldn't it also have Oresight? I mean, I guess it wasn't the actual Heart of Sabik, or rather the Heart of Sabik was taken from it? I don't really know. Yeah, during my fight with the old... See, that's the one detail that I don't really remember. Was the Heart of Sabik also responsible for everything that happened in Ivalice? Was that just it? Or was there more to it? I want to say there's... Because I distinctly remember that we were told in the Ivalice storyline that Ultima, the High Seraph, predates the Ultima weapon. And the Ultima weapon was built by the Allegans, which means that the High Seraph Ultima would have existed before that. Problem just being that I don't really remember what it said about it back then, and apparently, I don't know if... Did Encyclopedia Eorzea 2 release before the last patches of Stormblood? I guess so, right? Because it's 2018, and Shadowbringers only released in 2019, right? Yeah. So I guess the last part of the Ivalice storyline is not part of the Encyclopedia Eorzea 2, unfortunately. Let's see, maybe the game's gonna shed some more light on that, although... Why would it, huh? In which you triumphed, but failed to recover the heart. Yet according to your colleagues, there was another on the battlefield that day. An Ascian. Yeah, you. Failed to recover the heart, yeah. Did we fail? Where the hell is it then? I guess La Habrea took it with him again? But where is... Wait. Yeah, where is it? Now that I'm thinking about it, where the fuck is that thing? And the self-same Ascian was later struck down at a location known as the Etherochemical Research Facility, the very thing that... So he still had it with him! And that's why that part of Azizla was obviously transformed into Pandaemonium now! Holy shit! What the fuck? But if I were to go back to Azizla right now, is there actually a piece missing somewhere? I mean, I guess the Etherochemical Research Facility is the dungeon, right? So I think that was kind of inaccessible. Like, we can only really see the out... So something inside would have been transported here now? That would be crazy if you could see that in Azizla somewhere. I've heard that name. And recently, the site of Professor Claudian's disappearance. Indeed. He was tracing an ethereal signature resembling that of the memory crystal in his possession. A signature that may well have belonged to the heart of Sabik. In which case, it is no coincidence that Athena's awakening followed. Yeah, so he went over to where the heart of Sabik still was. So he just had that on him? I guess he kept it around. And Thornton didn't realize? Isn't the whole deal at the end of that story, though, that Thornton kind of sucks the Ascian's power into his sword? Or was that just the dragon's eye? But what reason would he have to bring her back to life? Was his mind not his own? I mean, if the Orside truly does influence everybody, then... Doesn't that also kind of put a completely new perspective on a bunch of other things? Like, considering how Guy is turned around after the fact, right? Maybe the Heart of Sabik inside of the Ultima weapon actually sort of pushed him to do more of that destruction and get rid of the icons, compared to what he would otherwise have done if that wasn't the case. Honestly, I'm insanely mind blown just to how many threats seem to be coming together here, or not coming together in a weird way. I don't know. Yet more questions without answers. Yeah, precisely. Although Athena's essence is that of memory, her magics have not suffered for lack of a physical body. As the world is now, it should not be possible, but you must have found a suitable vessel. If Elidibus is to be believed, she readies this vessel for godhood, and is perilously close to success. It beggars belief. As you well know, you were the linchpin of her ambition. Yours was the only form that could contain the immense power Athena required. It has long since turned to dust. Has it, though? Because I'm not so sure anymore. As pleasant as this discussion is, we might require more information if we're to unravel this mystery. You know who awaits you. Themis. I fear you won't find him so cooperative as we're accustomed to. We know not how vast the space beyond these gates may be, but somewhere within lurks Athena, with Elidibus leashed at her side. This may be a simplistic theory, but hear me out. If Themis arose from his memories intact, he will be eager to see reason. We need only break the magics that bind him to regain our old ally. When I had fallen under Hephaestus' influence, you didn't stop trying until I was freed. I would ask that you do the same for Themis. It is just a memory, though, this time. Though none of us are real in the conventional case, I feel it must be done. Themis would never have wished to be your enemy. I mean, it's pretty noble of you. It's not really going to bring us any closer to the solution, but maybe that is the solution. Well, Erictonius' perspective is a sentimental one. Elidibus may possess privileged knowledge. To question him unimpeded by magics would be ideal. Man! Fuck! Imagine if we have been able to like, see this. I mean, of course, well, the whole reason why we're able to go back to Elpis and get all that information about the Ancients and a bunch of other stuff is because Elidibus makes it possible for us to be sent back there, right? So, yeah, one kind of excludes the other, but imagine if we would still be able to talk to the actual Elidibus that is still stuck, or was stuck, in the Crystal Tower on the first. Like, he would have just said, oh yeah, I remember, I'm gonna help you, because he obviously hasn't got, he's not bound by Athena or something. What the hell? Really annoys me that we aren't able to do that. Agdistis broke free of her bonds in her final moments, suggesting that Athena's hold weakens under the weight of combat. You might use the same principle to unshackle Elidibus' mind. But remember that our very nature is fragile. Even if he inhabits a vessel with which to meet you in battle, I'm certain it is not meant to endure. If left weakened for too long, his ether may dissipate back into the ethereal sea. You had best act quickly. Yeah, I in theory, us kind of killing him or defeating him would probably mean that he's just simply already too weak to even talk to us. Alright, well, this is going to be interesting. Also, I have no clue what this weird symbol is even meant to be. Like this hand thing. Is that something that connects back to the High Seraph? Ultima? I don't know. The Heart of Sabik? Because it looks so very particular, right? We know not for how long we'll have free reign to go between here and the Iterscope. We'll remain here for now unless absolutely necessary. A crystal. I have returned it to the safekeeping of your colleagues. I could find nothing new amongst the memories stored within. The space, on the other hand, is fascinating. Wrought by the same power the key was wielded, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, now that I'm thinking about it again, with it being this weird bubble now, and her also taking a part of the etherochemical research facility to create Pandaemonium in the ethereal sea, it's almost as if we're inside of the Heart of Sabik, right? Or at least its sphere of influence, if you will. This is getting crazier and crazier with every second. Given form so that he may serve as a tool to unlock the secret of your strength, Themis is unable to defy Athena's whims and now stands against you in battle. However, you know that his heart wishes to stand by your side as he did in ages past, so you resolve to break Athena's hold by any means necessary. Then you might join forces once again to walk through Pandaemonium's gates and fell the evil which lays beyond. Huh. I wonder if we're gonna get some specific sort of balance or judgment. Well, abilities or things that are gonna be cast by the boss. As if Elidibus wants to judge us. Yeah. Be the judge of us. Okay, seriously though, what does this new quest symbol mean? Does it just mean that it leads over to a, like, an instanced area? I don't really get it. That's weird. Alright. Let's see how many times I die now. It is a bit unfortunate, because I like to not only figure the stuff out by myself, but usually on launch day, the most fun part about all of this is that most people just simply don't know what's going on. And so far, I feel like I've gotten parties where people were already farming for gear, which is understandable, but yeah, a bit unfortunate, if you will. Somehow this place is slightly reminiscent of.
I suppose I have Athena to thank for this incarnation. I have long considered how I might stand against you, I admit. In transformation, I present to you my truth. I am Elidibus.
Okay, now I have chills. I would not have thought we were going to hear the voice actor again. I would not have thought that we were going to see the Warrior of Light, albeit in a slightly different form again. And I think the room we're standing in might be the room that the convocation would have usually been in, right? Especially with the door. I feel like that's the other side of the door. Like, if Emet-Selch hadn't created Amarot as a dungeon, because that was just a recreation to show us what happened. Right?
My heart
Can you please stop pulling immediately? have new voice lines from Elidibus? Oh, holy shit, this is so cool. Also, he just looks awesome.
Will light embrace or darkness
Vice of
consume?
ruling. Ah. So he jumps through and then you go. Alright. Same thing again, but potentially the other way around. Oh. Okay. Wait, how do you tell what he's doing? Okay, that's very reminiscent of E11 actually. God, the music. I don't know what I anticipated. This is awesome. Dark and light. Okay.
The balance must needs be
Signals of discord. Balance must be maintained. So we have 4 dark people, 4 light people. So where do we go? Like light people in the dark people in the light, or?
Will you be judged worthy
I guess
to
so.
exist? These magics
I
are
think
not
I did
for
it
you
correctly.
to-
Alright, so knock back and then you have to go back now. And I think now he's gonna do it the other way around. Yeah. Okay, it seems like... Why am I tanking? Help! Ouch. Okay, so whenever he does his light powers, it means that whatever AoE he's doing is expanding. When he does his dark powers, it's sort of the other way around. Like where there was something before, now there's none left. Okay, and this debuff sort of transforms, it's sort of, if you will, it's reducing the power of darkness, I guess, while you're standing in the light. Oh, okay, now he combined it with
Will
that.
you be judged worthy to exist?
Get up the tank here. Alright. The fight is kind of reminiscent. Ooh, that's a big tank buster. It really is kind of reminiscent of E11. Bit too much almost? Oh, oops. Okay. Tank wants to be standing close. Yeah, even that big tank buster thing. And now we get a tether. Oh, okay, light tether. Right. How did I still make that? Make it out of there.
Power from beyond!
Wait, I know that cast. Where do I know that cast from? Is it the same that Innocence cast? I want to say like angels typically cast that, right?
I am the emissary, and I shall never die.
And I shall never die. I like how he just says that so determined, right? Just sort of stating a fact. Yeah, she just never dies. Sure.
Now to take your measure.
Okay, so he's doing the dark thing, so we need to move into his area. Alright. I like this combination of stuff. It's also a bit, a sort of, change in arena.
These magics are not for you to read.
Okay, so now he's doing the outside thing again, right? Yeah. Because you're kind of forced to stay in your little circle here, right? Not the whole time, but at least for when there are mechanics happening. And it's a double tank this time. So he definitely has different tank busters. Denies?
Now to
Okay, so that's the same thing he was doing earlier when we were still in the judgment circles.
For victory!
Oh wait, now it's... he's glowing white? Ah, so that means this is stacked with... Alright, and then you have to get out. He seems to share some stuff, at least when it comes to, like, animations and such, with Innocence, right? Such a weird connection as well. I feel like this raid series suddenly connects to everything. Shadowed messages. I wonder if... oh, hello? Ooh, so we need to move in here while being away from the other side. Alright. Okay.
These magics are not for you to wield.
So we need to go out. A bunch of stuff that is really, really reminiscent of E11 though. Like really reminiscent. It's just, okay, so the reason why I'm a little bit confused with his similarities to Innocence, although it makes sense in terms of him being some sort of angel, but the reason why I feel like that's a bit confusing to me is because I'm kind of wondering whether or not maybe, well, because it was M itself who created Innocence, if you will, right? Makes me wonder if, oh, there's a tether there too. And then we need to move in, right? Yeah. Okay, so the stack he combines with the light stuff, and the big tank buster is combined with the dark stuff. Right? I keep wondering if M itself drew inspiration from Elidibus when he created Innocence. I don't know. Maybe it really just is because they're both sort of angel-like.
Now to take your measure.
I really hope they're gonna go all out with this fight in Savage though, because I feel like, honestly, this is a bit, I mean, a bit too similar in a lot of ways. Like, he cycled through mechanics a lot more than the previous two bosses, even though the fight was kind of equal in length. But that might be due to the fact that they potentially just reduced his stuff more, because it's supposed to be more difficult in Savage or something. Well, that was insanely awesome. Definitely the highlight of the raid series so far for me. Maybe not mechanically, but definitely, I mean, look at this. And again, that door there in the middle, this one, right? We're in, like, when you go back, or if I were to go back right now to the area in Shadowbringers, to Amarot, or rather, M itself's recreation of it. The middle portion, right, with the big foyer entrance hall, and this very door at its end that in Shadowbringers leads you into the last dungeon. In the actual Amarot, it would have led in here, right? It would have led to this very point. And, well, this, where the convocation would have had. It kind of looks like a way more pompous Jedi chamber, doesn't it? Jedi temple. You can even see Amarot on the outside! I didn't even realize! Behind the windows! Oh, this is awesome. Holy shit. This is insane. That they put that... Just threw it in here. Yeah, okay, you're gonna fight Elidibus, and then bam! Warrior of Light comes back. We're suddenly in the chamber of the convocation. Like, what the hell? Wait, how many seats are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh god, it's hard to count. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, okay, it's 14. I want to know what the thing is in the background. And also the, like, ornaments that are on the... Is that supposed to be Zodiac? But why? Wouldn't this have existed before Zodiac's creation? Although, I mean, in theory, they would be capable of just transforming the space whenever they wanted to, right? Through creation magics? So maybe whatever the current topic was is displayed there? Or not topic, but, I mean... Once they... Oops. Shit. Chair's falling apart again. Once they had created Zodiac, or at least came up with the plan to create Zodiac, maybe that's when they changed all of the interior here to match that. This is insane. What the fuck? Also, I just now realized that the arena ground actually shows the safe spots and whatnot through its pattern. It's always neat how they're doing that. Holy fuck. Man, I really can't get over this. I could just stand here for another 2 hours or something. I don't know. What the hell, man? What is this raid series? They really went all out there at the end, huh? But now it truly makes me wonder if, in a sense, this whole deal, right, and the whole weird realm that he wanted to create on Mount Gulk, if that was all fashioned after, well, it was sort of, if you will, Emet-Sel's creation, right? So it must have been at least partially fashioned after what he knew back from Amarok. This is such a cool arena. I can't wait to do this fight on Savage, simply for the meaning of it. It's so cool to hearing his voice actor again as well. Man, couldn't they voice the entire raid series? That would have added so much to it, right? I mean, clearly they brought him back in and then he says like 3 lines. The fog has lifted. I knew that Athena's magics magnified the desires of their victim at the expense of all else, but I never guessed what desire of mine she could exploit. The desire to see us again? Or... Since the moment we met, I've made plain my interest in you, my desire to understand your nature. I suppose that curiosity extended to how each of us would fare in a match of strength. But again, I mean, isn't that sort of... She's doing this because apparently the aura site is making her do it, or at least it started out as that, right? We don't really know if it's still that, or if she, for some reason, at some point decided, oh, hey, now this is my doing, but... What is this aura site stuff? Got rid of her influence, huh? Maybe we actually shouldn't have just willy-nilly used the aura site constantly. Oh shit, fuck! Oh well, I can look at the chat log. I hate it when they do that with non-voiced scenes. And it just, the box disappears. Do not look so crestfallen, my friend. These few moments of clarity are more than I could have asked for. Suddenly it feels kind of reversed now, but still very reminiscent of the scene at the end of 5.3, right? I love that piano. That's so good. We need you, Themis. I mean, that was kind of Amon's theme, right? Throughout Endwalker. Wait, are we giving him some ether of us? This warmth. Your ether. Doing the same thing that the Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus did to us in Elpis? You've grasped the fraying strands of my being and tied them together with your own. Nevertheless, I fear that I am here on borrowed time. I only hope that I can see you through the last of our battles. Until then, I will cherish every moment. Every step of your descent. Fuck, we need more of these guys. As much as I love the Scions, I feel like their time's been over already, and there's so much cool things we could still discover here. I am Elidibus, the emissary. I like how he's talking exactly just with a different sort of context to it, right? As such, it falls upon me to judge Athena, who would disrupt our carefully maintained balance to fulfill her own desires. I swear I shall not waver in this duty. Let us return to Arictonius and La Habrea. There is much I would share with you before we embark upon our final ascent. Not descent this time around. Holy fuck, it's so cool how they're bringing this all together. This almost does feel like a final send-off of the whole, like, Ascian storyline, right? Because as much as we got closure with, like, Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus at the end of Endwalker, somehow it definitely still felt as if there was stuff left over, right? Okay, what did he say there in that one? Take your measure, that was in the fight? I am the emissary and I shall never die. Oh, he said free. Then I am no longer needed. Okay. That makes sense. As I surmised, Elidibus was constructed with the strength to see a battle done, yet I fear his ether may not sustain him through another. The four of us are together once again. Although I may not have directly experienced our adventures, my memories make our bonds as real as any other. I wish we had a way to make them real again. Maybe I should be stuck in the past like that, but man, I want to have my Ascian friends back. Fuck, was that a cool part of the story? I mean, I get the distinct feeling we still haven't seen the last of them, really, but it just, I don't know. I want to be back in Amarot doing things. Themis, it's good to see you. I knew he would guide you to our side once again. I'm grateful he had the patience to tolerate my lapse in manners. Athena's hold upon me is broken, and I pledge every moment of my remaining time to seeing that she answer for her deeds. Very good. To that end, I would have you share what you know of her plan. Of course, as I mentioned, Athena possesses a vessel that may serve in the creation of a god. Why do they call it a god? Like, do they even have a concept of what a god is? Are they talking about god as in, like, what Zodiac was? Or, like, what is a god to an Asian? It is someone he knows well. A man by the name of Claudian. By a twist of fate, his body proved to be ideal for Athena's purpose. Really? Okay. Sounds awfully coincidental, but sure. The creation of a person requires not just body, soul, or memory, but rather all three. We are made from the memories of our ancient counterparts, etched upon drifting souls and given form through the infusion of ether. We lack a physical body, yet you can see and feel us all the same. Athena is different. She has carved her memories into Claudian's soul, while it was still within its body, and thus made both her own. That sounds pretty fucked. Can we reverse that process, though? Well, look, I guess maybe if we employ the same technique that La Habrea employed in order to sunder his own soul. But why Claudian? But even she is prone to error. After the sundering, beings became more fragile in both body and soul, and this difference prevents Athena from realizing the full extent of her desires. Yeah, that was the one thing she didn't calculate with, I guess. Which makes a lot of sense. So she expected to get a body of, like, what the ancients were like, right? So that's why she has turned her sights towards him. His uncommon strength rivals even the mightiest of our age. Even though our soul still isn't whole. Although it's more dense than the other ones, I guess. I feel like there's still a bunch of, like, left there that we also haven't really... I mean, that goes far beyond what this raid questline is going to be, but how can that be exactly? Even if we are some sort of recreation of the previous Azem, or of the Azem that was present when the final days happened, was he that much stronger than everybody else? Is it what we overcame that made us this strong? Or is there some finicky stuff going on? Because somehow those crystals, the crystals of light that we were collecting in the beginning, those now seem super suspicious to me somehow. I don't know. By scrutinizing his feats in battle, Athena aims to deduce the secret of his prowess and use it to fortify her own vessel. Only then will the culmination of her research be at hand. Can we, well, simply remove? I don't know if it's a simple removal. But I do think that's kind of the solution, though, right? Because, I mean, we have La Habrea here, so whatever he did in order to sever the part of his soul that was bound to Athena, I guess in theory we would be able to do the same thing here too, right? An arduous task, but not impossible. Athena can inscribe herself upon another's soul, but she cannot erase its will. If we awaken Claudian's spirit to the reality of his bondage, he might be compelled to wrest his body from Athena's clutches. So exactly what happened to him, more or less, right? Because he kind of realized that what was happening was bad, and through his own sort of strength of will, he was able to tear himself apart from her. We still don't know why she chose Claudian. What makes him more suited than anyone else? Maybe he is some descendant of her? Although I have never spoken to Claudian, I did witness an incident that may prove revelatory. That's the word. When instructing the vessel to do her bidding, she called it by a familiar name. Arictonius. Oh! Wait, never mind. So Claudian is the current Arictonius? Or inherited his soul? Well, that was kind of a point in the first sort of section of the story, right? That Arictonius is a researcher as well, and I guess, yeah, wasn't that the whole point, that he was more focused on his research versus learning his sort of chain powers that La Brea wanted him to learn, and that's kind of why he scolded him all the time, right? I feel like that's what I remember from that. It is as I thought. Alright. Let's get some more shit. I should have looked which one I have the least of. Yeah, I guess determination. Of course, our action is clear. We must lay Athena low and rescue Claudian. A difficult task to be sure, but one which the present company is more than capable of achieving. Well, hopefully. Why would Athena use my name? More questions and few answers to go around. Well, because, yeah. Claudian must be your... Wait, now that I... Doesn't Claudian even look a little bit like Arictonius? I didn't even make that connection at all. And now in retrospect, I want to say that it's fairly obvious even. I mean, we haven't really seen Claudian ever since the last raid here, I suppose? At least I haven't. A mother's touch. Okay, that looks like a crazy arena. Huh. I really wonder what kind of things she's gonna do. Because I feel like... Well, maybe it was also because... I was sort of expecting this sort of... this balance aspect of... Not necessarily light and dark, but definitely judgment aspect of the fight against Elidibus. That I wasn't really that surprised by it. So we've had, like, different elements being infused in the first fight. We've had the spider mechanics coming back from the Heavensward Alliance raid in the second one. And we've had Elidibus dark side, light side, judgment stuff that very closely resembles a lot of things from E11 so far. So while all of them definitely have a unique spin and take things that we already know in a different direction, they were all quite similar in regards to what we already know, right? Nothing too crazy or entirely unexpected, I would say. Although, well, I definitely didn't expect the spider web mechanic to come back, but nothing entirely new so far, right? So that's going to be interesting to see what the last fight is going to entail. Themis, you may have just handed us the key to rescuing Claudian. Has he? What must we do? First and foremost, we must confront Athena. She must be made vulnerable, as Elidibus was. Yet our opponent stands on the verge of godhood. What does that mean? Please explain! As we are now, she would unmake us in an instant. We have no choice but to place the burden of our fate, and the fate of many more besides, squarely upon your shoulders. I trust you have no objections. Yeah, I'm kind of used to it. God or no, I shall cast her down. It's a burden I'm used to carrying. Objections? No. Concerns? Yes. It's a burden I'm used to carrying. I imagine so. Ever have we relied upon your skill at arms? I love that. So insane. We're standing next to Elidibus and La Habrea, the very people that we were tasked with defeating. And we had to carry that very, you know, pressure on our shoulders. This is... I still can't get over that, honestly. I don't... Yeah. And we all appreciate his willingness to fling himself at the unknown. However, we have yet to hear how this will liberate Claudian. I have a plan. Do not trouble yourself over the details. Well, you can explain, though. Same goes for you. You must focus the entirety of your attention on Athena. She will not be easily bested, even by one of your prowess. Then let us trust in La Habrea, and prepare for the battle to come. So we're gonna go into battle first. Before we face Athena, I must know. If she had never discovered the aura site, had never fallen under its influence, would she have lived a normal life? Would she have been a mother to me? That must suck though, right? Because, like, nobody's gonna be able to 100% answer that question. Yeah, I've asked myself the same questions. Questions with no answer, I fear. Well, now I'm kind of mad at the aura site. Who the fuck placed that here? Where did it come from? Imagine how different that would have been, right? Because... Well, I mean, I guess the whole Medion business wasn't really influenced by it, right? That still would have happened? Maybe? Probably? It's just that... I mean, it heavily depends on how much influence or how much the La Habrea that we ended up fighting was still influenced by these circumstances, if he was influenced by them. So that could have been very different. I don't know. I mean, that question still remains. Like, how does that work? Because Emmett Selk didn't remember us, right? That was the whole point. His memories were gone. And Vina tried her best to sort of steer us in the right direction, but had the problem of, well, having to shoulder so much that she couldn't really straight up just tell us what was going on. I just failed to see the reason for why this La Habrea, why the actual La Habrea would not have remembered us meeting. Because he should, right? But let us put them out of our mind. There's something we must discuss, and I would do so not as La Habrea, but as a father to his son. Okay. I want to know what they're talking about! What the hell? How dare you cut away from that? Okay. Well, well, well. Here we are. What did you two talk about? I want to know. Right now, Athena must be the sole focus of your attention. She shall not hesitate to exploit any weakness she can sense. For now, we place our trust in you. The rest must wait until we have Athena before us. Athena maintains absolute control over the space. Beyond the gate, she has doubtless built herself an abode worthy of a god, and now awaits the arrival of her supplicants. Makes me wonder what it's gonna look like. I guess that's what it's gonna look like. The 12th circle. The chief keyword of Pandaemonium's appetite for godhood has been made only more keen by 12 millennia of slumber. I love how they just confirmed that now. Yeah, it's been 12,000 years, but we all know that by this point, right? and even her own flesh and blood are naught but tools with which to feed her hunger. No sacrifice too great, no price too high, Athena would see all life extinguished if it brought her even one ilm closer to her ultimate goal. Her wicked ambitions can be suffered no longer, so you must journey into Pandaemonium's heart and cut out their swords. Yeah, I just want to know what Orside is, man. How can it influence her that much? To the point where she's willing to give up everything on her quest for knowledge. Because at the end of the day, it leads into a paradox, right? If she would continue on her quest, she would just destroy everything at the end and have nothing else left to know, right? Eventually, she would just have consumed everything, be a god, but a god over nothing, if you will. So that's a very curious problem to have. It is so... I can't get over what they did with this raid series. I don't know what I expected at the start, but it certainly wasn't this. Because we were sort of introduced into the whole Pandaemonium raid series as it being La Habrea's story, and in a way, obviously, it is. But so much more seems to be connected to this that it's actually kind of crazy to, you know, go through it and really witness it like this. So... 12th circle. Ooh, looks like a fancy arena. Hey there, Athena. Finally ready to face me?
You have done well to reach the seat of godhood. Now, bear your souls to me.
What are those funny little angels in the background? What's that beat? What the hell? So we're gonna see her like full ancient form? Whoa. Oh, that's an awesome design. And the music's cool too. Like that sort of void in her chest? Black hole? Whatever that is? It's like a black hole, right? Sucking in the souls, I gather? Oh, what an awesome design. Whoa. I can't wait to see her second form, man. This music.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest.
On the soul. Is that a right way? It's always a right white. Or a tank buster sometimes.
You cannot escape my
Trinity of Souls. Alright, that looks like we need to stand on the left. Oh, wait, she's doing 3 things. Okay, and now we move over, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, easy enough. I kind of expected it to be, like, not only a side cleave, but something else as well. Oh. What are those crystals? Oh, wait, somebody picked them up, I think. Ah, that explains the lines. Okay. Okay, so... some are stationary and some can be moved by players, alright? Those are like the ads in whatever that E8 thing was called, right? The mechanic with where you have to drag the ads on the side. The size of that asylum is so insane. Oh, that's the tank buster. That's a lion.
These chains are forged from the
Super chain theory. Ooh, that also reminds me of Eden, right? With the whole what the fuck is this? Oh, I know what it is. These are donuts. Yeah. That wasn't exactly complicated to see. Okay, so we're doing that again. Get him up. Wait, so... Oh! Okay. Never mind, I was dumb. Yeah. I thought they were gonna go off at the same time. At the right? How's the Reaper constantly dying? What? Unnatural enchainment. Okay, so I guess her chain theme also comes from, you know, the whole souls business. Oh, hello. Paradigma. Ah, she's also like such a cool remix of stuff, right? Oh, now I realize. So the weird bubbles that we saw there, they determine what the ad is going to be. So whether or not it's a chain that the player must... oh god. Fuck, which one was the first one? The green one, right? Oh yeah, it's always like that. Okay. Yeah, I can see this being real fun in Savage. Oh no!
This is but a glimpse of the god's strength.
Let me get my stuff back here. Oh god, what the hell is this? It's just a heal through or something?
Behold such power as you will never wield.
What just happened? Oh yeah, I don't think we're gonna make it through this ad phase. I don't even... Is that just damage? The kill... Oh wait, I can just check. Oh yeah, I think it might be. I also got auto attack there for a second. Yeah, it might have just been damage, honestly. Wait, the white mage has a... Oh, that's an alliance macro, right? That's a weird choice, but okay. Yeah, well, we're definitely not gonna make it through here. So, I mean, that's a good call, though. Or, not a good call, a good thing. Because, yeah. If you wipe a normal, that typically means that it's a pretty cool fight. Alright. I like it so far. Not super complex. I don't really know what happened there at the start of that ads phase, but it really just might have been a... what's it called? Damage. Going through. Oh yeah, I should probably... So on the soul, I need to add all. Probably help.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
I like that aesthetic, and I also like that it like clearly shows which one was first, right? So you don't have to like remember, keep guessing. Typically, I'm a fan of mechanics that make you remember stuff, but I feel like this works pretty well. You don't always need that, right? Sometimes it's nice to have something that is visually clear in terms of how it works. Alright, so these are gonna move away again. But aren't the non-player driven lines always north to south, or am I overlooking something there? Uh-oh. For a second I thought I was standing in the other line. Yeah, that visual with the colors is really cool. I wonder how that's going to change in Savage. I don't think it's just going to be a room quite complete. That probably has some sort of other effect attached to it, right? Oh shit, I should have used my shield. That's the tank buster. Now we're getting the donuts again. This time around I need to do the second ones better. Alright. That's a very cool visual though. I like that. Just fits very well with the whole theme here, right? Oh, for a second there I wanted to make sure that I stood close enough to everybody. For them to receive my buff, but then I realized I don't need to do that anymore. It's just kind of arena-wide. Alright, so we're gonna go here first and then to the other one. I don't know why I didn't realize that the chains were like different lengths. Because now it's sort of obvious. Athena's? Oh shit, that's the line. Oh boy. And that's a knockback when you're hit by it. Thank God I do have a shield. Okay, so that breaks the platforms away, yeah. Breaks 3 platforms first and then another 3, right? I'm imagining it's always gonna keep the, like a line thingy. That's gonna be interesting to solve in Savage. Yeah, so far it always, like, a line stays.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
And of course, if you don't turn her, it becomes way easier to solve this part. I'm still not entirely sure. Was that the raid white? I think so, right? Still not entirely sure if I'm a fan of the small nameplates. I don't know. With the colors, they're easier to see. Still, I went in the middle again. But, I don't know. I think this was just damage, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's just a big hit. Oh, she jumps to... Oh, wait, she jumps on people. Okay, for a second there I thought she was jumping on, on the ads that were still there or something. Oh, shit. Well... Is that good or bad that we're split up this way now? At least we have a white mage here. Oh, okay. That's weird. Right, so that probably means that there's something else happening there. I mean, most definitely that something else will be happening there in Savage. In that stage, because it really, like, there's nothing happening here, I felt like. Wait, which ones are the donuts? Oh, wait. Now that goes up. Oh, God. And she's doing that too? Somebody ran off. Ooh, very interesting. I like it. probably should have waited, but... Oh, shit! She was turned! Oops! Didn't even realize. And I should have added that, too. Ooh, that was a clutch heal. Nice. What was this? I still don't remember what the hell the... whatever it was called. Her line AoE that she keeps doing. I don't remember what that was called. See if she's gonna combine this with something else too. Because the chains were definitely different this time, right? Yeah, she's... Oh god! Okay. Thankfully though, the AoEs around that aren't as big as you'd initially think. I'm tanking again. Ah, that's a Parthenos or whatever. That's the one. Okay. Let's do that. Yeah, I never understand why the off-tank, especially in the new raid, is not, you know, putting on his tank stance either. Because I'm just, yeah, way too close for comfort next to him in aggro. It's a very fun fight. Very fun normal mode as well. Oh, that's the tank buster, okay. Fairly fast-paced, I want to say. I mean, that's definitely what I enjoyed about the last, like, first phase in P8, was that I felt like the pacing was really good. And this seems to be very, very similar in that regard. Nice. Apotheosis. Wonder why she made herself into a butterfly, though. Huh. Yeah. I feel like that's going to be a very, very interesting and potentially very fun Savage. Pandaemonium Anabas Seos complete. Cool. Yeah, those... Oh, we're gonna get her as a minion? Wind up Athena to follow you everywhere. That is her wish. Oh, God. It sounds kind of wrong, but alright. Guess maybe some people are gonna like it. Okay. Oh, I didn't even realize that pattern in the sky. That looks really cool. Are there supposed to be, like, irises? Eyes that are watching us? I think so, right? Because that's kind of the point of this. Watching us, testing us? Wonder how these mechanics are going to be in Savage. I feel like... Especially in comparison to P8, it didn't really reveal that much. Maybe it's going to be a fight that has a really, really good second phase, though. Because P4, for example, had an interesting, but not so different first phase from the normal mode. Like, obviously, it was a lot harder to do and execute, but... You know, in terms of the mechanics, it was very similar. But then the second phase was really, really cool. And then P8 kind of went the other way around, where the first phase was really cool and well-paced and normal as well. And then the second phase really wasn't. Hopefully we're going to get two very cool phases this time around. Countless years I waited within that stifling crystal. And now, when my dream is finally within reach, you stand in my way. Dream of what? Becoming a god over what exactly? Your dream is naught but selfish ambition. Its fulfillment would benefit only you. Yeah, not even really herself, I want to say. And why, Athena? At the end of this road to godhood, what did you hope to find? Yeah, exactly my question. What the hell? Like, why? I mean, God, yeah, sure, but, like, why? It matters not. The fact remains that she worked against the interests of the star. I feel like it does matter for us to understand how to potentially quell desires like this in the future, right? And to, like, make sure that people are not going to follow her same path. Even so, I would hear her answer. I would know why my mother cast us aside. Her mask finally off, huh? How unlike you, Erictonius. You were never so inquisitive before. Having struck upon a hypothesis, there's but one thing the wise woman desires. God, her movement is irrefutable proof. Oh my god, that's scary. What the fuck is up with the... Ever since the weapons quest in Shadowbringers, I feel like they kind of went crazy with their, you know, like, unsettling animations. Proof of what, though? My theory was that any true god would see us as we are, imperfect. She would hammer out our flaws and build something greater. So did she, through finding that Orside, conclude that there had to be like a greater power that they were sort of imperfect in comparison with? To prove this could not but benefit the star, I would give it the perfect stewards, that it might shine brighter than any other. Yeah, okay, so she wanted to become a god because she... Well, I guess, I mean, I very frequently said so myself, that I thought it's very, very interesting how the Ascians were presented to us as some sort of godlike being, right? Certainly in terms of power. And then it turns out, well, they're kind of just the ancients, right? I mean, yeah, they were more powerful than us, but ultimately not that different. And turns out we're also just, like, sundered versions of them. So in a way, we're still the same, just a bit less than the whole. Got this music. And I guess she, of all people, like, they definitely had a problem in terms of recognizing that they weren't as perfect as they thought they were, I think. And the more we inquire into the ancients, the more it seems like they were pretty fucked up in certain ways, right? I mean, Fandaniel certainly was, although he still was a bit more reasonable compared to her, I think. Oh, are we gonna get my favorite part of the song? We are. Although I do connect this theme a bit more to Garlemald, but it works here as well. It's such a cool, like, melody. And you would destroy the lives already upon it. In that, I'm no different from our peers. Over the course of eons, how many creations have we wrought? Such creatures cannot but usher their inferior predecessors into oblivion. Man, this is awesome. I cannot believe that they went there. I never would have thought that this questline would have, like, brought up these questions as well. So the whole story in Endwalker and what Fandaniel created with Medion came out of this, because he recognized that as well. He recognized that they are very much not perfect beings, and that they're treating life like shit in a way, except for their own lives. But he came to a very different conclusion. He came to the conclusion that, well, you know, if we discard imperfect life in the search for perfect life, well, shouldn't we conclude that we should discard ourselves too, because we're not perfect? So his conclusion was, well, if we aren't perfect, but we want everything to be perfect, then we should kill ourselves, essentially, right? Because there's no point in us being here if we aren't perfect. Her whole angle seems to be, well, if we're imperfect, let's just find a way to make us perfect, right? Kind of two sides of the same coin, and both crazy enough to actually pull through on their plans. Even without our meddling, nature would take the self-same course, would it though? I do love the symbolism with her mask falling off. Like, she truly now she shows her true colors in a way, right? She shows who she truly is. If the destination is the same, is it somehow worse to arrive there by the guidance of a god? Think not. Well, yeah, the destination's not the same, though. If you just let nature run its course, then I don't think you'd ever arrive at anything that would be perfect. The Orsite made such thoughts irresistible, perhaps, but it cannot have created them from whole cloth. This is Athena's truth. Still interesting that it can do that, though. God, I love this music. What right have you to pass judgment? You were but a vessel for my masterwork. Your purpose ends there. My only mistake was leaving you possessed of a soul. God, she's ice cold, isn't she? I love her design so much. The fact that her ice cold eyes are really the only outstanding feature about her just gives her this aura of insanity. What are you saying? Poor Erictonius. Always the last to arrive at the obvious conclusion. Well, enlighten us then. I give birth to you for a single reason, that you might serve as my tool. And like any tool, I crafted you to suit my needs, that you might accept my essence when the time came. That's so fucked up to say as a parent, right? Holy shit. I mean, we kind of knew that, but I guess he definitely didn't hear it from her. Of course, I also made you more amenable to my demands, and ensured that you would feel a cloying affection for your dear mother. However, it seems that my tinkering was insufficient. I was gonna say, so... Well, he still is the son of La Habrea, because for a second there it sounded as if he isn't even, like... Well, not human, but what the ancients are, right? Kind of human. But that she just sort of artificially created him, like all the other creations that they had in Elpis, right? But that doesn't really make sense, because although maybe it does. In a fucked up way, I could definitely see her doing that. Because now that I'm thinking about it, right? I was thinking, well, yeah, they had to conceive a child together, like La Habrea and her, but with how fucked up she is, and the way their souls were bonded and stuff, I wonder if she could have just sort of taken... Well, this is going to sound weird, but, you know, taken his semen, or, you know, DNA that was, like, put into her, but twisted it, right? Like, really just twisted the ethereal nature of what child she was bearing, and just completely formed it to her own needs, instead of just carrying out as nature would have done. Because, I mean, that's literally what she just said, right? I mean, if nature is going to do that anyway at some point, let's just fast forward that process. And so, yeah, I honestly kind of think that's what she did. And now she thinks she just didn't go far enough. My very feelings were your design. Not obvious at all, but okay. You created a boy unable to grasp even the simplest magic, ever hopelessly clinging to his mother's robes, unable to do otherwise. I was doomed from the start. That's so fucked up. Yet here you are, standing in defiance of her design. You are more than what she made you. I still feel the sting of it, but with pain comes clarity. You ill deserve to wear the mantle of a god. I mean, that much was kind of clear. As stubborn as you are witless. If the star will not be mine, then it serves no purpose. God, like, even with the background, right? She really does look sort of like a goddess. She aims to obliterate the ethereal sea and stem the flow of life. And she can just do that? She will do no such thing. Oh, right, his chain magic. Oh, I guess, of course, she's using the Heart of Sabik for that. I was gonna say, wait, why would she have the power to do that? But yeah, the Heart of Sabik probably does. Before the battle, La Habrea told me I was the key to finishing this. I love that we're back to this music, by the way. It's so perfect for this. Although I am but an illusion, my soul has crossed eons to find its home in another. One whose body Athena has seen fit to purloin as her own. Much of what I once was now resides in him. Should my memory seize this chance to follow suit, they may resound enough to wake his mind. But Athena inhabits him still. What will become of you? I don't know. But if I can rouse his soul, perhaps it will disrupt Athena's hold. It's the best chance we have. It's actually a really cool plan. My whole life others have looked down upon me, but I've never given up searching for my purpose. Now, I found it. This decision is yours to make, and yours alone. Do as you will, my son. I know you shall make me proud. God, I love them. I want to have more. I want to spend more time with them. Fuck, this quest's gonna be over in a bit. Erictonius, do not dare. I love his confident look. No, stop this! Your words hold sway over me no longer. My life is my own, and I've found my true family. Did he just sprint into her? My power raids the vessel. Ejects me. Or I guess he was aiming for his actual self. Soul. Alright, well, with that far, what is happening? Athena's magic should be impotent with no body to fuel them. Precisely. Athena was the sole force holding the space around Pandaemonium together, and now it crumbles. Although little would change if we were buried here, we cannot let this be his final resting place. I kind of forgot that we were still in the ethereal sea, honestly. Claudian! For all my miscalculations, to think that you would be my undoing, that you would even be capable of defying me. Oh, his soul is still here, or his memory. There's more you would say to me? The music. God, the music choice has been absolutely perfect in this great. Or have you decided to return to your dear mother's bosom? You brought Claudian back to me. Oh yeah, she's completely delusional, right? Apologies, but I am only the dregs of your own memory. I can do naught but watch as the evil you've wrought collapses, burying you under its weight. How disappointing. Truly useless to the last. And who made me that way? Oh, snap. Yeah, it was her fault. Like, her inability to, well, come up with the proper plan, I guess, that would have been successful. So, yeah, that must sting deep. And now it's just gone again. All of our connections to the ancients slowly but surely disappearing. God, I love the silence, right? Just sort of this ethereal wind. No music, nothing. I cannot believe that I didn't see that earlier, that Claudian looked like frickin' Arctonius. Where's that stream of crystals going? Is that always there? Man, something about this just makes me... What would you call that? Melancholic? I really don't know. I think this is truly the first time that I really hate that a raid story just ends, right? That doesn't mean that I didn't enjoy the other stories. I thought that, especially Eden, was pretty cool. And, like, Eden had a bunch of really cool, like, lore behind it, right? And because it included two Asians that we hadn't really, or two members of the Convocation, I would say, that we hadn't really heard about. And about their sort of destiny, right? What they encountered, how they lived, who they were, really. And then Omega and Alexander both have huge implications for the story, right? I mean, Shadowbringers wouldn't have been able to happen if we hadn't dealt with both Alexander and Omega. So, in terms of what they can do, it's, like, super important, right? But at the end of the day, I always felt like those raid stories to me, I mean, they definitely concluded. They were super interesting for the information that we got out of them. They were cool for the character interactions that we had in them. I mean, most of the time, you know, a lot of the characters that we knew, like Thancred and Urianger being in the Eden storyline, for example, and Reen, obviously, were also a big part of those stories. Nero, Sid, with Omega. And this is the first time we didn't really have that, right? And to, you know, now sort of slowly coming to the realization that this is going to be probably the last we're ever going to see of both Lahabrea and Elidibus. It honestly makes me really sad. Especially that fight against him, like Elidibus, was such a great callback to a lot of different moments, really. And it just makes me realize that as much as I love the current present story that is going on in the universe of 14, ever since they introduced Emet-Selch to us, and subsequently, you know, the Ancients and what they were really about, and that we were Azem back then, or now are a reincarnation of that same person, holding, I guess, 8 parts of a soul now. I don't know, I feel so closely connected to these people. I mean, sure, the Scions, well, that's the thing, right? The Scions are here. They're cool, reliable friends, fun to hang out with, but there's just this connection that I cannot seem to be able to shake, and that I just want to know more about and explore more. And I don't know, I get this kind of fear that it's going to be a long time until we'll go back to it, which I think we will. I mean, I still somehow think that at some point in the future in this game, we might actually be reuniting all parts of our soul and properly turning into Azem again at the very, very end. But who knows when that's going to be, right? Man, shit. Don't really want to continue. I feel like this feels very final. I don't know, something about this just feels so final because the main story has already sort of moved on, right? From the Ancients, I want to say. Even though Zodiark and the 13th might still play a role, so far at least, it didn't really seem like we were going to revisit that. And this truly just... it just brought back a lot of memories, and it made me realize just how closely connected I do feel to the Ancients and their people, our people. And honestly, the funny thing about that is, the more that happens, right, the more connection you do feel to them, almost in a twisted way, really makes me see Emet-Selch's perspective a lot clearer now, right? This idea of bringing that world back, especially from his perspective, as he's never lost it, right? And even I, who, in terms of my character, have never really known it at all, only seen recreations of it, still kind of feeling this longing for being back there. At least on the surface, Professor Claudian appears unharmed. You must wait for him to regain consciousness to judge anything beyond that, I fear. Questions, more questions. Why did Claudian set out by himself? What did he see? I do hope he wakes up soon. He really does look so similar, right? Just with blonde hair and sort of like this weird red shade. Although Erectonius was naught but a collection of memories, I know his absence pains you. But he acted with resolve, full aware of the potential consequences. Let us look back on this moment now. Moment not with sorrow, but with pride. You both are the heroes of the day. Athena's ambitions would have swallowed the world had you not stemmed their advance. We shall stay here, both to look over Professor Claudin and ensure that there are no further disturbances in the ethereal sea. You should rest. I will not take no for an answer. I mean, these were only ever memories, right? The real people we actually met back in Elpis, but it's still... I mean, it's just sad. It really is sad. I wanna... I want to reunite with all our buddies from the Ancients, right? Just Labrea, Emetzel, the whole convocation, really. Just being back. Imagine what cool, like, what cool stuff we could be talking about. With all the others too, right? The respective fields of study, the issues that would crop up. Trying to imagine a Zem sitting in that room that we were in earlier, after we fought Elidibus. A Zem sitting there, you know, being completely uninterested in what the others have to say and just going on and on about some great adventure he had with some random person he met somewhere on the other side of the planet. And all the others just looking in exhaustion. Please, you know, stop your stories. We need to discuss actual problems. Oh, that would have been so fun. Whatever they're going to do, whatever direction they're going to take the story in, I really, really wish that, you know, at least some, whether it be in some side quests, I don't even really care. I just want to have more scenes with, you know, Azem and or the others, Vinar, Hythlodeus. Just bring them back every now and again, right? Because technically there is still a bunch of... I feel like we're still missing a couple convocation members that we haven't seen yet. So 2 in... Wait. Well, I'm not going to get them together. We are 1, obviously. We had 3 unsundered Ascians, which makes 4. There were 2 in the Eden quest line. Nabrialis wasn't actually in the convocation, right? Or was he? Well, Fen Daniel, obviously. I don't know. I actually don't know. But I feel like we're still missing a couple, actually. I mean, they're definitely not going to completely disregard this whole story. That much is clear to me, but like moving forward. But yeah, I don't know. Guided by the past. It seems we can do naught but wait. This must be so weird. Even though La Habrea technically is only a memory as well, there's still sort of a reincarnation of a sun that's lying on the ground there, right? Perhaps we might discuss a matter which has been troubling me. While your colleague Nemgigi was enlightening us on the historical events which led to this era, she let slip the name of one of the Ascians. La Habrea. God, I love the Amarant theme, damn it. Although she knew of the figure only from her research, she was most insistent that there is no evidence connecting the Ascian to myself. Yet I am aware that this La Habrea used the Heart of Sabik to sow chaos throughout your world. And I would be a fool to deny such strong connections between us. You are the only one present who has met the Ascian in question. So I would ask you directly. Are he and I one and the same? Oh boy. Is my fate to work in the shadows and bring about untold destruction? Well, that's a very good question, because you don't really strike me as the same La Brea, but that being said, I mean, so, well, either way, his soul was being torn apart, right? Or was torn apart, ultimately. I just don't... So, if he somehow continued to carry the Heart of Sabik, believing he had to protect it, maybe the Oricide would have, like, pushed him towards... Because he'd still, just as Emmett Selk, he still would have been longing for getting his world back, right? So, would that mean that the Oricide somehow forced him to do that? Or not forced him, but, you know, very, very strongly pushed him towards sort of that direction of events. But then again, we don't really know how much he actually talked to Emmett Selk and or Elidibus. We actually have no idea how much they talk to each other, if at all. I mean, there was that one mention of... I don't remember. Was it Elidibus talking about Emmett Selk or Emmett Selk talking about Elidibus? Either way, they definitely, I mean, obviously knew about each other and about what the other ones were up to, but not really as well. So the one thing that's tripping me up here really is that he didn't seem to have any recollection of that, right? If he truly was unsundered, and Emmett Selk, well, Emmett Selk like lost his memories, and Elidibus lost the memories because he he was used as the Heart of Zodiac and therefore kind of funneled into that, right? And technically, Elidibus for a very long time didn't actually really act against us, right? He was still the emissary, trying to judge neutrally. The thing is, I get the feeling that maybe the Oricide or some other thing... Well, I mean, the Heart of Sabik, the Oricide, probably. But somehow something must have happened to like make him into that, right? I mean, Emmett Selk wasn't... He was sort of grieving so much, and I don't know. I mean, if La Brea had sort of a similar outlook at things... I really cannot be certain. I don't know, because there are other possibilities. I think that the most likely one is that he is that La Brea, but, you know, got heavily influenced potentially by the Heart of Sabik, right? And sort of like super focused and driven into that plan, especially if, you know, he also had Emmett Selk around him to facilitate that very same goal. But I do think that we cannot really rule out the possibility that somehow maybe the twisted part of him got resurrected or attached to Athena, or something happened that twisted his nature as well. Let's go with that cannot be certain. Although I want to be certain. I wish we would get an answer. A diplomatic answer. I understand the Ascians often use the bodies of others to enact their plots, so it is impossible to say who they truly are. These Asians, or Paragons, I'm told, were ruthless in their schemes to rejoin the Sundered Worlds. I've heard but a small number of their deeds, and still I find it difficult to comprehend the depths to which they were willing to sink. To choose a path of evil, all for the sake of the star. Well, I mean, evil is kind of a, you know, it heavily depends on your perspective, doesn't it? I mean, Emmett Selk didn't really believe himself to be evil, which, you know, I mean, it makes so much sense because, well, look at how they looked onto their creations in Elpis, right? I mean, that was Fandaniel's problem all along. And, like, obviously, somebody who viewed other creations or other life forms that way, the way they were looking at them in Elpis, I mean, it just logically follows that he would look at us the same, right? Sort of imperfect beings that, just like the creatures in Elpis, can be just turned into ether again and recreated until you get back to the point where he wanted them to be. So it's really, sure, from our perspective, it's an insane and twisted and evil scheme, but from his perspective, it really isn't. It's just normal life for them, right? Now, does it mean that that doesn't right his actions, obviously, right? Just because you have that power, I guess more of them should have really thought about it the way Fandaniel did. Not with the same conclusion, right, that he came to, with just annihilating everything, but at least look at and acknowledge their imperfectness as well, and maybe consider how that would or should influence their behavior towards other creatures, right? I don't really want to go into the similarities here between humans and them, because like we in our world are very much the same, right? Where you can see a lot of people just having, well, not really a healthy respect towards not only the environment around us, but also like animals and other things. And it doesn't mean that I'm perfect. I mean, there are insects that I don't really care about or that I hate having around me, right? So, yeah, it is what it is, right? That's the thing. Like, I've killed ants. If Emmett Selk viewed us as ants... Well, that being said, though, right, if the ant could talk back to me and say, please don't kill me, I probably wouldn't do it. So, yeah. I mean, It's a difficult discussion, either way, I want to say. But I think he can see himself in that. I admit, 'tis a decision I would make under the right circumstances. Although the ages may take their toll, my devotion to my duty will never waver. Yeah. And then that possibly being, you know, or that wish possibly being made even stronger through the Orsight in the heart of Sabik. Can see him turning out like that. Although it still doesn't really explain why he wouldn't remember meeting us. That's the one thing that I'm not entirely sure about here. Or the one thing that still makes me feel like there was some stuff going on there. Paying no heed to what might be lost, I will treat the heart of Sabik as a mere tool for my own ends. Never caring to look beyond the surface, I will unleash forces that I fail to truly comprehend, and remain blissfully ignorant of my hypocrisy all the while. Him too, right? mean, Elidibus has done a lot of stuff that he... With that look he just gave him, I think he also realized that he might have done wrong. Which is... God, imagine what could have been, right? Imagine if... At some point the Asians had stopped to... Like Emet-Selch, La Habrea, if they had stopped to think and maybe come up with a different solution. I mean, ultimately, that's what Emet-Selch realized, and that's what he said at the end of Endwalker, right? Is that, you know, your path is the correct one, and ours wouldn't have worked. He just didn't realize before, but I want to know what had happened if they had found a way to rejoin the stars without causing destruction. If there would have been a way to... And I feel like we're possibly going to find that in the future. Because we kind of already have, since we're able to travel to the first. So in theory, if we could somehow get everybody to be able to do that, we would be able to fuse all the people with their respective counterparts, I guess. The way we fused with Artbird. Although he wasn't really real at that point anymore, or he was just a wandering spirit of sorts. So that issue of loss of life and them being individual people that would be fused together, it's still kind of a big issue there, but it appears Claudian has awakened. I have some faint memories of what transpired. You stood against Athena and won. Oh, right, he would have witnessed that, yeah. And you were there too. La Habrea. Arctonius' memories of you dwell within me still. Through unyielding discipline, you hope to forge a son equal to yourself. But the crucible you placed him in left scars, which were loath to heal. Yet you were never motivated by selfishness. All you did was in service of your duty. At the least yeah, sort of this... It's a bit like Fortuno, right? Father who wants the best for his children, or his child in this case, and is just unable to find a way to let them know. And so instead reverts to just kind of pushing them towards what they believe is best for them, right? Without realizing that it doesn't really work if you don't explain what you're actually doing. I will hear no more. Though you may possess Erictonius' memories, you are not him. In rebirth, you have become someone else entirely, and you belong to this age. As such, I am your enemy. And an enemy does not deserve sympathy. Oh, come on, we're not enemies. Not anymore, anyways. Of course, I would never condone the actions of the Asian. But you are not him. You are La Habrea of the Convocation. You spared no effort in saving us from Athena's machinations. For that you deserve the utmost praise. In my personal thanks. If you insist on deceiving yourself, then so be it. My stance remains unchanged. The most difficult of your trials is behind you. You may find that Pandaemonium has yet to relinquish the last of its secrets. Really? Among them is the identity of Hephaestus' liberator, who set the very first wheels in motion. There is but one place to find these answers. The past. Wait a second, I thought that was... What? I hadn't even considered another party to be part of this. I just assumed that Athena somehow had found a way to... Like, in her death, just combine herself with Pandaemonium or something, or through the Heart of Sabik was able to, you know, still influence everything around her. It was somebody else. However, I must insist that you keep silent about Athena's fate. While I doubt it would change the decisions I make, you should not tender us information we could not uncover ourselves. Or is he talking about himself in the past? Maybe I just kind of missed that. Now that I've said my piece, I shall follow in my son's footsteps. I mean, he's definitely right in saying that we shouldn't influence the past. That would be a bad idea, but... Well, maybe we're gonna get the answers I'm looking for here. These odious memories will fade to nothing, as was always their fate. Another ancient gone. Farewell. Man, I mean, these were all our friends back in the convocation, right? And just thinking back when we were fighting Zodiac, for example, all the masks, right, crying out for us to help them. Was La Habrea there too? Wonder what he thought about this. My time too draws near, but I believe I can stay long enough to see this matter through. You shall journey to the past to seek out the truth of La Habrea's words, yes? While Themis himself may have been there to see this encounter, I have the unique opportunity to hear your perspective on the matter. That is, of course, if you will share it with me. I look forward to it. I shall take in the ethereal sea one final time as I await your return. Oh, I shall take in. How did I just read that? Oh. One final time back in Elpis, question mark? I don't know if the main story is ever going to lead us there again, but... Let me quickly check a Discord message here. Where's my mouse? There's my mouse. That's fine. It was just a bunch of people were asking me if I wanted to do Unreal, but, you know, I really want to see this through first. There will be time for other stuff. And this is just... I mean, in terms of the... I don't know. Well, it's difficult. It's really, really difficult to compare the different raids to each other, because especially at this point where we've already seen so many, they all served very, very different purposes, right? I mean, the first one with Bahamut, I always kind of regarded, even though I wasn't playing the game when it happened, I always regarded Bahamut as sort of the pinnacle of the raids, but mostly due to it being associated with this insane resurrection story of the entire game, right? Dalamud crashing, burning down the world, and then we're getting sort of the conclusion to that story in that raid quest. But now that I'm really... I mean, every single raid has this one really unique, defining thing about them, right? Alexander being the thing through, like, traveling through time. Omega... I mean, Omega has a billion implications, right? Because it goes back to the Omicrons, the fight against Midgard's armor. There's just so much in there, right? And then we get Eden, story about 2 other Asians, but also story of a potential sort of resurrection of the empty in the first, right? And a potential plan to bring life back to that. And now we get this. Both a very personal story about La Habrea, but also definitely a story with a lot of different implications. Some of which I don't think this particular story will answer. I mean, the fact that the Orsite seems to have been preceding the Ancients and was able to influence them as well really does make me wonder where it came from. If it was alien in nature, then where did it come from, right? Because I don't think we've really seen anything like that either with the Aya or the Omicrons or any of the other sort of alien races that we've discovered now. So... I wonder if it's the first hint at some universe-spanning threat that we don't really know about yet. Although I guess a universe-spanning threat was Meteon already, but who knows? I believe we've yet to see the full effect these events will have on the ethereal sea. Once Professor Claudian recovers, we must conduct a thorough investigation. Rusino and I shall return to Aporia and make our report to Master Foshino at once. Oh, where to begin? Yeah, that's a very good question. I too shall stay here and await your return. I could use the rest, and there is a matter I would discuss with you and Themis before we say our farewells. Now all that is left is to return to Pandaemonium and ask La Habrea to shed light upon its few remaining mysteries. I look forward to your return. It's equally weird to be talking to his memory when we also know... Oh, wait. Why is it... What? I thought we were supposed to go back to... Oh, never mind. It's the world yeah. We are supposed to go back to Elpis. Somehow I had forgotten that is behind that part. Why is somebody crafting here? Probably because some of the new materials are to be found here, right? I mean, we have a miner, alchemist. Man, those new symbols are really cool. I hadn't even considered that they obviously would also count for the crafting and gathering professions, right? But I don't know what it is about this raid story in particular. I mean, sure, it's set up to, like, make you feel nostalgic, I suppose, right? In a sense. Because it has to do so much with the past and with Elpis and the Ancients, but... I feel like there's more to it as well. It's definitely this feeling of conclusion. Potentially not really being able to go back here ever. I mean, we can, it's just... Well, pretty much like... I mean, I did sort of feel the same sometimes towards the end of expansions, right? Or the end of... Because some of the Heavensward areas, or Stormblood areas, sure, sometimes you go back there to gather some stuff or to deal with an S rank, something like that, but obviously I'm never going to get that feeling back of, you know, seeing the zones for the first time, going through the story there, meeting characters, meeting their fate, you know. I don't know. I mean, there's just so much that... Yeah, I don't know. To have auto report. Must free the rest of our colleagues. Alright. So it looks like it's kind of alright, huh? Pandaemonium's protective wards have been restored. I don't exactly know what I was expecting, but just seeing them here, that's somewhat insane. I don't really... I thought they were gone, or that we, like, that they were warped beyond, you know, anything. Ah, you must be him. I am Hegemon, keyword of Abyssos. But I suspect you may already know that. We did meet once before, after all, although I was not entirely myself at the time. Yeah, how do you still live? Thanks to you, however, I can rightly say my faculties are mine once more. At present, I am taking stock of the damage done to the facility. Were they able to, like, split her apart as well? Like... She was the P6 enemy though, right? The one from P7 that became that tree? I don't... Like, she was dead though, right? I mean, we literally talked to her ghost, I think. Passage to the hidden compound. Now that I'm here again, like, this entire facility is insane in its design, right? Sort of DNA contained here. Long time no see, guys. What's up? Didn't expect to see you again so soon, but 'tis always a joy. You seem quite happy to be here. I am. Believe me, I am. Thank you for checking up on us. Did you speak with Hegemon and the other warders on your way here? The work is long, but we have made great strides in undoing Athena's meddling. The thing that I find curious about this is it almost seems too good to be true, right? Truth be told, I thought you would have little reason to ever visit this place again. It seems I was wrong. I just wanted to say hello. Well, that too, but I am looking for answers. How neatly you obfuscate your motivations. Do as you will, then. He has gone through the trouble to visit us, so I hardly think curtness is in order. We braved Pandaemonium together. Why not at least share with him our progress? It's so weird to consider that these are the real people, right? This is the real Lahabrea and the real Elidibus that we're now talking to. It's very difficult, actually, to sort of train your mind to recognize that, I want to say. I have relinquished control of Pandaemonium to La Habrea. I was never meant to hold it for long, and now such authority resides in rightful hands. With La Habrea's help, we have poured through Athena's research into the Hemethioi. Thus, were we able to restore Hegemon's mind and body. Yet there is still much work to be done. Damage to repair, keywords to replace. The tasks are too many to count. But although the path may be long, our progress is steady. I believe we can safely say that Pandaemonium will soon function as it did before. Kinda. Indeed. Before we reach that point, however, there are some matters which must be put to rest. One concerns Pandaemonium itself, and another is a personal matter. Till they are settled, I cannot move forward. It shall not take long. Lack of resolve caused me to delay, but I've chosen my course. These concerns must be weighty indeed. Do you intend to share your burdens with us? What is he about to do? I'm a bit, concerned here, not gonna lie. If you would bear witness, then come. Your arrival at this very moment almost beggars belief, but I shall not ask you to leave. Simply ask that you do not interfere, no matter what may happen. Is he gonna, like, separate his own memories from him or something? I feel like something's gonna happen that will mean that he's not gonna know who we are anymore. Stay here. This will be over soon. Why did you call me here, Master La Habrea? There's still much to be done if the waters are to be freed. Is she the key here? Is she the one who Athena, like, influenced, or maybe even imparted part of her soul into her or something? You have served within Pandaemonium since Athena's time, have you not? That makes you the most senior keyword now that Actistus is gone, so she did, in fact, die. Yeah. As such, you deserve to know a secret few others are privileged to hear, one concerning myself. Separating Hephaestus from myself required removing part of my soul. A necessary sacrifice, but one which came at no small cost to my natural talents. I am but a shadow of the man I was at the time of my appointment as La Habrea. Could never hope to wield the same magics that Hephaestus used to bind the waters' minds, let alone break their shackles. That tone of defeat does not befit your voice, Master La Habrea. Do not give in to despair. There is no despair, only truth. I do not confide in you to garner cheap sympathy. Hephaestus left behind fascinating research. His conclusion was that in order to transform a vessel into a Prometheus, absolute control over their mind was essential. Where's this going? I kind of feel uneasy about how far they're standing apart. As you well know, the magics used to achieve such dominion exploited strong emotions within their victims' hearts. In the case of Hesperos and Actistus, their respect for me. Upon slipping his bonds, Hephaestus took steps to throw Pandaemonium into chaos. With their attention divided, Keyword and Water alike were easy targets. But there was an act that came before. Regardless of Hephaestus' prowess, he could not have won freedom on his own. And that was her? Why her? For long days and nights I pondered who might have released him. I could only conclude that Athena's plans were set in motion long, long ago when she claimed the mind of one of her admirers. And that was her. Hegemon. None would question your pride in your position, your devotion to Pandaemonium. But you do not believe I am the one fit to lead, do you? Your loyalty lies not with my vision for Pandaemonium, but Athena's. This theme is coming back. Master La Habrea, whatever has spurred the sudden accusation, I assure you there is a proper explanation. What are you doing, La Habrea? Oh, fuck. Did not expect that to swap over so fast. Do not interfere, I guess. That's probably what he said. As I've already stated, even should I detect Athena's tinkering, I am currently powerless to dispel it. And so I have come to a decision. One which was made with the best interests of our star in mind. In order to build a better future, I require the strength I have lost. Oh. So the idea that it was that half of him that, you know, was the La Habrea we knew, wasn't exactly wrong. So that's what happens. So that's a bit of a fucked up piece of logic right there, La Habrea. So what he's saying is that he needs to fuse back with his insane half, if you will, to be strong enough to make sure that Athena's plan is not going to come to fruition. Yeah. I mean, I can see his reasoning. I just don't think that it's really the best course of action, to be honest. I must embrace these odious memories. I guess it's really more the memories that he wanted to get rid of, right? It's not exactly an evil side of him. It just became evil because it was sort of twisted by Athena to be so. Mark well the sight. Engrave it upon your very soul. You now bear witness to the true La Habrea. Just kills her. Of course. Yeah, that's the La Habrea we know. I cannot imagine this was an easy choice, but it is done. Is she alive? Yes, and she shall remember this lesson well. Athena's puppet no longer, I see. Oh, he got rid of Athena's... Okay. She may yet harbor ill will toward me, but that is a risk I am willing to take. Our star requires a steady hand to guide it, and now mine is equal to the task. I can no longer allow Pandaemonium to divert my focus. Hegemon, I would ask that you serve me anew. There is none other more suited to overseeing this prison, none other who will take such pride in their duty. My loyalty to Athena led me to betray you once before. Why would you allow me to keep the position of keyword? I require your talons, as I require Hephaestus's. The past is of no consequence. Very well. In honor of our fallen colleagues, I shall restore this institution to its former glory. The Habrias himself once more. He wields his authority without hesitation and thinks not twice once his judgment is sounded. Yet he is different from Athena. He thinks only for the betterment of the star. So long as duty guides his actions, he shall not share her fate. Yeah, unfortunately, he is going to go down like a wrong path somehow, somewhere. And you are too. And should his convictions ever waver, the emissary will set him back on the proper course. Oh, he looks a bit, you know, threatening there. But that really doesn't answer why both of them didn't recognize us. I mean, I understand their conviction. I understand that they might want to sacrifice the star to make a better star again. Good. If this is the path he chooses to walk, then I will walk with him. I'll allow our bond to fray no further. As his son, I will support him in the days ahead. I would not ask you to say the same. You and I stand on peaks separated by vast chasms. Our perspectives shall never align. Well, hold on. What are you talking about here? And never shall one give way to the other, for such is our nature. With that in mind, let us consider any depths between us to be void. Wait, aren't you and my dad? I feel like that's not a very good deal for me. Honestly. Before you leave here, mark well these words. My resolve shall weather loss unfathomable, and yield before no obstacle. Walk your path with the same conviction. So he does know who we are, but chooses to fight anyways? Okay. I was honestly expecting something else there. I don't really know. That's a weird conclusion. I mean, with Elidibus, it makes sense because he, as I said, he got sort of twisted through becoming the Heart of Zodiac, right? Or not, well, twisted's not the right word in that case, but like he sort of became the focus of what Zodiac was meant to be, and so he got very, very heavily influenced through that. But with La Habrea? Now I feel like they done him dirty again. In a way. Because, I mean... yeah, what exactly does this mean? Honestly, not quite sure. You pretty much just said, oh yeah, if we're gonna fight, we're gonna fight. So, right? Instead of talking about it. And then... and that still doesn't really answer the question with the whole Heart of Sabik. I still want to say that it somehow must have influenced him. Master La Habrea saw through me long ago, but now my mind is unclouded by doubt, and I shall not fail him again. Hephaestus and La Habrea were one and the same when he was named as one of the convocation. This change poses no need for concern, for all is as it should be. Okay, true. Yeah. From this day forward, I will do what I can to aid my father. In this way, I shall forge my own future. If not for you, my long-slumbering demons may have gone unslain. I would have never been forced to reconsider my true nature. Yet, as I said, do not consider this an admission of debt. But why, though? I mean, I was doing something for you, and you did absolutely nothing for me. At least I don't think so, so... Now, I believe you have other places to be. Remain here any longer, and I may be inclined to place you in a cell next to one of our more recalcitrant subjects. I think I liked the La Habrea from before better, honestly. I really don't get this. Honestly. I feel like we're moving towards some sort of grand conclusion here, but it really just seems like he's saying, oh, well, you know, we'll probably meet again. If we fight, we fight. I mean, to be entirely fair, Emet-Selch also definitely, you know, saw through us. In a way. Even though he might have not really mentioned it. I don't entirely know what's going on here, honestly. That was a bit weird. Oh, that is so strange that you can fly in here. I wonder why they decided to do that. Maybe so that you cannot fly into the... but, I mean... that's why they usually have the boundaries everywhere, right? What an odd decision. Not gonna lie, I don't really know what I'm supposed to feel about the whole La Habrea deal there. I felt like something more profound was gonna happen there. I mean, yeah, he turned back into his whole self. Okay, that was pretty badass. But I guess his actions truly were just in his nature all along, and since we've seen his quote-unquote good side for most of this raid series, it was just difficult to think about him as the La Habrea that we knew. But yeah, those last couple sentences really were pretty much in line with what we eventually, you know, or what he eventually would become or do. Which is so weird to think about, right? That he will still do that, whereas we already fought him and won. Ah, you are returned. I should like to hear what you discovered, though I believe your friend has business with us first. There you are. While you were away, Themis brought me up to speed on all that happened while I was held prisoner. The story shone light upon any number of questions that were niggling at my conscience, namely those concerning the ethereal signature emanating from Aziz La. Doubtless its source was Athena, reaching out as far as she could from her prison, ever grasping for someone to take Arctonius' place, grasping for the body his soul resided in. I wanted to ask, when you first found the crystal, were you unable to hear the memories stored within? Indeed, it was only after our research was well underway that I could hearken to its whispers. Contact with the crystal should have awakened the memories, but the passage of time likely changed Arctonius' soul in subtle ways. Perhaps ethereal resonance was a gradual process in this case. However, being attuned to Arctonius exposed you to Athena's voice as well. Doubtless the choice to venture forth into Aziz La was not your own. It was Athena's influence working through you. Well, yeah, it makes sense. I do recall being strangely fixated on acting alone. I never would have encouraged such recklessness usually. Although the voice was not entirely my own, I'm still ashamed of my actions. But, I mean, the crystal isn't Aurosite, or is it very similar in Aurosite? Is it... I feel like there's definitely more beyond what they're just giving us here. Which is both exciting, but also, you know, I just want to know. Damn it. Reflection is how we plant the seeds of growth, although we must not blame ourselves for events out of our control. That the voice in the crystal belonged to the person from which your soul originated, well, not even the most brilliant researcher could come to that conclusion. Very true. Your reassurance means more than you know. Thank you. Now, one final matter. It concerns the very crystal whose discovery set this adventure in motion. Perhaps sparked by recent events, a new light began to shine from within its depths. From my experience, this may indicate that a new memory has floated to the surface, eager to be observed. For some time, the question of why La Habrea and Arctonius would leave such a crystal behind in the first place has lingered in the back of my mind. Yeah. As a potential backup, maybe? Just like Emmett Selk left his stuff behind? Because, I mean, Emmett Selk, and that's always the very, very cool part about him, and why I like him so much as a character as well, is he considered the possibility of losing, right? He actually considered that and said, well, if I'm going to lose, might as well make sure that they know what's going on, right? And they're capable of, in their own way, you know, deal with the problems that they had to deal with in the final days. And so he left all the crystals behind from the convocation. And of course also the one from both Azem and Hythlodaeus. With Erectonius's memories and such magical talents as are at my disposal, I believe I can make this final memory manifest for us all to behold. Shall we witness it together? Pretty please, yes. Let's see that. Hey, hi! What's up? How are you doing? Oh, that is his final memory, huh? I leave this memory for you, the future of our star. I was gonna say, he probably recorded that when he saw that the final days were coming. Sort of as a last... Yeah, that makes sense. It just started working. Well, I do hope your work is going great. The final days have come. The creation magics we have so relied upon now hasten our downfall. But despair has not yet won out. La Habrea and the others of the Convocation are working to stem the chaos which threatens to engulf our star. Their plan requires great sacrifice. Elidibus, Themis, has already offered to give his life for our salvation. Yeah, I mean, I tend to forget that, right? That's why he was so, or is so different. He truly gave up himself to become the Heart of Zodiac. And so... I mean, we saw him struggle to remember in 5.3, right? We saw him struggle to remember what his goal was, and that was because he wasn't himself anymore. Not really, anyways. Yet there is another problem which must be dealt with. Pandaemonium, wherein are confined our most vicious creations. Even should we survive the final days, it will take time to restore order. If Pandaemonium's cells were breached and the prisoners set upon the star, our hard-won peace would be obliterated in an instant. Someone must stay behind to ensure that never happens. With Themis and La Habrea otherwise indisposed, that responsibility falls to me. Right, so... he stuck around to make sure that those beasts wouldn't escape. And that is why I must defy the directive of the Convocation. My soul will not be offered to manifest the will of the star, but instead consigned to eternal vigil. I know that in doing so, the final days may take me. I may not live to see my duty upheld. So he really sacrificed himself and put his memories into the crystal to make sure that if something was going to go wrong in Pandaemonium, someone would know. His future self would know, potentially. And it did. And we were able to deal with the threat this way. Although it's so... I don't know. So difficult to think about it that way because, yeah, the crystal activated and told us, hey, something's up and something's wrong, but the point we were traveling back to in Elpis is before that thing actually went wrong, right? Before the final days, before the very event that prompted him to record this message. It's a very fucky timeline at this point, not gonna lie. That's why I have resolved to set this crystal adrift in the tides of the underworld. It contains memories of Pandaemonium from both my father and I, and shall bear this warning to the future, even if I cannot. I've imbued the crystal with magics that will attract it to my essence. Even should I journey through the underworld and be born anew, this message will reach me, Pandaemonium shall not be left unattended. Which now explains why Claudian got hold of the crystal. If all else fails, then perhaps another man like my dear friend will come along. One with an almost unnatural ability to pick up the scent of trouble. Yeah, it kinda, yeah. You were right in thinking that. And we did come along and help. As we always do, whenever there's trouble ahead. Another man like my dear friend. He is talking about us, right? I wonder where he is now. How many souls has he saved? And how many beasts has he slain since we last met? I don't think we ever told him, right, that we were from the future? They never knew. La Habrea might have suspected it. I don't think he did, though. Alongside my warning, this memory shall carry a wish. May we meet again. Now listen well. If anyone receives this message, you must come to Pandaemonium. Please make haste. I repeat. And that's the message that we ended up hearing. That's so weird though. So the message that because he already knew us, right? So at the point where he recorded the message, everything that we just did and everything that we did in order to, well, thwart off Athena's plan, all of that had already happened. So the very threat that like prompted us to go to him or to find his crystal and to understand what was going on and venture back in time to Pandaemonium, we only knew about because he recorded a message after we already dealt with it. Which is really funny to think about. Good thing that he did. Well, that dispels the last of my doubts. Thanks for humoring me. And now we can come to this. It survived. The black ore site? Yes. The heart of Sabik. Have we ever actually seen it like this? I cannot believe that this is part of the story. That is so awesome. Because imagine the implications. This thing was in the Ultima weapon. When Guy, as La Habrea, said it onto us, right? When they consumed all the icons. This thing was in... Well, that's the one part that I'm not entirely sure about anymore, is whether or not it was actually in Ultima, the High Seraph. But this is so crazy, right? And then all the implications beyond that, all the weapons, for example, that were created based on what Ultima was, even though it didn't contain the Heart of Sabik. And then also to think about how often we've heard that tune, right? The Heart of Sabik, or Heart of, like, that music and its various different forms and remixes. The tie that bound Athena's memories to my body, no doubt. When I regained my senses, I found it on my person. Now it appears your efforts have left it bereft of memories. No trace remains of Athena. Well, bereft of her memories. Who knows what other things this thing might contain. However, its power as Oracite yet remains, and it may prove to be a valuable trove of knowledge in the hand of the right researcher. I feel that fate has left it with me for a reason. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know what I want to... I don't know what I feel about that. How I feel about that. Because, I mean, Athena was a researcher, and when she got hold of it, she kind of went nuts with her research. So please don't do the same thing. I shall take my leave, but on behalf of my colleagues, nay, the entire star, I thank you both for putting an end to Athena's wickedness. I mean, doesn't that also imply that we're going to see him again somewhere, somehow? That has huge implications, doesn't it? Like, the Heart of Sabik is just with him now? He's just here? He's doing research with it, okay. Well, I guess we can just hope that they keep him and it very, very safe. I really don't know what to think about that, honestly. Oh, hi. Battery low. Well, I mean, I've been at it for like 8.5 hours, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that. That he's just walking off with it. Oh yeah, Heart of Sabik, sure.
I see.
Let me just take it.
Then Hephaestus' story has been laid bare.
The voice acting? In my raid storyline? But why not voice the entire thing then? Come on, Square Enix. That would have been so awesome. Like, at least we hear Elidibus one last time.
As has the nature of our mysterious crystal. The questions which led us into Pandaemonium are answered, and soon order shall be restored. I too can fade away, unburdened by regret. I could not have reached this point without you, friend. So many revelations. But there are more, if you would dig a little deeper.
Well, that's kind of what I was waiting for. I'm sure they are.
Elidibus's soul was plucked from the ethereal sea, and from it I was wrought. Surely you have a passing interest in what I remember, in what I feel.
Not only a passing one, my friend.
You deserve what answers I can provide. While my memories of Pandaemonium are clear, all else is hazy at best. Perhaps Athena made me this way. Or perhaps it is the result of who or what I was before.
Yeah. I think it is more likely that it was the, being a Heart of Zodiac.
Still, I can recall vague figures, scenes from my future and your past. At the Crystal Tower's peak, we clash. And later, from that self-same spire, I send you forth.
Or forth into the past.
Into our age. Into Elpis. Why do I decide on such a course? Formless as these images are, I cannot say.
Well, I mean, you are the emissary, aren't you?
However, I can hazard a guess. Somewhere within my fragmented memories, I catch a glimpse of our journey into Pandaemonium. A glimpse which shows not the path we took or the destination where it led us, yet by its very presence demands that you are required in Elpis. And even if that act is but one link in the chain of events which ends in Atheris' salvation.
Well, it was the one link we needed. Most important one, if you will.
Then this all has meaning. Our time together, every moment, is worthwhile.
It very much is.
And I am unburdened by regret.
I'm glad to hear that.
That said, it is possible my motivations become something else entirely. That you would cross this vast expanse in the hopes of being reunited with your allies. A devotion that once would have baffled me. But after having been to the depths of that twisted prison and back, I think I can understand. Now, I have pulled back the curtain as far as I dare. The people of your age call this the Ethereal Sea, a name I quite enjoy, for it teems with life, each star a soul on its journey. And among these uncountable stars, it was yours that crossed my path. For that, I shall be forever grateful.
I'm too. So you were and still are, friend.
I wish you well on your journey. A journey as long as your star is bright. A journey not bound by the confines of this world or any other.
And there he goes. Possibly still one of the more mysterious people that we've met. And yet, even though we've clashed sometimes, but still a very dear friend at this point. Man, that was awesome. What a cool way to end this raid series.
Oh, fascinating. The truths that dwell at the edge of sleep. The course of history is set by its victors. It is immutable, and yet should this star continue upon its path, look, the light.
That is very bright. What does that mean? What does it mean? You can't just end it there. Oh, God damn it. Seriously? Have we ever gotten a cliffhanger at the end of a raid story? What the hell? That has to implicate something else. That story... There's too much going on there that cannot be just left alone. God, that was a beautiful conclusion to that. Holy shit! And I even said after we fought him that was probably going to be the last time that we're going to hear his voice actor, and no, it wasn't. They, for some reason, actually decided to voice a couple lines in the... And it was the, you know, the most important bit of all of it. Yeah, I guess they probably didn't want to, you know, go for like a voice actor for La Brea and Eric Tonies and such, but still, well, I mean, I guess I'm just super glad that they decided to voice that at least, because it was really, really cool to hear him one last time. And as always, he's just mysterious as fuck, and I have no idea what the hell he was talking about there at the end. That sounded kind of ominous, not gonna lie, as if even though technically we have resolved a super major threat on our star, somehow there seems to be another, and for some reason he knows about that, which, like, how would that happen? How would that be? Like, how can that be? In a crazy way, you know, he really truly is, or was, the emissary, right? He restored balance to the Force, if you will. The one person that didn't waver and, until the end, fulfilled his duty. To the point where he did what was necessary. He did what he remembered was right. And, yeah, if he hadn't sent us back to Elpis, nobody would be here, right? That was probably the most important thing that happened over all of this. I mean, ultimately, what we made out of it as well, sure, but... What an absolutely badass way to end that raid series. In a funny way, even though I really, really wish they would just voice all of the lines, especially also all of the lines in Raid series. I think it was pretty cool that they decided to only voice that last bit. It definitely gave it more impact because it was very unexpected. Because the last time that anything was voiced in a Raid story was in Coil of Bahamut, with Alphino, LSA, and their grandfather. And as I said, like, something about this raid story definitely felt different, and it felt sort of in line with what, even though it was completely different in terms of its implications, it very much felt in line with the Bahamut raid series. In terms of its impact, I guess, on the overarching story of the game. Even though, yeah, their contents are completely different. I don't really think we can even begin to compare the two, but a part of it is really, you know, that sort of very, very important bit of I don't even know how to describe it, really. It's just this, I guess, impact? Importance? It's difficult to really put into words, but there is a certain amount of just depth and yeah, just something very, very serious about this that usually wasn't present, right? Like, this truly felt like like a proper, really end to a story, but also an end that still has so many more implications left, and questions to answer. Welcome back. I hope you said farewell to Themis for me. That I did. That I did. And I'm already missing him. Recent events have given me not only a new focus for my research, but also insight into my own origins. Truly, 'tis a gift I could never hope to repay. As La Habrea said, I am not Aractonius, yet I bear part of him inside me, and I shall do what I can to follow the traces he has left behind in the present day. A spark has been struck in my mind. I'm ready to pursue my research with a fervor, the likes of which I've not had since my youth. Yeah, you be careful there, buddy. I don't know if that's only you, or if that's also partly the Heart of Sabik that is doing that, so... I don't want to come back in like 8.0 and suddenly discover that you, like... Maybe that's what Elidibus was hinting at? That we need to be careful with Claudian and the Heart of Sabik suddenly prompting another, you know, similar problem as what Athena was for us? Yeah. Can we not, like, Vorshino, where are you? Can you, like, come here and watch over Claudian? Just a little bit, just in case he goes a bit too crazy on his research. Doubtless I shall have need of you in the days and moons ahead. When that time comes, I only hope that you will once again lend me your sound counsel. Until then, may you farewell. How can this... He directly states that this is not the end of the story then. I think that's the very first time we've ever had that at the end of a raid story, right? That has to mean that, well, either this is going to be in some way relevant for 7.0, which could be. And I've said that for a long time, especially after P8, when it became clear that Pandaemonium suddenly appeared in the Ethereal Sea. I feel like now, much more than ever, it almost seems as if they're pulling a lot of different threads that have been, well, more side stories up until this point, or, you know, minor bits and pieces here and there, and they're all seemingly still sort of come together. Somehow, even though I don't even really realize how that's still possible after everything that we've done in Endwalker. But yet they're still doing it? So... wow. Yeah. I wonder when we're gonna hear from him again. Either way, I'm looking forward to it. I want to hear from him again. As soon as possible, honestly. Because it can only be, you know, cool. Awesome, Jail. Great job. Thanks, game. Hey, we can play Triple Triad over there. Well, that was... With both the Ethereal Sea and the Heart of Sabik to keep my mind occupied, I feel that I shall never again lack for fascinating discoveries to motivate my work. What do you know of Athena and her connection to our side? That topic has been keeping us quite busy as of late. Nemgigi and Fusino have been a great help in making sense of all these fabulous tales. I shall call them at once so we can share our findings thus far. Oh, wait, what? Wait, huh? So we just get an additional sort of... okay. Our research into the Heart of Sabik has led us through many magnificent legends and tales from bygone civilizations, some of which mention, or at least hint at, the presences of Athena, Orsight, and the High Seraph Ultima. I wonder if Ultima was like Athena's first draft for what a goddess would look like. While we have formed an operating theory based on our findings, it is impossible for us to confirm its feasibility. Given your experience with the High Seraph, however, I can think of no one better with whom to discuss it. So this, I guess, is only accessible if you've already done the Evilist raid series, right? I wonder if he's going to become some sort of hub for different research around the Heart of Sabik, right? and every time we discover something else, we can just go back to him and discuss our findings with him? That would be insane. Although we know not the precise timing of the High Seraph's visit to the star. Right. Of course. Wait, the raid series even confirmed that she's alien, didn't it? Yeah, that's the information that I was looking for the entire time. The raid series actually confirmed that the High Seraph came from somewhere else and essentially left behind the Heart of Sabik. We do know that Athena somehow came into possession of a mysterious crystal said to be the source of the destructive magic known as Ultima. But, I mean, the entire time, because it's so, like, combined with... I mean, I guess, now that I'm really thinking about it, it does make a little bit more sense again, because, well, the High Seraph must have been there before the Elegans discovered the Heart of Sabik to create Ultima, right? So... But somehow with it just being associated with that raid series and with Rabanastra, right? And Ridurana and all the other places, I always felt like it was definitely still after the Sundering. I mean, the Elegans, when did they come around? The first 3 Astral Eras were still fairly long, right? So it was definitely a couple of 1,000 years between the Sundering and the Elegans rising to power. So a long time span in which I guess, assumed that the High Seraph would have come at that point. But it seems like it was already here before the Sundering, which that's kind of a crazy revelation still to me. According to La Habrea, it was Athena who gave this crystal the name of Orsite, and from her tireless research was born the Heart of Sabik. And Orsite, we still use that name today, 12,000 years later. The Heart of Sabik contained not only Athena's memories, but a concentration of ether unlike anything we have observed. Even a small portion of it could level mountains. It did, in fact, level Castra Meridianum not so long ago, yeah. Records of your previous encounter with La Habrea imply that the heart was, for a time, in the hands of the Allegan Empire. Doubtless it was the Ascian himself who gifted it to them, thus sowing the seeds of calamity. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty clear. The Allegans made little progress toward penetrating its mysteries, but some scholars attribute the fact that they were able to use it at all to theoretical encounters between Alex researchers and the High Seraph. Oh. Okay. Regardless of its journey, however, we do know that the Heart of Sabik returned to La Habrea's clutches soon after the 4th Umbral Calamity. The rest hardly bears going over again. Well, yeah, probably because he knew that he still needed it, right? It was such a powerful tool to wreak havoc. Tracing the legends of Orisite back to their source suggests that the High Seraph may be the cause of countless tragedies, including our most recent one. Kinda, yeah. Regardless of the Orisite's source, however, it was Athena's bottomless ambition that set the wheels of tragedy in motion. But again, that Orisite stuff, or the High Seraph, I don't really know what to make of it, honestly. I just feel... Because the thing is also beyond the Ancients, right? Beyond La Habrea, Emet-Selch, Elidibus, and their time and what time we spent now in Elpis, all of that was kind of close to, or close to before the Sundering, right? But other than knowing that their civilization endured for quite a while, we know next to nothing about what happened before it, right? How did their civilization even arose? What was going on? What other things were going on with the planet at that time or before their time even? So the revelation that now we have this one piece that has been a constant throughout all of the story so far, actually, and apparently existed even before their time, or at least came to the planet in their time, is pretty crazy. found one of La Habre's remarks most odd. While we were discussing Athena, he said that he was a fool to think she could be confined. He didn't elaborate on the statement, but I think there's a possibility that Pandaemonium was built not as a prison for failed creations, but to contain his very own wife. Oh boy. We already know he was well aware of the influence Oricide had on Athena. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that Pandaemonium's true purpose was to keep her isolated from the other ancients. That could very well be true, and then he kind of tried to cover it up by just putting random creations in there as well. Don't know if that necessarily was the brightest course of action, but... Even so, she had freedom enough to continue her research outside of La Habre's purview. Perhaps it was his love for her that kept him from tightening his grip on her activities. There's so many crazy implications here. What the fuck, man? And that was just a freaking extra cutscene! That's not even indicated that it exists! Fortunately for my assistants and my ordeal has left me none the worse for wear. I'm back at work with characteristic aplomb, well, as much aplomb as can be mustered when reviewing the many records which have piled up in my absence. Of course, I have made the proper shows of gratitude to Scholar Mortichain and Master Fortuno for their efforts to search for me. Master Fortuno was stone-faced, claiming that he had only done his duty. Sure, Fortuno. The Scholar, on the other hand, seemed most eager to learn every detail. It takes all sorts, I suppose. God, I love this so much. I just love this so much. It's crazy. Let's double check something here. A second. Just needed to look at something here. Yeah. Right. So, the thing is, that was the raid story. It was an insanely good one. I never expected it to turn out this way, honestly. Never expected us to get more voice acting. What we did there at the very end. Yeah, honestly, I cannot really believe what I've just seen, what I've just played through. I feel like I'm gonna, have a look through these as well, once I have the time. Because there might be more information hidden in there, there might be more implications. This raid series has pretty much blown my mind there at the end. And not even with the story in and of itself, but just the implications that they might have for the future. And I don't really know what to make of it. I don't really know what it will become, what we'll find out about it, what other things there might be that, yeah, will play a role in this. I'm still absolutely blown away by whatever this was. And yeah, it's just, this is gonna stick with me for a very, very long time, as has this game in general. I mean, it's very much been in line with what this game was and is. And this has been definitely a return to form. Not that it was bad in any way before that, but this new raid series has really now up the bar on what kind of story can be told throughout the raid. And I think the way they've combined it, both with, you know, Elpis, Elidibus as a character, La Habrea as a character, especially with the fact that we didn't, you know, like, he was still the most mysterious out of the Yassians, right? It's just absolutely brilliant. But that being said, as we decided on yesterday, we're not going to be raiding the Omega Protocol today. I will still obviously play the game, but you know, I need to look into a bunch of stuff. I need to look up, you know, what I need to craft for the raid. I need to look at my island, make sure that that's all working and everything is done correctly there. I will be going with my raid group into the normal raid again, you know, to get the gear for everybody. So that's going to happen in a couple of minutes here, which means that I'm kind of tight on time here. But yeah, all of that I will be doing off stream. It's been a while, almost 9 hours, so I feel like it's, you know, well, typically I've gone on longer on launch days, but at this point I feel like this is a pretty good way to end it. As I mentioned, I will be diving into the main story on Thursday, probably the whole day as well, just like today, with hopefully a ton more serious, crazy implications and things to uncover and to learn. And yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to it. That being said, there's one more thing that I wanted to say and wanted to mention, and that is that I will finally be returning to Tears of the Kingdom tomorrow. Usual start time. Today was a bit later because the servers weren't up until 12. But yeah, more Tears of the Kingdom tomorrow. Obviously in the evening I'll still go back to Final Fantasy, but I won't stream it because I need to craft, need to collect stuff. But yeah, that's gonna be for now. So I wish you a great rest of your evening, morning, or day, wherever you are, and maybe I'll see you for some more Tears of the Kingdom tomorrow, or some more Final Fantasy XIV on Thursday with the main story of patch 6.4. I'm excited, looking forward to it. This has been insane. Until then, bye-bye!